Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Forgotten System Heir. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The wind howled over Kanahigakure, carrying with it the tension of something ancient and ominous stirring beyond the veil of the night. The moon hung high and full above the hidden leaf village, casting a silver glow over the rooftops, illuminating a world that was about to change forever. Inside a secluded, heavily guarded compound hidden deep in the forest beyond the village walls, the cries of a woman pierced through the air raw, desperate, and powerful. Kushina Uzumaki lay on a futon soaked in sweat, her red hair spread wildly around her like a halo of fire. Her breath came in ragged gasps, pain etched into every fiber of her being. Her hands clutched at the sheets as another contraction racked her body, but her spirit remained unyielding. Beside her, holding one trembling hand tightly in his own, was Minato Namikaze the fourth Hokage, her husband, and the father of the children struggling to enter the world. His usually calm blue eyes were wide with concern, glowing faintly under the flickering candlelight. Fear, awe, and helplessness danced across his face as he offered words of encouragement. Kushina was doing amazing, and Minato reassured her that he was right there with her. The midwives worked quickly and skillfully, their movements practiced but tense. Outside, Anbu stood on high alert. Everyone knew that a Jinchuriki giving birth was a moment of great danger. The seal on the nine tails weakened with each passing second, and any mistake could be catastrophic. But at this moment, time narrowed to just the two of them, the exhausted mother and the anxious father, as the first cry echoed through the room. A baby boy. The MW gently held up the child, his small body slick with life, wailing into the world as if declaring his will to live. His tiny hands curled into fists, and his cry was strong, fierce. Minato stepped forward with tears in his eyes as he took the boy into his arms. He named him Naruto, smiling down at his son, proud of their eldest. Kushina reached out, barely able to raise her hand, but when she touched Naruto's cheek, a tear slipped from her eye. She recognized his strength, just as she had known he would be. But there was no time to rest. The second child was coming, and Kushina's grip on Minato's hand tightened again. The pain surged once more, but this time she cried not in agony, but in fierce determination. She would bring them all into the world, no matter the cost. Minutes later, the room filled with another cry, softer, but clear and pure. A girl this time. The MWF gently wrapped her in a blanket, her tiny face serene even as she cried. Minato carefully took her into his arms beside Naruto, and Kushina let out a shaky laugh despite her exhaustion. She named her Aiko, barely able to speak, but acknowledging her beauty. Minato nodded, his heart overflowing with love, affirming that she was perfect, just like her mother. But then came a silence. The third child had not yet emerged, and the air grew heavier, more uncertain. Kushina's breathing faltered. Her chakra was weakening. Panic flickered across Minato's face as he urged her to hold on. And then finally a final cry, faint but alive. The last child was born, smaller than his siblings, quiet at first, but then he too found his voice. Minato wrapped the baby in the last cloth they had, gently placing him beside his siblings. He named him Renjiro, his voice breaking with emotion as he acknowledged their children and their future. Kushina looked at them with love deeper than the ocean, her eyes fluttering as her strength waned. She urged Minato to take care of them and made him promise. Outside, a shadow stirred in the darkness, watching, waiting. The barrier holding the nine tails was weakening, and none of them knew what had already slipped free, silent, unseen, and made its choice. But for now, in that small candlelit room, the Namikaze family had their first moment together. The stars above held their breath. The warmth of new life still lingered in the air, mingled with the soft cries of three newborns and the quiet breath of exhausted parents. Minato sat with Kushina, their fingers interlaced, surrounded by their children. For a brief moment, peace settled in. But peace never lasted long in the shinobi world. Outside the hidden compound, shadows moved unnaturally silent, fast, and absolute. A whisper of steel and a flash of red heralded the arrival of danger. One by one, the ANBU stationed outside fell, their bodies collapsing into the forest like discarded puppets, lifeless and forgotten. Inside, the candlelight flickered as a cold wind slipped through the cracks of the walls. Kushina stirred, her instincts screaming, but her body was too weak to rise. Minato stood up, sensing the impending threat too late. A presence appeared inside the compound, like a shadow that had always been there, yet unnoticed. He wore a swirling orange mask with a single eye hole, black robes rippling around him like smoke. The Sharingan glowed from within the mask, red and cruel. Minato's heart froze as he demanded to know who the intruder was. The masked man did not respond with words, he moved instead. The MW barely had time to gasp before she was gone, a single twist of time-space warping around her. Minato's kunai was already in his hand, but it met only air as the masked man vanished and reappeared behind the second MWF. Her fate was the same. In a heartbeat, everyone in the room who wasn't in Namikaze was gone. And then he stood at the foot of the futon, gazing down at Kushina and the three crying infants. His voice came low and emotionless through the mask, commanding Minato to step away or face dire consequences. Minato's eyes widened in horror as the man's gaze fell on the newborns Naruto, Aiko, and Renjiro, so small, so helpless. He couldn't fight blindly, one mistake could cost them everything. Kushina, weakly reaching toward her children, whispered that he was there for the Nine Tails. Minato's mind raced, realizing the seal was weakening. Too much stress, too much strain. He had to act. In a blur of motion, Minato vanished from the room in a flash, reappearing beside the children. With a desperate push of chakra, he hurled a tagged kunai into the far wall, then touched all three babies and they vanished in a flash, transported far from danger. The masked man's eye narrowed, but he did not panic. Instead, he turned to Kushina, who struggled to rise. Her eyes glowed faintly as the seal on her stomach visibly began to break apart. The masked man raised a hand, forming a seal of his own, declaring softly that he would take what belonged to him. In an instant, the seal shattered, and the world would never be the same again. A scream tore through the night, an ancient and monstrous sound. The Nine Tails had been unsealed. A surge of pure malice flooded the forest as a shockwave of crimson chakra exploded from the compound, uprooting trees and igniting the air. The earth trembled, and animals fled in terror. Even seasoned shinobi across the village staggered as the weight of that killing intent pierced their minds. The beast was free. Its roars shattered the night, echoing through the valley like a curse. Konoha stirred as alarm bells began to ring late, but ringing nonetheless. Shinobi scrambled, the village shifting into emergency mobilization, but the terror in their eyes was palpable. The Nine Tails was supposed to be sealed. How was it here? Then they saw it, a massive shadow emerging from the forest. Its fur was as black as night, and its eyes blazed with hate. The Nine Tails towered above the trees, chakra dripping from its jaws like molten fire. And on its back was a man, a masked figure standing atop the monster like a god of death, the Sharingan spinning in his eye. The villagers screamed. But far from the chaos, in a secure barrier on the outskirts of Konoha, three small infants lay swaddled together in warmth and light. The flying thunder god's seal had brought them to safety, a hidden shrine Minato had prepared in case of the worst. Minato arrived a heartbeat later, breathless and drenched in sweat. He checked them all: Naruto, Aiko, Renjiro alive and still crying, still innocent. He held them for one brief second, his arms trembling. He wanted to stay. He wanted to protect them. But he was Hokage first. He whispered an apology as he set them gently into the prepared seals for protection, promising to come back for them. With another flash, he was gone. Back in the village, the Nine Tails advanced, each step causing tremors. Its tails whipped through buildings. Shinobi tried to contain it, but the beast was pure rage and chakra. No words reached it, and no jutsu could hold it for long. Then, in a golden flash, Minato appeared in the heart of the village. He stood before the villagers, eyes burning with fury, his Hokage's cloak whipping in the wind. He raised his voice, commanding everyone to retreat and evacuate to the shelters, insisting he would stop the beast. Beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the retired third Hokage, appeared with his own squad, his face grim as he questioned how the Nine Tails had broken loose. Minato couldn't answer not yet. As the villagers fell back and the Hokage prepared for battle, something caught their eye. 3 small infants appeared behind the barrier Minato had summoned, just visible for a few seconds before being sealed behind chakra walls. Whispers erupted among the crowd, expressing disbelief and awe. Never before had Konoha seen the legacy of its hero. And now, in the middle of the worst night in its history, the world learned the 4th Hokage had 3 newborn children, and they were in danger. Minato vanished again in a flash, reappearing high above the Nine Tails, clutching a Rasengan in his palm. The battle was about to begin. But in the shadows, the masked man watched, waiting. Smoke choked the skies above Konoha. Buildings lay in ruins, flames licking at the wooden bones of the village, and the cries of civilians echoed beneath the crashing roars of the demon. The Nine Tails had reached the outer walls, its tails lashing like spears of destruction, flattening towers and splitting the ground with every impact. Yet, in the heart of the chaos, the will of fire burned bright. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rang out with authority, commanding everyone to hold the line and keep the beast away from the shelters. Beside him stood the heads of every clan, ready to fight. Hayashi Hyuga, his Byakugan blazing, Shikaku Nara, forming shadow traps with practiced calm, Inoichi Yamanaka, linking minds for real-time communication, Choza Akimichi, growing into a giant to wrestle one of the beast's tails, Fugaka Uchiha, leading the elite Uchiha police force, and even Jiraiya, summoned from distant lands, arriving just in time to lend his strength. But the Nine Tails was a force beyond measure. Every strike that landed cost lives. Every breath of its hate-filled chakra withered the air. Still, they fought because they had to. Meanwhile, above the battlefield, a golden flash and a swirl of space-time signaled the clash of 2 figures. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha, stood atop a broken spire, kunai gleaming with sealing tags. Across from him hovered the masked man, his eyes spinning, watching, calculating. Minato narrowed his eyes, realizing the masked man was controlling the Nine Tails. The masked man remained silent at first, his Sharingan glowing with malicious amusement. When he finally spoke, he stated that speed alone wouldn't save Minato's village. Minato's eyes sharpened as he demanded to know who the masked man was. Instead of answering, the masked man attacked. In an instant, he was in front of Minato, kunai aimed for his heart. But Minato was already gone, blinking across the battlefield with the flying thunder god. The masked man's attack passed through nothing but afterimage. Minato muttered to himself about the masked man's ability to phase through attacks, realizing he was no ordinary rogue. He threw a special kunai, which the masked man caught, only for Minato to vanish and reappear behind him in that very moment. The Rasengan slammed into the masked man's back, connecting just as his intangibility wore off. A howl of pain escaped the mask as the Rasengan carved through his cloak, sending him crashing to the ground in a burst of light and dust. But Minato wasn't done. His hands flew through hand signs, and he slammed his palm down on the masked man's body, shattering the summoning contract between him and the Nine Tails. The beast, now free of direct control, roared in pain and confusion, but its rampage didn't stop. The masked man, wounded and smoking, warped away in a final spasm of space-time ninjutsu, vanishing into the void. Minato stared after him, eyes grim, realizing he had escaped. Back in the village, Hiruzen and the others had pushed the Nine Tails to the outskirts with sheer grit and numbers, but it wasn't enough. Too many were dead. Too many injured. They couldn't hold out much longer. Then, a final flash of gold illuminated the sky. Minato reappeared above the demon, his hands moving swiftly as he summoned a massive Toad, the mighty Gamabunta, who landed with a thunderous crash, momentarily pinning the beast. From atop the Toad's head, Minato looked down, his heart heavy. There was only one option left. He would have to seal the beast. He vanished again, returning to the hidden shrine where his children lay. He faced a choice no parent should ever have to make. The Nine Tails raged at the gates of Konoha, its roars shaking the earth, its tails creating a storm of destruction. The streets were stained with chaos. The will of fire burned, flickering with each breath of the beast. Far from the turmoil, within the protective seal of the hidden shrine, Minato Namikaze stood alone with his newborn children. Aiko and Renjiro slept in their cribs, unaware of the fate about to be placed upon them. Naruto, the eldest, lay still, his eyes open, silently watching. Minato's hands trembled. He had made his decision. With Kushina too weak to survive another sealing and the beast too dangerous to leave untamed, he would sacrifice himself to ensure Konoha's future. Kneeling beside Aiko and Renjiro, his heart broke. He whispered an apology, wishing they could understand one day why he had to make this choice. He began forming the hand seals for the Reaper Death Seal, a forbidden jutsu only the Hokage had mastered. A ghostly wind filled the chamber, and in that moment, the shadow of the Shinigami began to rise behind Minato, its ghastly mask looming over him, spectral blade in hand. But then, a powerful voice echoed through the chamber. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, appeared in a flicker of smoke, staff in hand, eyes steeled with determination. He urged Minato to reconsider, reminding him that he had a family to live for. Hiruzen insisted that he would carry the burden instead, acknowledging his own failure to see the threat sooner. Before Minato could argue, Hiruzen began the incantation. The Shinigami shifted its gaze toward him, accepting the new contract. With practiced precision, the third Hokage split the Nine-Tails chakra in two, directing one half into Aiko's tiny body and the other into Renjiro's. Seals flared with light as ancient formulas branded their skin, binding power with purpose. Then, Hiruzen turned to the last piece, the soul of the Nine-Tails, its malevolence swirling before him like a dark sun. The Shinigami raised its blade, preparing to consume it. But something went wrong. The chamber shook violently as a tear opened in space, unnatural and shimmering like cracked glass. A presence entered, something entirely different from chakra or jutsu. Time seemed to slow. A strange symbol, a glyph glowing in ghostly blue, appeared beneath Naruto's crib. The soul of the Nine-Tails, snarling and desperate, was ripped from the Shinigami's grasp mid-transfer. The god of death paused, confused, its mask tilting slightly toward Naruto, whose eyes glowed faintly with a power not of this world. In the next moment, the soul vanished, sealed within the child. No one was watching Naruto. The chamber fell silent. The Shinigami lowered its blade, its task incomplete. No soul claimed. No life taken. The spectral god faded back into nothingness. Hiruzen collapsed to one knee, gasping but alive. Minato rushed to his side, astonished that he was still there. Hiruzen looked at his hands, stunned that the seal had never been completed. Neither man fully understood what had happened as they turned to the children. Aiko and Renjiro bore the seals clearly on their stomachs, visible signs of the chakra sealed within. But Naruto had nothing, no seal, no mark, just those quiet eyes now closed in slumber. Minato exhaled, his heart still racing. He thought it was over. None of them realized that the soul of the Nine-Tails, its mind, its hatred, its will now rested in the one child they had thought untouched. Somewhere deep within that small body, a foreign system, ancient and waiting, had just awakened. Deep within Naruto, as he lay in the quiet of the shrine, the air around him shimmered with something unseen. A presence, cold and unknowable, wrapped around his infant form. It was neither the Nine-Tails nor the Shinigami, something far older and more powerful. A voice, faint yet commanding, echoed in Naruto's mind, declaring that he was the vessel now, destined to carry the weight of what others feared while holding the key to power beyond their understanding. A surge of energy flooded through him, subtle yet undeniable. A new system appeared before his eyes, invisible to everyone else, a strange interface that only he could perceive. Strange symbols flickered across his mind, a map of power and options, choices he would soon learn to navigate. The presence spoke again, its words imbued with a chilling promise. His path would be one of survival, questions, answers, darkness, and light. The fox's strength would guide him, but only if he chose to wield it. Then, as quickly as it had come, the power faded, leaving Naruto in his crib, innocent and unaware as before. But something deep within him had shifted. A connection, born from the chaos of the night, had taken root. A connection no one would understand. Not yet. The system, now fully integrated with its host, pulsed silently within Naruto's mind, ready to awaken with his first steps into the world. 5 years later, time had passed. Konoha had rebuilt its walls, repaired its homes, and returned to a fragile peace. To the villagers, the nightmare had ended. The Nine Tails was sealed and the threat was gone. Life could move on. But in one household, the home of the Hokage, not all was whole. Inside the Namikaze compound, laughter echoed across the training field. The sun bathed the courtyard in gold as two children dashed across the grass, kunai in hand, chakra flaring in bursts of raw, unpolished potential. Minato's voice was firm yet full of pride as he guided them in their training. Aiko, fierce and bright-eyed, adjusted her stance as her younger brother Renjiro launched a wind-enhanced shuriken that struck the practice post with a satisfying thud. Their parents beamed with pride, creating a picture of warmth and family. But not all the family was present. Upstairs, behind the window of a dimly lit room, a small figure sat quietly. His breath fogged the glass as he watched his parents train his siblings. Naruto sat with his knees drawn to his chest, a worn blanket wrapped around his thin shoulders. His golden hair fell over eyes dulled not by lack of intelligence, but by something far colder, absence. No one called him down. No one offered him a kunai. No one even glanced toward his window. He had not been hugged. He had not been trained. Not once. He didn't understand why. He had no chakra. Not like Aiko. Not like Renjiro. Every checkup had said the same thing. Chakra levels below functional. One medic had whispered, defective, when they thought he couldn't hear. But Naruto did hear. He always did. He saw the way his mother looked past him. The way his father spoke to him like a stranger, kind but distant. The way the villagers whispered behind his back even though they smiled at his siblings. He had learned to stop asking questions. He had learned to stop hoping. The only thing that stayed with him was the silence, and that faint, unreadable interface that hovered at the edge of his vision whenever he closed his eyes. The system. He still didn't understand it. Couldn't read most of the words. Couldn't open most of the menus. But sometimes, when he was alone, it pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Tonight, as the sun dipped below the edge of the trees and Aiko's laughter still rang outside, Naruto whispered to the air, wondering why he was the only one. And from somewhere deep within the silence, the system answered faint, almost forgotten, survive. The sky over Konoha was gray with soft rain, clouds heavy with mist that blurred the edges of the Hokage monument. In the Namikaze household, the dining room echoed with laughter, the scent of grilled fish and fresh rice filling the air. It was Aiko and Renjiro's 6th birthday. Banners were strung from the walls, gifts neatly wrapped and stacked high. Friends of the family, clan heads, and even shinobi instructors came to congratulate the prodigies of Konoha's future. The house was filled with joy, smiles, and celebration. But not all the children were at the table. Upstairs, alone in the dark, Naruto sat on his bed. No invitation. No mention of his name. Not even a glance. It was his birthday too. His 6th. And no one had remembered. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass of his window, watching as Renjiro proudly showed off his new kunai set, and Aiko unwrapped a scroll labeled Advanced Chakra Control. The crowd clapped and laughed. Naruto turned away. His stomach growled, but he didn't move. He was used to hunger by now. He was used to the silence. But then a scream. It pierced the celebration below like a needle through cloth. Naruto spun toward the window just in time to see a bolt of rogue lightning, a jutsu gone wild, rip through the air from a young guest's chakra accident. The technique struck the support beam of the balcony where Renjiro stood. The wood splintered. The beam cracked. Renjiro lost his balance. He was falling. Naruto's body moved without thought. He sprinted down the stairs, feet pounding across the floor. The adults were still stunned, reacting too slow, too shocked. Aiko screamed her brother's name. Minato turned, but he was too far. Naruto was faster. Faster than he'd ever been. He dove forward, arms outstretched. He landed hard on his side, shielding Renjiro with his body as they crashed into the wet dirt. Pain exploded across his ribs, but he didn't care. Renjiro blinked in shock, silent, staring up at the brother no one remembered. Naruto's name lingered in the air, but the moment didn't last. Minato rushed forward, eyes filled with panic, asking if Renjiro was all right. He barely looked at Naruto. The night was quiet. The air held a biting chill that slipped through the trees as if even the wind knew to stay silent. Naruto moved with careful steps along the outer edge of the Namake's estate, his chakra cloaked beneath the system's guidance. The technique Itachi's scroll had triggered Veil Slip flowed around him like a whisper. Active skill, Veil Slip, presence suppressed detection nullified duration remaining. For 21 he didn't know what had drawn him tonight. Only that a strange tension clung to the estate, whispers behind closed doors, flickers of secrecy. And so he followed it. Past the courtyard. Past the clan banners. To the study. The voices inside were low. Serious. Minato. Kushina. He pressed close, barely daring to breathe. Minato spoke of how they had trained Aiko and Renjiro hard over the past few months, mentioning Aiko's stabilizing control and Renjiro's wild chakra. Kushina replied that they had to be ready, recalling the Elder Toad's words about the prophecy. Naruto tensed at the mention of prophecy. Minato exhaled, explaining that a child of the 4th generation, bearing the tailed beast's power, would face a great storm, destined to either save or destroy the shinobi world. There was a pause, and then Kushina spoke again, quieter, about how both Aiko and Renjiro had the chakra of the 9 tails, believing that this was what the prophecy meant. Minato's voice turned uncertain as he asked about Naruto, expressing concern about being their brother. Kushina gently interrupted, stating that Naruto didn't have the beast's power and didn't need them the way Aiko and Renjiro did. Minato fell silent. Kushina's voice cracked slightly as she shared her own experience as a Jinchuriki, vowing not to let Aiko or Renjiro feel the same weight she had. She sounded tired. She had thought Naruto would understand, that he would be the one who didn't need them as much, that he could just be a normal child. Minato's voice was quiet as he pointed out that they never asked him if that was what he wanted. There was a long pause, then Kushina whispered about doing what they had to for the world and the prophecy. Naruto staggered back, breath caught in his throat. He barely made it behind a tree before his knees gave out. The system pulsed softly, but he ignored it. They hadn't even considered him. Not once. In their minds, he was the one who didn't need love. Didn't need support. Didn't need them. Because he was. What? Empty? Normal? Forgotten? A bitter laugh rose in his throat, but it never escaped. Instead, something inside him cracked and let something else flow in. Cold. Silent. Chirp. The fox stirred within him, revealing the truth. Naruto didn't respond. He stood, eyes hard. And the system's screen shimmered again. Title updated, The Unseen Heir. You have uncovered the truth they tried to justify. In their world, you are the extra piece. Forgotten. But not broken. Title bonus. Plus 20% stealth against known targets, plus 5 willpower when resisting emotional trauma. Naruto turned and vanished into the night. No tears. No outburst. Only quiet resolve. Mission updated. Shape your destiny, branch activated. Surpass the prophecy, let them prepare their chosen. He would forge his own fate and leave the world stunned. Training in the shadows. The next morning, the Namake's household buzzed with routine. But Naruto was gone. He had left before dawn, slipping into the forest with nothing but the scroll Itachi had given him, a blank notebook, and the resolve of someone who had finally decided. If no one would build him, he'd build himself. Beneath the cover of the trees, Naruto began again. Harder. Faster. Longer. He drilled his body through the system's recommended regimens modified to extremes. Chakra control while sprinting. Tree climbing with shifting weights. Water walking under constant motion. Meditation with negative chakra exposure to understand the Kurama soul inside him. His fists bore the marks of his training. His eyes burned from sleepless nights. But the system watched and adapted. Skill proficiency increased. Chakra flow control, LV. 2, LV. 5. New ability, Pulse weave, channel chakra through surfaces to detect nearby movement. Physical endurance +1. Mental fortitude +2. Every fall taught him something. Every scar became a lesson. And beneath it all, the nine tails observed in strange silence. It mused that Naruto should have broken by now, should have been screaming. Yet here he was, sharpening his resolve. Naruto exhaled, frost curling from his lips. He stood atop a mountain ridge, chakra holding his feet steady on the vertical cliff wall as the wind tore at his thin frame. But he did not move. He only listened and felt. The world was slowly becoming his. System update, status report. Name, Namikaze Naruto. Age 6. Level. Titles. The Forgotten Vessel. Child of the Fox's Soul. The Unseen Heir. Stats. Strength, 12-14. Agility, 14-18. Chakra. Infinity, still unquantifiable. Control, 11-15. Intellect, 13-16. Willpower, 22-28. New traits unlocked. Iron DSP, training gains doubled when alone. Hunter's Calm, you remain undetectable even when targeted. Skill gains. Chakra Flow Control, LV, 5. Veil Slip, LV 3. Fox Step, Blink LV 2. Pulse Weave, LV 1. In a quiet glade lit by moonlight, Naruto sat cross-legged. His chakra pulsed in rhythm with the system now. His breathing was measured, posture perfect. He was no longer the neglected boy. He was a hidden storm unseen and unheard, but growing more powerful with every heartbeat. System notification. You are ready to begin path selection at level. Continue forging forward, Namikaze Naruto. Far off in the distance, Itachi paused during patrol. He turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. He sensed that chakra again. Naruto had trained past exhaustion. His body ached, and his breath came in slow bursts as he knelt by a stream, splashing cold water onto his face. The forest had grown quiet, even the wind was still. Then he heard a sound, soft, broken, weak. A whimper. Naruto froze. It wasn't human. He rose carefully, letting his senses extend outward through pulse weave. The technique shimmered against nearby surfaces, detecting tremors, subtle sounds, life. There, behind the roots of an old, splintered tree, he approached silently, chakra cloaking his steps. As he drew near, the sound grew louder, more desperate. Then he saw it, a small wolf pup, no older than a few weeks, trapped beneath a fallen branch. Its white fur was matted with dirt. One leg twisted unnaturally. It whimpered again, eyes flicking up to him, frightened and alone. Naruto didn't hesitate. With quiet strength, he lifted the branch and set it aside. The pup yelped softly as he reached out. He knelt beside it, assuring it that he meant no harm. System notification. Threat level, none. Injured spirit-blooded creature detected. Compatibility check, 94%. Bond opportunity, wild familiar. Would you like to initiate? Naruto blinked. Familiar? He looked at the trembling pup in his arms. It was staring at him now, less afraid, as if it could see something in him, something buried deep under the silence and scars. He chose to accept the bond. Wild familiar bond initiated. Spirit wolf pup, designation pending. Special trait acquired, soul link, lesser. Allows you to share minor chakra and sense feedback with bonded creature. Growth is linked. New title, Guardian of the Lost. You gave protection without being asked. In the wild, some eyes begin to watch you differently. Naruto gathered the pup into his arms, wrapping it gently in his worn cloak. The animal didn't struggle. It nestled close, letting out a soft, tired breath. He reflected on their shared experiences, realizing they were both a little broken. In the middle of an unforgiving forest and an even more unforgiving world, Naruto gained something no one had ever given him: trust. Days passed since Naruto had found Luna, the little wolf pup now at his side. She had quickly recovered from her injury, her small body healing under Naruto's gentle care. As much as he focused on his own training, he never let his attention stray too far from Luna. They were both, in their own ways, survivors. One morning, after hours of chakra exercises in the forest, Naruto sat down beside a large boulder. His legs were sore, his body weary, but Luna, now a bit stronger and more energetic, sat beside him, her silver fur glistening under the sun. The bond between them had already deepened. She nudged his hand with her nose, looking up at him with wide, intelligent eyes. Naruto smiled softly as he ruffled her head, wondering if she wanted to train too. She let out a small bark, wagging her tail in response. As he chuckled and closed his eyes, his fingers rested lightly on Luna's fur. He focused, sensing her presence and emotions. The connection between them had only grown since that day. Now, he could feel Luna's bond with him, a gentle pulse of gratitude, warmth, and even a hint of mischief. A new thought formed in his mind. If they trained together, they would both get stronger. Luna yipped in agreement, her ears perking up and her tail wagging faster. Later that evening, after the sun had set and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Naruto set up a small campfire. Luna curled up next to him, her body warm against his legs. As the fire crackled, Naruto gazed at the stars while Luna rested her head on her paws, watching the flames with him. He spoke quietly into the night, reflecting on how finding her had changed him. He never thought he would have something that relied on him. He realized that she was the first one who truly needed him. Luna gave a low whine and nuzzled his hand, leaning into him as if offering comfort. Naruto smiled, the first genuine smile he had experienced in a long while. They were both a little broken, but perhaps they could make each other whole. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, Naruto stood with Luna by his side, training with chakra control again, more precise and calculated. As he moved, Luna mirrored him, her small form darting around him with surprising agility, weaving between trees and rocks, showcasing her growing strength. Naruto felt her presence beside him not as a mere animal, but as a partner. Luna's form became more confident with each passing day, and Naruto's heart swelled with pride. They were a team now. When she jumped high enough to catch a thrown rock in midair, Naruto grinned and cheered for her. Luna barked joyfully, her tail wagging furiously, and she trotted back to him, dropping the rock at his feet with a proud look. For the first time in his life, Naruto didn't feel like the forgotten one. Not with Luna beside him. They would face whatever challenges came their way, together. The call of the wild. It was a quiet afternoon in the forest. Naruto sat cross-legged near the small creek where he often trained with Luna. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow across the clearing. Luna was by his side, curled up in the grass with her head resting on his lap. He absent-mindedly ran his fingers through her fur, humming softly. Suddenly, the air shifted. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and his fingers paused mid-motion. A low, distant howl echoed through the trees. Luna stirred, her ears perked up, and her head jerked in the direction of the sound, her pupils dilating. Another howl followed, then another. Luna stood, her body tense, her fur bristling. She turned toward the woods, her instincts urging her to move. Naruto felt a wave of concern wash over him as he wondered what was happening. Luna glanced back at him briefly before darting toward the forest's edge, her movements quick and agile. He called out to her, rising to his feet, but she didn't stop. Her ears were flat against her head, and her body was low to the ground. The howls were getting closer, and Naruto's heart began to race. He had no idea what was unfolding, but he sensed the importance of the moment. He followed her, chasing after the pup through the forest, adrenaline pumping through his veins. Finally, after what felt like hours, Naruto found Luna standing in a clearing, her body stiff as she stared into the dense trees. A pack of wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with a wild, untamed intelligence. At the front of the pack was a large silver wolf, its fur glinting like moonlight. The wolf's eyes locked onto Luna, soft yet filled with undeniable power. Luna stepped forward, her tail held high as she faced the pack, her stance confident and regal. Naruto stood at the edge of the clearing, confused and unsure. His chest tightened as he watched Luna interact with the pack. They were her kind, her family, and as much as he had grown to love her, he knew that Luna belonged to them. The silver wolf, which he assumed was the pack leader, stepped closer to Luna. The two wolves locked eyes, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire forest held its breath. The leader gave a low growl, acknowledging Luna's presence and her bond with Naruto. Luna took a step back, her body turning slightly, and then, without looking at Naruto, she turned her gaze to the leader. Her body relaxed, accepting her place among the pack. A deep sadness washed over Naruto as he took a slow step forward, his heart aching. He didn't want Luna to leave him. She had been the one thing that kept him grounded, the one companion he had ever truly cared for. But Luna was a wild creature, not meant to be caged by bonds that weren't her own. The pack leader let out a soft growl, and the other wolves circled Luna. She stood still, not afraid, not resisting. Her tail swayed lightly, the quiet understanding between them clear. Naruto felt his throat tighten as he whispered her name, his voice shaky. He expressed his wish for her to stay, but Luna looked back at him, her silver eyes meeting his. There was a moment of quiet between them. Her gaze wasn't sad, but it was full of understanding. She was leaving, but she wasn't abandoning him. She was returning to where she belonged. For a long moment, they remained still. Naruto's heart hurt, but he knew this was what was right for her. Finally, Luna stepped away from him, slowly turning back to the pack. She gave one last glance over her shoulder, and then, with a final soft howl, she disappeared into the trees. The pack followed her into the forest, their forms vanishing into the shadows. Naruto stood alone in the clearing. The wind rustled through the trees, but the silence felt heavy. He felt a shift within himself as he processed the bond that had been severed. He had protected and healed the lost, and now they returned to their roots. He would not forget this bond. Though his heart still ached, he remained in the clearing, staring at the empty space where Luna had stood just moments before. For the first time in his life, he truly understood what it meant to love someone, to care for them so deeply that he would let them go if it was what was best for them. And that was how Naruto learned to let go quietly, not in anger, but in acceptance. A new resolve. Days passed since Luna had left him, but Naruto had not forgotten. The weight of her absence pressed on him, as if the very forest itself had become quieter and emptier. Yet, in the hollow left by Luna's departure, something new began to form inside him, a strength not from the power he had learned to wield, but from something deeper and more fragile. Naruto trained harder now, though his routine had subtly changed. He no longer sought to grow stronger for the sake of vengeance or recognition. His goal was different. He trained to protect, to honor the bond he had shared with Luna, the trust and love they had given each other. It wasn't just about mastering the powers of the Nine Tails or becoming a force in the shadows. It was about being someone who could protect what was precious without ever losing sight of what mattered most. His chakra surged with new purpose, a calmness in his movements that hadn't existed before. He no longer trained in isolation, consumed by bitterness or the weight of neglect. Now, every strike and every breath was for something greater than himself. He ran through the forest at dawn, pushing his physical limits, scaling rocks, and leaping from tree to tree. But he did it with a different focus. When his feet met the branches, he imagined Luna's graceful leaps and her confidence in the wild. He had learned from her, even without realizing it. He thought to himself that he was not alone. The memory of Luna's gaze, her trust, and her silent support, the bond they shared, was always with him. Naruto's training regimen had evolved. He no longer relied solely on the system's guidance. Instead, he focused on honing his own instincts, using Luna's memory to fuel his dedication. His speed, reflexes, and chakra control became more refined and precise. His abilities with the system grew, but now there was a deep stillness in his power. He had learned to balance strength with restraint. He had learned that true power came not from overwhelming others but from understanding and controlling oneself. A new skill had been acquired, Protector's Heart, which increased all stats by 10% when protecting someone or something dear. He had also earned the title Guardian's Resolve, marking the first step on the path of protection, a journey defined by sacrifice. The first time Naruto truly felt the weight of his new purpose was during a training session months after Luna had left. He had pushed himself to the limit again, testing his new abilities, when he heard a familiar cry in the distance, a child. Instinctively, Naruto's heart raced. Without thinking, he sprinted toward the sound, following the echo through the trees. He arrived to find a small girl cornered by a wild boar. The beast, larger than her, snorted and pawed at the ground, preparing to charge. The girl was paralyzed with fear. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and his body shifted into action. He didn't hesitate. Drawing on his chakra, he used Veil Slip to appear behind the boar, striking with a precise kick to its side, sending the animal crashing into a tree. The boar staggered, disoriented, and before it could recover, Naruto threw a kunai with perfect accuracy, pinning it down. The animal squealed, but Naruto stood firm, his eyes resolute. The girl, shaking, stared at him with wide eyes. Naruto knelt down, his voice gentle despite the raw power still surging through him. He assured her that she was safe now. The girl's trembling hands reached out to him, and for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt a sense of peace. He had protected someone for Luna, for himself. As time passed, Naruto began to take on more missions, not for glory or recognition, but because he understood the weight of protecting others. He still felt the ache of Luna's absence, but he carried that pain with him, channeling it into every action he took. Each mission and each day spent training became a step in his journey. His purpose was clear: to protect those who could not protect themselves. In a way, this was Luna's legacy, her silent guidance that Naruto had unknowingly followed all along. The world might have forgotten him, but Naruto would never forget the lesson Luna taught him. True strength lies in what you are willing to protect. The day of Naruto's 7th birthday arrived, a day like any other, silent and unremarkable. The sun rose over the village of Konoha, casting its soft light across the familiar landscape. But for Naruto, today was different. He could feel it in his bones, a strange tug at the edges of his consciousness. Something inside him was stirring. As he walked through the familiar streets, no one seemed to remember him. His parents Minato and Kushina were busy with Aiko and Renjiro, their attention focused on the twins. It was almost as though he didn't exist. No birthday wishes, no smiles, no acknowledgement. Naruto walked past the crowded streets, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his worn jacket, his head low. He had grown used to being invisible, a shadow in a world that never seemed to care. The weight of their neglect was heavy on his chest, but today, something in him felt different. Today, he could sense something powerful stirring within him. He stopped in front of the Hokage monument, looking up at the faces carved into the stone. Their stoic expressions seemed to mock him. A cold breeze rustled his hair, and as he stood there, something shifted inside of him. His vision flickered for a moment, as if reality itself had stuttered. He blinked, and suddenly, the king's eyes awakened. His pupils expanded, the irises shifting into a deep, glowing gold that seemed to burn with ancient power. In an instant, everything changed. The world around him became sharper and clearer. He could see it all, feel it all. A new ability had been unlocked. King's Eyes Stage 1. Emotional Perception. This ability granted him the power to perceive the emotions of those around him. He could feel their fear, love, anger, and despair. The more he focused, the deeper he could see. His surroundings seemed to distort slightly, as if he were seeing them through a new lens. He could hear the distant murmurs of the villagers, but it wasn't just their words that reached him. He could feel everything, their emotions radiating from them like an aura. The anger of a merchant as he shouted at a customer, the unease of a child trying to find comfort in her mother's arms. The indifference of the people passing by him felt like they were walking past a ghost. His gaze shifted back to his parents, Kushina and Minato, who stood at the front of their house, surrounded by Aiko and Renjiro. Naruto focused on them, feeling the warmth of Kushina's gentle smile directed at Renjiro and the care in her voice as she spoke to Aiko. There was a deep, undying love for her children, but beneath it, Naruto sensed a subtle guilt, as if she knew she was neglecting something important. However, that feeling was fleeting. The overwhelming emotion was love for the twins. Minato stood beside her, lost in thought, his emotions a mix of pride for his children and exhaustion. There was no trace of Naruto in his heart. A breath caught in Naruto's throat. He had always known, but seeing it so clearly in the rawness of their emotions brought a different kind of pain. It felt like a cold, sharp knife lodged deep inside him. Taking a step back, he felt his vision blur, the gold in his eyes flickering as he blinked rapidly. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he turned and ran, sprinting away from the house, away from the eyes that didn't notice him. His heart pounded in his chest as he dashed through the streets of Konoha, not knowing where he was going, only that he needed to escape the suffocating feeling of being invisible and forgotten. The world around him seemed to spin, and his raw emotions began to rise to the surface. As he ran, he could still feel their emotions and see their faces in his mind. But now, it wasn't just their feelings. He could hear whispers in the air, voices of others saying things he couldn't understand. A sudden realization struck him as he staggered to a stop, panting heavily, trying to regain his composure. The wind blew through the trees, but his mind was overwhelmed by the flood of emotions around him. He could feel it all, everything, but he didn't know what to do with it. It was too much for someone who had already been living in the shadows of neglect. Steadying himself against a nearby tree, his breathing slowed, and he realized something important. He didn't know why the king's eyes had awakened that day, or who or what had given him this power, but it felt different, alive. In that moment, with the overwhelming sense of the world's emotions crashing against him, Naruto made a vow. He wouldn't let this power go to waste. He wouldn't allow the eyes that saw so much of the world to become a curse. He would use them to protect, to understand, and to finally stand in the light, even if he had to fight for it. Later that evening, as night fell over Konoha, Naruto stood alone in his small room. The glow of his eyes had faded, but the knowledge of what they had revealed still burned inside him. No one had wished him a happy birthday, not Minato, not Kushina, and certainly not Aiko or Renjiro. Yet, in that silence, Naruto understood something new about himself. He wasn't just the forgotten child, he was something more. One day, the world would see him for who he truly was. The sun had long set over Konoha, and the village was alive with lantern light and laughter. At the Uzumaki Namikaze compound, the main hall glowed warmly. Tables were covered with food, streamers lined the walls, and two small cakes sat side by side, one decorated with Renjiro's name in blue frosting, and the other with Aiko's in red. Laughter filled the air, the sound of happy children and proud parents. Shinobi from other clans had arrived as well, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, bringing gifts and smiles for the twins. Naruto stood just beyond the doorway, hidden in the shadows of the corridor, his eyes dull as he watched the party unfold without him. He wasn't invited. He hadn't even been acknowledged. Not even today. Not even on his own birthday. He was used to it by now, but that didn't stop the sting. This time was different. Earlier that day, he had seen the raw, unconcealed emotions that screamed the truth. He wasn't in their hearts. As he turned to leave, a soft voice called from the party. Naruto froze. At the academy sparring grounds, Naruto stood at the edge of the training arena, his heart beating rapidly with nervous anticipation. The clear morning air was filled with whispers and sidelong glances from his classmates, who expected nothing extraordinary from the quiet newcomer. Naruto felt the familiar sting of their underestimating eyes, a silent chorus of doubt that he had grown used to hearing. One of the junior instructors, a tall man with a sharp gaze, announced the match. He called for Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to step forward to the center. Naruto's stomach twisted. This was it, and he wouldn't let them underestimate him. He sensed the half-curious, half-pitying looks from the other students. Glancing at Sasuke across the sparring ring, he saw Sasuke standing tall and focused, their customary rivalry unspoken, his eyes cold and unreadable. Naruto swallowed and straightened his posture. The class cleared a larger space around the center. The instructor raised his voice, signaling the start of the match. Naruto's fingers trembled slightly around the hilt of his wooden practice kunai. Every muscle in him was tense. Memories of snide laughs and dismissive looks churned in his mind. He closed his eyes briefly, reminding himself that he wouldn't let them underestimate him. The class fell silent. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. When the instructor clapped his hands, Naruto leaped into action before Sasuke could fully anticipate it. He dashed forward with a feigned left and spun into a quick kick aimed at Sasuke's side. Naruto moved with quiet confidence, an unexpected move made possible by hours of secret practice. Sasuke blinked in surprise as Naruto's foot grazed his thigh. Sasuke stumbled but recovered instantly, his eyes narrowing. A hush fell over the class, even the instructors seemed surprised. Sasuke straightened, scowling, and acknowledged Naruto's speed with a low murmur that sounded almost like a warning. Naruto countered with a swift twist and a forward move, stepping forward with a quick grin slipping under his mask. He felt the thrill of the moment, keeping his gaze locked on Sasuke. Sasuke blocked Naruto's attack, his expression unreadable. Then he countered with a quick palm strike. Naruto rolled backward to avoid it, feeling the heat of Sasuke's palm passing just inches from his face. The pair exchanged blows, Naruto's movements light and surprisingly deft. He ducked under one of Sasuke's punches and threw one of his own, catching Sasuke off guard. Sasuke's eyes widened. The match was clearly not going as planned. Naruto's strike sent him stumbling backward, and the class gasped in surprise. For the first time, Naruto noticed a flicker of doubt on Sasuke's proud face. Quickly, Naruto readied himself as Sasuke regained his balance. Sasuke advanced in a blur, but Naruto sidestepped at the last moment, landing a quick palm strike on Sasuke's shoulder and pushing him off-center. It was a simple move, but precise. The class watched with wide eyes. A small cheer rose from the sidelines, but it was silenced by the instructor's stern glare. Sasuke shook off the hit, scowling, sweat beading at his temples. He straightened and nodded faintly, acknowledging Naruto's skill. The fight wasn't over, but Sasuke knew Naruto was making him work for it. When the instructor signaled the end of the match, both boys stepped back, catching their breath. Naruto's classmates stood a little straighter now, looking at him with newfound curiosity. A few whispered, perhaps wondering about his skill. Naruto glanced around. Someone mouthed that they hadn't expected that. He felt a flutter of warmth, pride, maybe respect rise in response as the usual dismissive smirks were replaced by surprise and a hint of approval. They were finally seeing him. Maybe he wasn't just the quiet kid anymore. Naruto turned his attention to Sasuke, whose face was flushed with effort and something else. Naruto could sense it. Quietly, he activated the ability he called the King's Eyes. A faint golden tint swept across his vision and settled into his gaze. This power was a secret he had discovered by accident, something no one else in class would know. Naruto's perspective shifted. He saw Sasuke in a new light. The walls Sasuke usually held up around himself flickered. Under Sasuke's stoic expression, Naruto read a tangled mix of emotions. In Sasuke's eyes, he saw a flash of vulnerability, a fear he had never seen before in the proud boy. It was the fear of not living up to someone else's expectations. Naruto hesitated, lowering his stance slightly. Sasuke had always been strong and confident in his public face, but Naruto realized that even Sasuke had doubts hidden deep inside. His chest tightened with an unexpected wave of empathy. Then, Naruto blinked and softly asked if Sasuke was okay. Sasuke blinked as if suddenly noticing Naruto standing right there. He straightened, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, and regained his composure as if nothing was amiss. He replied tersely that he was fine but didn't press the issue. Naruto offered a nod and straightened, looking around at his classmates. He must have had a rough day, he thought quietly. The instructor crossed his arms, nodding slightly at Naruto, praising both boys for showing skill. Naruto felt his cheeks warm as the praise sank in. It was modest praise, but it meant everything to him. He exhaled slowly, letting the tension drain away. Naruto reflects on the possibility that he might have potential after all. As the class starts to break up, he catches an unexpected whisper about him, suggesting that perhaps he isn't as quiet as everyone thought. Gathering his gear, he feels a small smile spread across his face, the morning sunlight enveloping him in warmth. Standing a little taller, he realizes that today he has earned respect in a way that surpasses anyone's expectations. Although the day's events haven't altered his true self, they have begun to shift how others perceive him. He feels a sense of excitement, knowing that this is just the beginning of his journey. End of the first day. Shadows and expectations. The sun dipped low over the academy grounds, casting golden light across the training yard. The last bell rang out, signaling the end of the first day. Laughter echoed from excited students as they rushed to greet their waiting parents, warm smiles, open arms, and proud praise filling the air. Naruto lingered by the steps, his small fists clenched at his sides. No one waited for him. He watched from a distance as Renjiro and Aiko were swept into Kushina's embrace, her expression glowing with pride. Minato stood behind her with a calm smile, ruffling Renjiro's hair and nodding to Aiko. The Hokage's cloak shifted slightly in the wind as he knelt down, speaking something encouraging to them both. None of them looked toward Naruto. Naruto simply stood still. Not a wave, not a glance. Nothing. He lowered his head, turning to leave, when he noticed movement near the academy's front gate. There stood Fugaku Uchiha, stern and towering, his presence like ice cutting through the warmth of the evening sun. Beside him was Sasuke, Sasuke's twin sister, her dark eyes calm and unreadable. Her posture was impeccable, her chin high with silent confidence. Fugaku placed a firm hand on her shoulder and nodded, acknowledging her efforts. Then his gaze shifted to Sasuke, sharp, narrowed, disappointed. Sasuke stood a step behind his sister, his face unreadable but shoulders tense. Naruto, still hidden by the trees, focused his king's eyes just faintly. Even without fully activating them, he could feel it, the swirl of resentment and hurt beneath Sasuke's stoic mask. Fugaku's voice was cold as he addressed Sasuke, pointing out his mistake. Sasuke looked down, admitting he had underestimated his opponent. Fugaku grunted and turned away without a word of praise. Sasuke followed a few steps behind, his fists clenched, jaw tight. Sasuke didn't look back either, though for the briefest moment, her gaze flicked toward Naruto in the shadows. He couldn't tell if it was pity, curiosity, or something else entirely. Naruto exhaled softly. Even the Uchiha have cracks. The warmth of the sunset did little to soothe the ache in his chest. He sat down on the steps alone, listening to the fading footsteps and joyful chatter. No one came for him. No one asked how his first day went. And yet, a small, quiet fire burned inside him. They had noticed him today. They couldn't ignore him anymore. And he'd seen something they hadn't. Behind power, behind pride, behind legacy, there were cracks in everyone. Even the mighty Uchiha. Even his own family. Even himself. Naruto closed his eyes, whispering to himself as the system softly pulsed in his mind. I'll keep going. Even if no one's watching. Later that evening, beneath the silver leaves, the sun had fully set by the time Naruto made his way back to the old training ground where he usually practiced in secret. Luna, the small white wolf pup, padded quietly beside him, her silver fur glowing faintly in the moonlight. She gave a low whine, sensing the weight in Naruto's steps. Naruto sat against the base of a tree, arms resting on his knees, gazing up at the stars peeking through the canopy. The voices of his classmates, their laughter with parents. His mother's soft voice for Aiko, his father's hand on Renjiro's shoulder, they still echoed in his mind. He sighed. You were impressive today, a voice said, startling him. Naruto looked up sharply but relaxed when he saw Itachi Uchiha stepping out from the shadows, arms tucked loosely into the sleeves of his dark training robe. His expression was calm, as always, but there was something softer in his eyes tonight. Naruto blinked, surprised that Itachi had been watching. Itachi nodded, explaining that he made it a habit to keep an eye on interesting people. Naruto chuckled softly, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He remarked that it must be a short list since most people didn't even look at him. Itachi approached and sat beside him on the grass, cross-legged. Luna sniffed him once and, satisfied, curled up beside Naruto's leg. There was a pause before Itachi spoke again, acknowledging Naruto's performance against Sasuke. Naruto stared at the ground, admitting he hadn't won. Itachi gently reminded him that winning wasn't the point in the eyes of others. He praised Naruto for holding his ground, moving with confidence, and making them see him. Naruto looked at him, uncertainty flickering in his gaze as he asked if he was worth noticing. Itachi turned slightly, his eyes on the moon, and quietly affirmed that Naruto carried more strength than anyone realized, even himself. Another beat of silence passed as the breeze rustled the leaves overhead. Itachi finally asked how Naruto's first day had gone. Naruto hesitated, describing it as weird. He felt the weight of being looked at as if he didn't belong, but after fighting Sasuke, he sensed a shift in their gazes. And when Itachi inquired about his family, Naruto looked away, feeling stiff as he mentioned they were busy with his siblings. Itachi nodded slowly, sharing that he understood what it was like to be seen only for what others wanted or to be forgotten when in need. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at this connection. Itachi offered him a faint smile, warm and understanding, not pitying. He reassured Naruto that being unseen didn't mean he was unworthy, it simply meant his story hadn't started loud enough yet. Naruto swallowed, feeling something thick forming in his throat as he expressed his gratitude. Itachi stood, brushing the grass from his robe, and reminded Naruto to train with the katana he had given him. He cautioned him about the scroll, emphasizing that forbidden jutsu weren't without reason, but he trusted Naruto's judgment. Naruto nodded, promising to heed his advice. As Itachi began to walk away, he paused and turned back, his voice calm but serious. He urged Naruto not just to train to be strong but to train to understand, for that was where real power began. Then he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Naruto sitting beneath the stars, his hand resting on Luna's head, eyes glimmering with something fierce and quiet. He was seen. He was heard. And tomorrow, he would rise again. The night was eerily quiet as Naruto practiced in the forest, his hands forming seals with sharp focus. He was in his element, training harder than ever with his newfound shadow clones. Yet even as he pushed forward, a feeling of emptiness gnawed at him, a void where Luna had once been. It had been a week since she left with her pack. That small, bright wolf pup had been his only companion in his quiet, lonely world. He had hoped she would stay with him, that they would remain together in the forest. But Luna had her own life to live, one with her kin. Naruto couldn't help but feel the absence. Luna had been his first true friend, the one who accepted him without hesitation. As if on cue, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, the deep, thunderous tone of Kurama. The Nine Tails reminded him, "You've been feeling sorry for yourself." Naruto froze, his heart racing. Kurama continued, "Don't waste your time thinking about that little wolf. She has her own path. You have yours." Naruto exhaled, looking up at the canopy. He admitted to the wind, "I know. But I miss her. Humans are so sentimental. It's your weakness, brat. But if you think you can't move forward because of that, you're wrong. Remember who you are. You have something far greater than a wolf at your side." A sharp pang of realization cut through Naruto. Kurama's words resonated deeply, yet he found a strange comfort in them. The Nine Tails had been with him for as long as he could remember, a constant, powerful presence he couldn't shake. He murmured softly, "You're right. But I still don't fully understand what's inside me. What I'm supposed to do with it." Kurama chuckled darkly. "You'll figure it out. You're smarter than you look, kid. But don't think you can keep pretending it's all a game. I'll be here when you're ready to listen." With that, the familiar voice faded, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. For a long time, he sat beneath the stars, his gaze lost in the darkness. The truth was, he didn't have all the answers. The Nine Tails' presence inside him felt both like a curse and a power he couldn't control. But in that moment, he was certain of one thing: he wasn't alone. A memory surfaced, a brief meeting with Kurama. It wasn't the first time Naruto had heard the Nine Tails' voice. Kurama's presence had always been there, hidden deep within him, like a distant storm. He recalled the day he first discovered the true nature of his connection to Kurama. He was just a little boy, barely 5 years old, when he felt an odd sensation deep within him. He stumbled upon a hidden cavern, drawn by an irresistible pull. In the darkness, Kurama had appeared, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes, a face twisted in a mix of anger and amusement. The voice boomed, "So, you're the little brat they've given my chakra to? What a weakling." Terrified, Naruto trembled in front of the giant fox. But something inside him, perhaps his stubbornness, his will to never give up, kept him standing. He whispered, "Who are you?" Kurama's eyes narrowed. "I am Kurama. The Nine Tails. And you? You are my jailer, whether you like it or not." Instead of the anger Naruto expected, Kurama's voice softened slightly. "You're not like the others. You're different, human. I can feel it. But don't get too cocky. You're nothing but a vessel to me. A tool to contain my power. Don't think you can control me." Naruto hadn't understood everything Kurama said back then, but it didn't matter. What stuck with him was how, despite the words, the presence had never fully felt like a threat. It felt more like a challenge, a riddle he needed to solve. Since that day, his connection with the Nine Tails had been strange, sometimes hostile, sometimes oddly supportive. But now, with his training intensifying, he could feel Kurama's energy buzzing inside him, ever present. The power of the Nine Tails was becoming more tangible with each passing day. Naruto knew that sooner or later, he'd have to face Kurama. And when that time came, he would be ready. The sun had barely risen, casting soft golden rays across the village of Konoha. The air was crisp, the scent of morning dew hanging in the cool breeze. It was still early, and most of the children were excited, eager to start another day at the academy. Naruto stood outside his house, the morning light flickering across his face, but his thoughts were distant. The previous day had been a blur, too many eyes, too many expectations, and too much pressure. Everyone in class had focused on Sasuke, Aiko, and Renjiro, but none had really looked at him. He didn't mind. He had learned early on that it was easier to be invisible. His parents hadn't even remembered his birthday. Not that it mattered, he was used to it by now. Naruto sighed and walked toward the academy, Luna nowhere in sight. She was off with her pack as she should be. There was no time for weakness. The second day at the academy felt much like the first. Students filed in, and Naruto, as usual, sat in the back of the classroom, not trying to draw attention to himself. The whispers were soft, barely there, but he could feel them, the curiosity, the judgment. It wasn't much different than what he had felt his whole life. Sasuke entered the room with a stern expression, his usual aloofness intact. His twin sister, Sasuke, followed closely behind, her eyes sweeping the room before settling on Naruto. There was something unreadable in her gaze, but Naruto had learned not to try to figure out those who wore masks. Hinata took her seat beside Naruto, offering a shy smile, though she didn't speak. He noticed she seemed to avoid eye contact, but there was something in the way she studied him that felt different, like she was trying to understand him without words. Shikamaru, sitting a few desks over, looked like he was already half asleep, his head resting on his hand as he stared lazily out the window. Naruto thought the boy seemed to live in his own world. Their instructor, Irika Umino, entered the classroom with a warm smile, waving off the students' chatter. He called for their attention, ready to start the day. Naruto was eager for the day's lesson on chakra control and the basics of the transformation jutsu. Though his mind wandered, the mention of chakra drew him in. He had already improved his chakra control through training with his clones, and the idea of mastering a transformation technique excited him. He knew that chakra manipulation was an area where he could excel, and that skill would be invaluable. Irika began the lesson by demonstrating the hand seals for the transformation jutsu. He explained that this technique allowed a person to change their appearance to resemble someone or something else, making it useful for infiltration, reconnaissance, and stealth. Naruto watched intently, feeling the chakra flowing within him like an endless stream. Unlike his classmates, he possessed an abundance of chakra, but he needed to learn how to control it and make it work for him. When it was his turn, he stepped to the front of the class, and the room fell silent. Irika encouraged him with a warm smile, prompting him to transform into something. With determination, Naruto formed the necessary hand seals and declared the technique. A puff of smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, he had transformed into Itachi Uchiha. He stood tall, his hair styled in the Uchiha fashion, and his eyes sharp and focused. The class fell silent, and Naruto felt the weight of their gazes. In that moment, he was more than just Naruto Uzumaki. He felt a glimpse of Itachi's strength and calmness. However, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, and the transformation began to falter. He quickly reverted to his normal form. Irika offered encouragement, praising Naruto's effort and reminding him to focus on controlling his chakra. Though he nodded in response, frustration bubbled within him. He yearned to demonstrate his true potential. Later, as the bell rang for lunch, Naruto stepped into the hallway to clear his mind. As he approached the corner near the stairs, he overheard Sasuke and Sasuke speaking in hushed tones. Sasuke's expression was as stoic as ever, but something in Sasuke's tone caught Naruto's attention. Her words were sharp and clipped. Sasuke expressed her indifference, suggesting that Sasuke should not concern himself with Naruto. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he insisted that he did not care about Naruto, but rather disliked anyone obstructing his path. Naruto froze, hidden just around the corner. He sensed jealousy emanating from Sasuke, an emotion that revealed the tension and irritation he struggled to conceal. It was clear that this was not merely about Naruto. Sasuke's pride was being challenged in ways he was reluctant to acknowledge. Sasuke glanced in Naruto's direction, her expression unreadable, before turning to follow Sasuke, their footsteps echoing down the hall. Naruto remained still for a moment, contemplating the situation. He did not understand why Sasuke felt the need to act this way, but he recognized that it was not his place to intervene. He simply needed to keep moving forward. Days later, tensions and threads. The days began to blur into a steady rhythm at the academy. Taijutsu drills filled the mornings, chakra control practice occupied the afternoons, and teamwork exercises were scattered in between. Most students fell into familiar patterns, forming cliques as their bonds solidified. Naruto, once the outcast in the back of the classroom, had transformed. He was not quite popular or feared, but he was certainly not ignored anymore, especially by Sasuke Uchiha. An unspoken rivalry. Sasuke had always been the top of the class, calm, precise, and gifted. As the son of the Uchiha clan head, he was accustomed to being in the spotlight. Yet, ever since their first sparring match, something about Naruto had shifted in his eyes. He would never voice it, but Naruto was different. He was unpredictable, and that made him intriguing. During taijutsu drills, Sasuke would steal glances at Naruto, matching his pace and trying to outdo him. Naruto, who had once kept to himself, felt the challenge ignite a spark within him. The academy courtyard buzzed with excitement as students prepared for the sparring competition. Irika and Mizuki stood by, ready to oversee the matches, while a crowd gathered parents, older students, and even some clans watched with anticipation. Naruto stood in line with the other competitors, his mind focused but his heart heavy. This was more than just another fight. It was a test of his strength, resolve, and ability to fight with the burden he carried. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, encouraging him. This was his chance to showcase his true potential. First fight, Naruto vs. Kiba. As Naruto stepped into the ring opposite Kiba Inuzuka, he noticed Kiba's wild grin and confident stance, signaling that he was ready to impress. Irika called for the match to begin. Kiba lunged first, using his canine-enhanced agility to dart at Naruto. The speed was impressive, but Naruto's reflexes were sharper. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and formed a quick seal veil slip. In an instant, he vanished, appearing behind Kiba, who stumbled forward in confusion. Naruto remarked that Kiba had speed but was too predictable. Kiba snarled, determined to turn the tide. He reached into his pouch and tossed a smoke bomb, shrouding the field in mist. Naruto activated his king's eyes, his gaze sweeping through the smoke. He sensed Kiba's racing pulse, fear of losing, not of Naruto himself. With a grin, Naruto darted forward and swept Kiba's feet out from under him. Kiba hit the ground hard, breathless. Irika declared Naruto the winner. Second fight, Aiko vs. Hinata. Aiko stepped into the ring, her eyes cold and focused, facing Hinata Hyuga. The two exchanged glances, Aiko's expression flat, while Hinata's cheeks flushed with determination. Irika signaled the start of the match. Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan, her eyes swirling with chakra-enhanced vision. She moved to strike with precise, gentle palms, aiming to disable Aiko's movements. Aiko countered with fluid grace, blocking Hinata's strikes with well-placed hand techniques. Aiko acknowledged Hinata's improvement, dodging another blow. Hinata hesitated, admitting she had been training harder. Aiko smirked, narrowing her eyes as she rushed forward, sending a series of quick jabs more aggressive, testing Hinata's defenses. Hinata struggled to keep up, Aiko's movements flawless and almost effortless. With one well-timed strike, Aiko hit Hinata's shoulder, forcing her to take a step back. Irika announced Aiko as the winner. Third fight, Renjiro vs Shikamaru. Renjiro stood tall, looking at Shikamaru Nara, who lazily stood with his hands behind his head. Irika called for the match to begin. Renjiro wasted no time, rushing forward with incredible speed and launching a flurry of quick strikes. Shikamaru barely dodged, moving with a relaxed demeanor. He muttered that this was too much work. Renjiro grinned, pushing harder as his fire techniques ignited, sending bursts of flame toward Shikamaru. Yet, Shikamaru remained unfazed, smiling as a shadow extended from the ground, wrapping around Renjiro's legs. Caught off guard, Renjiro stumbled into the trap. Shikamaru's lazy smile turned into a smirk as he declared his victory. Irika announced Shikamaru as the winner. Naruto's next fight, against Sasuke Uchiha. The match everyone had been waiting for, Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. As they stepped into the ring, the crowd fell silent. The two stared each other down, a sense of rivalry mixed with unspoken understanding in the air. Irika signaled the start of the match. Sasuke moved first, his Sharingan flickering to life as he rushed forward, throwing a series of swift kunai and shuriken to force Naruto back. Naruto grinned, knowing this was about control. He felt the heat surge through him, his chakra pushing against the air. He decided to show Sasuke something special. In a burst of speed, Naruto dodged the incoming weapons, activating his king's eyes. He sensed Sasuke's emotional state jealousy. Sasuke was not just fighting to win, he was fighting to prove himself. Naruto's movements became more calculated. With perfect timing, he twisted his body and launched a precise strike aimed at Sasuke's midsection, knocking him off balance. Sasuke's eyes flickered, the Sharingan glowing brighter, but he struggled to keep up. Naruto teased Sasuke lightly, sensing the tension. Sasuke grit his teeth, vowing to beat Naruto and insisting that it wasn't over yet. The fight continued, each pushing their limits. In the end, Naruto's quick thinking and insight into Sasuke's emotions allowed him to land a decisive hit that broke Sasuke's stance. Irika declared Naruto the winner. Kurama's silent approval. As the competition concluded and Naruto stood alone on the training field, he heard Kurama's voice in his mind, offering praise. Naruto felt a surge of satisfaction, acknowledging that he had done well. Kurama reminded him not to get cocky, emphasizing that he still had a long way to go. However, he recognized that Naruto was finally beginning to use his power and live up to his potential. Naruto smiled, his eyes filled with determination. He sensed that there was more to uncover. Kurama's voice rumbled quietly, hinting that they had only scratched the surface and that Naruto should be ready for what lay ahead. Final stats and reflection. As Naruto walked off the field, he felt the weight of his progress. The power and growth he experienced were real. A system alert indicated that Naruto had leveled up, gaining a new title, the Rivalry Incarnate. Naruto's system status displayed his current level, experience points, and various attributes, showcasing his growth and newly unlocked abilities. The sparring competition had ended, but Naruto's journey was just beginning. The adrenaline had faded, and the academy grounds were quieting down. Most students had gone home, chattering about their matches or tending to their injuries. Naruto, however, lingered sitting under the large tree at the edge of the training field, his katana resting at his side. The breeze carried the faint sounds of the village beyond the walls. Naruto leaned his head back against the trunk, closing his eyes for a moment. Then he heard footsteps approaching. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, strolled over and dropped down beside him with a grunt. He acknowledged Naruto's performance, noting that he had done well for someone who often trained alone. Naruto blinked in surprise, appreciating the compliment and returning it by mentioning Shikamaru's quick thinking in outsmarting Renjiro. Shikamaru remarked on Kiba, calling him a troublesome fighter who was loud but not foolish. A moment later, Choji joined them, munching on a bag of chips. He praised Naruto for knocking Kiba down, calling it awesome. Naruto chuckled softly, knowing Kiba would be upset about it the next day. Choji agreed, stating that Kiba always was. From the shadows near the tree, Shino appeared almost silently. He commented on Naruto's strategy during the fight with Sasuke, finding it intriguing. Naruto tilted his head, surprised that Shino had seen through his tactics. Shino explained that Naruto had read not just Sasuke's moves but also his emotions. A silence followed, filled with a quiet understanding. These boys weren't praising him to flatter him. They were acknowledging him, accepting him. For the first time, Naruto didn't feel invisible. He felt seen. In his thoughts, Naruto reflected on this moment. They weren't treating him like a ghost, not because of his strength, but because he was present. He had fought and tried. Maybe he didn't have to be alone forever. In the quiet corners of his mind, Kurama stirred. He mused about the nature of bonds, noting how humans grew stronger through connections. Even the weakest found power in unity. Naruto smiled faintly, realizing that perhaps this was why he no longer feared being weak. He would grow stronger alongside his friends, or for them. Midnight training, the forbidden scroll unsealed. The forest behind the abandoned training ground was still and dark, illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon. Luna slept curled against the roots of a tree, while Naruto knelt near a small fire he had built from gathered twigs. The scroll Itachi had given him lay unfurled before him, ancient, marked with faded ink and complex chakra formulas. The shadow clone jutsu was not like the ordinary clone jutsu taught at the academy. This one was real, solid, and potentially dangerous. Naruto focused, his hands forming the seals slowly at first, his brow furrowed. He took a deep breath, the words from the scroll etched in his mind. He could feel the chakra stirring inside him, wild, limitless, flowing endlessly like an ocean he had never known was there. It surged beneath his skin, brimming with power. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A massive pulse of chakra burst out, swirling around him like a vortex. Smoke exploded across the clearing. When it cleared, 5 identical copies of Naruto stood before him. They looked around, blinking, each one solid, each one alive with awareness. Naruto was amazed as he reached out and touched one of them. They smirked at each other, and one grinned wide, expressing excitement. Naruto laughed genuinely for the first time in a long while. One by one, the clones began to disperse, running through mock sparring forms, flipping through the trees, some even mimicking the academy lectures with playful gestures. He felt it all, every movement, every memory, every bit of training they did came back to him. His system pinged softly. Shadow Clone Jutsu effect allows the user to create physical copies that share experience. Synchronization 100%, all clone knowledge will transfer upon dispel. New trait unlocked, adaptive learning. The host learns at accelerated rates when using shadow clones. Naruto stood still as realization struck him. He didn't just have chakra, he had unlimited chakra. And now, he had a way to train faster than anyone else. As the clones began experimenting, one sparring against another, one practicing chakra control on tree walking, another trying hand signs at rapid speed, Naruto sat down, eyes glowing with quiet determination. This was his path. He didn't need a team, applause, or acknowledgement. He would make his own destiny. He looked to the scroll again, then to Luna, who was now awake and watching him with calm, intelligent eyes. "Let's do this, girl," Naruto said, standing up, hands forming seals again. The fire crackled behind him, and the moonlight shimmered over his face. The Forgotten One was learning to rise. 2 years later, the wind shifted through the trees on the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village, rustling leaves like whispers of a storm long past. A single figure stood amidst the forest, clearing his breath steady, his eyes sharp. The katana in his hand gleamed with quiet power, held in a stance that mirrored absolute control. Naruto Uzumaki exhaled, sheathing the blade with a satisfying click. He was no longer the same boy who once watched from the shadows of his own home. 2 years of training under Itachi Uchiha had carved discipline into his bones, grace into his movements, and clarity into his mind. He had learned more than swordsmanship. He had learned stillness, strategy, and precision. The system that had once confused him had become his closest guide, his silent companion in the dark. System notification. Level up. Naruto Uzumaki has reached level new title unlocked. Blade of the Fox's Shadow. Proficiency increased. Katana Mastery +2. Passive skill upgraded. Silent Step, Phantom Step. System status, Naruto Uzumaki. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 9. Level, 15. Titles: The Forgotten Vessel. Reincarnation of Azura. Blade of the Fox's Shadow. King's Eyes Bearer. Unknown variable, hidden. Chakra type, unlimited, system sustained. Elemental affinity, wind, primary, fire, awakening in progress. Eye ability, King's Eyes, Stage 1, Emotion Sight. Stats: Strength, 22. Speed, 24. Stamina, 26. Intelligence, 23. Chakra control, 25. Perception, 28. Luck, 21. Skills: Katana Mastery, Intermediate. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Forbidden Scroll, Mastered. Veil Slip, Active. Phantom Step, Passive. Observe, System Scanned, Personal and Enemy Status. Emotion Sight, Stage 1 of King's Eyes. Companion Bond, Luna, currently with her pack. Relationship statuses: Tachi Uchiha, Mentor, Strong Trust. Tsugamu Choji Shino, Friends, Solid. Sasuke, Rival Friend, Develop it. Renjiro and Aiko, Siblings, Strained. Kurama, Dormant Conscious Awareness, Observing. Naruto stood alone in the fading light, katana across his back, his eyes reflecting hues of gold and crimson from the descending sun. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Kurama noted that Naruto was growing fast but reminded him that the world did not wait for strength. It tested individuals even when they were not ready. Naruto smirked, determined to always stay one step ahead. As the bell rang in the village far off in the distance, Naruto turned toward it. The academy awaited him once again, but this time, he would not walk in as the invisible outcast. He would walk in as a shadow forged by fire, steel, and silent resolve. The classroom buzzed with chatter as Irika-sensei entered, clipboard in hand and a small smile on his lips. It was rare to see him this relaxed. Naruto, seated near the window with his arms crossed and sword slung on his back, raised a brow. Shikamaru muttered to himself, finding the situation troublesome, while Choji reached for another snack. Sasuke stared straight ahead, coldly focused. His twin sister, Sasuke, tapped her pen against her desk, curious about what was to come. Irika called for attention, announcing that in 1 week, the class would embark on a school trip to the outskirts of the Fire Nation, specifically the Shirakawa Forest Outpost. Murmurs erupted immediately, with students expressing their excitement and curiosity about the trip, wondering if they would encounter real ninjas or face any danger. Irika reassured them that it was not a field mission but rather an opportunity for overnight survival exercises, team-building drills, and observation tasks. They would learn about shinobi logistics, including guard posts, patrol paths, and communication systems, as part of their advanced curriculum. Hinata timidly raised her hand to ask if they would be sleeping outside, to which Irika confirmed that there would be tents and instructors present for their safety and practice. Naruto felt a surge of excitement at the thought of something real, far beyond the usual drills and lectures. Sasuke shot him a glance, and a silent understanding passed between them, a shared challenge. As the sun set behind the tall buildings of Konoha, painting the sky in hues of gold and orange, Naruto's mind raced with anticipation. He had settled on his team for the trip, feeling both eager and uncertain. The forest trip would present real tests and stakes, along with opportunities to prove himself. On his way home, Naruto spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall of his apartment complex, Itachi. He slowed his pace, stopping a few feet away. Itachi's expression softened momentarily, though his eyes remained unreadable. He nodded, inviting Naruto to sit beside him. They gazed up at the sky in silence, the wind rustling the leaves of nearby trees. Itachi remarked that he was not there to watch over Naruto, as he had grown and knew what he needed to do. Naruto smirked, acknowledging that he was no longer a little kid. Itachi reminded him that being a shinobi involved more than just strength. It required resolve and the ability to remain calm amidst chaos. Naruto nodded, processing Itachi's words. He had learned much about strategy and patience under his mentor's guidance but still sought reassurance about being ready for the next day. Itachi assessed him, stating that the only way to be ready was to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After a moment of silence, Naruto grinned, declaring his readiness and determination not to let his teammates down. Itachi advised him to focus on himself rather than worrying about others, emphasizing that relying too much on others could lead to losing one's own strength. Naruto understood the weight of those words and thanked Itachi, who wished him well. The next morning, the teams were announced, and Naruto listened intently as Irika stood in front of the class. He revealed the teams for the Shirakawa Forest trip, with Naruto being assigned to Team 1 alongside Sasuke and Sakura, under the instruction of Kakashi Hatake. Excitement surged through Naruto as he realized this trip would test everything he had learned, including the connections he had built with his friends and the power within him. As he contemplated the upcoming challenges, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his true self. Naruto smirked, affirming that he would never forget who he was, but he was also eager to be part of something greater for once. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the morning lessons. Students flooded out of the classroom, eager for lunch and the break before the trip. The teachers had given them the afternoon to prepare, and every student was busy gathering the necessary supplies, packing their gear, and discussing strategies. Team 1 consisted of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, along with their instructor, Kakashi. Naruto was already outside, grinning as he adjusted his pack. His usual attire was lighter today. He had packed a few extra kunai, some medical supplies, and, of course, his katana. He felt a surge of excitement about this trip, though he tried not to show it too much. He had things to prove, especially to Sasuke, who remained as indifferent as ever. Naruto asked if Sasuke was ready, expressing his eagerness for the trip. Sasuke, focused on sharpening his kunai, received assistance from his twin sister, Sasuke, who offered advice on which tools would be best for their mission. While she didn't share Naruto's enthusiasm, it was clear that Sasuke had a determination burning within him. Sasuke warned Naruto not to get in the way, asserting that they had everything under control. Naruto, undeterred, welcomed the challenge, eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Meanwhile, Sakura was engaged in an animated conversation with Kakashi, who had arrived to oversee their preparations. Kakashi reminded the team to check their basic supplies, emphasizing the importance of having their ninja tools, food, and emergency medical kits. He maintained his usual casual demeanor, hands in his pockets, despite the seriousness of the mission. He glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, reminding them that this trip was not just about training but also about teamwork, advising them to avoid conflicts. Naruto smirked at the comment while Sasuke rolled his eyes, both aware that Kakashi's words carried weight. They all had something to prove on this trip. Team 2 included Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, accompanied by their instructor, Asuma. Shikamaru lounged under a nearby tree, appearing relaxed and indifferent to the upcoming trip. Choji busily stuffed his bag with snacks, ensuring he had plenty of chips, while Hinata quietly adjusted the straps on her own pack. Shikamaru expressed his frustration about the effort required for the trip, questioning why they had to go through so much trouble just to walk around the forest. Choji, ever the optimist, insisted that they needed energy for the journey. Shikamaru retorted that they would likely just find a place to sleep and avoid trouble, wondering why he was always chosen for these missions. Hinata, with her gentle demeanor, offered a smile, expressing her hope that the trip would be a good opportunity to learn more about everyone. Asuma appeared, leaning casually against a fence, reassuring Shikamaru that this was a chance for them to learn without facing anything too difficult. He encouraged them to stick together, emphasizing that they would be fine as long as they did. Shikamaru sighed but acknowledged Asuma's point, glancing at Choji, who cheerfully promised to keep the snacks coming. Team 3 comprised Shino, Kiba, and Ino, led by Kurenai. Shino stood off to the side, meticulously checking his gear while his insect companion, Kikechu, fluttered around him. Kiba paced back and forth, his dog Akamaru by his side, excitedly wagging his tail. Kiba expressed his eagerness for the trip, confident they would excel. Akamaru barked in agreement, looking up at Kiba with enthusiasm. Ino, nearby, fidgeted with her hair while reviewing the list of supplies. Although she didn't seem overly concerned, the thought of spending the night in a forest made her uneasy. Kurenai observed her team with a calm smile, ensuring everyone had their tools packed. She reminded them that the forest would serve as their training ground, highlighting the need to rely on each other and their instincts. Shino nodded in agreement, while Kiba declared his readiness to keep the team on track. Team 4 included Renjiro, Aiko, and Sasuke, guided by Kushina. On the far side of the camp, they prepared their supplies. Aiko, organized as always, checked her gear with her hair tied back neatly. Renjiro, impatient, urged Aiko to hurry. Sasuke, preparing her own pack, advised her brother to calm down and take their time. Kushina arrived, exuding warmth and authority. She smiled at her team, expressing her approval and excitement for the upcoming day. She reminded them that this was a great opportunity for growth but warned that she would be watching closely, encouraging them to push themselves. As the sun began to set, each team completed their preparations, their bags filled with supplies, ninja tools, and snacks. Some felt excitement, while others were uncertain, but one thing was clear: the journey ahead would be a challenge for them all. Naruto, packing his katana and scroll, felt a sense of anticipation building within him. The forest would test him, but he was ready. With preparations complete, each team rested for the night, aware that the next day would bring the first true test of their skills and teamwork. The journey begins. The morning sun peeked over the rooftops of Konoha, casting golden light over the village gates where a group of excited academy students had gathered. Each team stood in formation, packs slung over their backs, talking in hushed tones or laughing with anticipation. Some looked thrilled for the adventure, while others appeared more serious. Naruto stood slightly apart from his teammates, his katana sheathed at his side, a calm expression on his face. He wasn't smiling, but his golden hair caught the sunlight like a flicker of fire. He glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, who were quietly chatting nearby, then looked ahead. He wasn't there to make noise, he was there to learn and to prove something. Irika Yumino, their main instructor overseeing the trip, stepped forward. His scarred face was serious yet warm, and he wore a forehead protector and vest over his brown uniform. He clapped his hands to draw their attention. Irika explained that they would be heading into the Shirakawa forest. This trip was designed to test their endurance, teamwork, survival skills, and DSPLN. They would be expected to cook their own food, set up camp, and protect themselves using everything they had learned at the academy. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the students, his eyes briefly lingering on Naruto. He continued, stating that each team would be guided by their assigned instructor and that they would stop at specific checkpoints for evaluations. He emphasized the importance of staying together and not wandering off, reminding them that this was not a playground. With a half smile, he concluded, urging them to move out. A wave of chatter swept through the students as they began marching out through the gates, the teachers taking up positions at the front, back, and sides. On the road, walking in formation. Team Kakashi moved in formation, with Naruto walking on the edge of the group, silent and focused. His hand rested near the hilt of his katana, not as a threat, but instinctively. Behind him, Sakura excitedly talked to Kakashi about the trip, while Sasuke walked in brooding silence. Naruto remained quiet, his gaze sweeping over the forest as they passed under the canopy. He could feel the trees and hear the wind and distant rustle of birds. His senses had sharpened over years of solitary training and observation, allowing him to understand people without relying on conversation. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Hinata stumble slightly. Shino caught her arm before she fell, and she whispered a quiet thank you. Farther ahead, Kiba shouted something about tracking, and Akamaru barked, earning a quiet laugh from Choji. It all felt distant, like a world just out of reach. Naruto looked back once at the village gates shrinking in the distance. There was no turning back now. A quiet voice beside him. A few minutes into the march, Shikamaru matched pace with Naruto. The lazy genius looked sideways at him, arms folded behind his head as he walked. He remarked that Naruto was always quiet, but not in a creepy way, just observant. Naruto blinked but didn't respond. Shikamaru mused that it must be exhausting to keep everything inside, his tone devoid of sarcasm, just a tired observation. Naruto muttered that it was better than pretending. Shikamaru gave a low whistle but said nothing else, continuing to walk beside him a little longer than most others would have. From behind the group, Iruka watched the students ahead carefully, especially Naruto. He had seen the reports and knew about the strange chakra readings, the katana training, and the quiet rise in power. While he didn't know all the reasons the boy kept his distance, he recognized the quiet determination and the fire beneath the stillness, making him more protective than he let on. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, casting warm gold and orange across the treetops, the students were already setting up camp in a clearing deep within Shirakawa Forest. Tents were pitched in tight clusters by teams, and small campfires flickered to life under the watchful eyes of their instructors. The woods around them were quiet, save for the crackle of flames, the chirping of insects, and the rustle of leaves high above. Naruto sat slightly away from the fire his team had made, legs crossed, polishing his katana with a cloth, focused but distant. His teammates were bickering in the background. Sakura urged Sasuke to help set up the tent instead of acting aloof, while Sasuke responded without looking at her, suggesting she shouldn't set it up wrong. Naruto remained silent. He didn't need a tent. He had slept under open skies before, finding the stars more honest than people. Kakashi, reading a small orange book nearby, didn't interfere but occasionally glanced at Naruto. Nearby campfire, other teams. In Aiko's camp, laughter rang out. Kushina knelt beside her daughter, helping her adjust the ropes on her tent while Renjiro boasted about taking down a wild boar during training. Their camp was full of noise, warmth, and love. Naruto heard it from where he sat, feeling the absence around his fire. No one noticed he was the only one not laughing or talking. Shikamaru and Choji wander over. Later that evening, as night fully embraced the forest, Shikamaru and Choji wandered from their team circle and joined Naruto near his log. Choji offered Naruto some extra snacks, noticing he hadn't eaten much. Naruto looked up, faint surprise flickering in his expression, and nodded silently, accepting a small rice ball from Choji. Shikamaru flopped beside him, staring at the stars and commenting on the clear sky, finding it peaceful despite the trip being a drag. Naruto replied that he liked the quiet. Choji then asked if he missed Luna, the wolf. Naruto's fingers tightened slightly around the rice ball as he admitted he did, his eyes lingering on the forest, scanning the shadows as if half expecting a white blur to come bounding out. Late night, a flicker of flame. The fire crackled low as Naruto stayed awake long after most students had gone to sleep. He sat, staring into the firelight, shadows flickering in his gold-etched eyes. A whisper came from deep inside. Kurama's voice rumbled, acknowledging Naruto's lingering pain but reminding him he wasn't the only one left behind. Naruto softly replied that he knew. Kurama questioned why he waited, suggesting he could break the world and show his power. Naruto expressed that he didn't want to be like them, he wanted to be seen, not feared. Kurama grunted, a sound between annoyance and strange approval, remarking that Naruto was a strange one and perhaps worth watching. Then silence enveloped the night. A flicker of warmth emanated not from the fire, but from deep within. From the shadows nearby, a pair of eyes observed Naruto's quiet form from behind the trees. Itachi stood with arms crossed beside a masked figure clad in full ANBU gear. Itachi noted that Naruto was not what the village believed, he was something entirely different. As the sun crept over the horizon, casting golden light across the dewy forest floor, birds chirped overhead while the students stirred in their tents. Naruto had been awake for hours, standing alone at the edge of the clearing, stretching in silence with the katana strapped across his back. His eyes still held the quiet intensity from the night before. Iruka stood before the assembled students, who were rubbing their eyes and yawning, and clapped his hands loudly to gather their attention. The sleepy murmurs faded as he became serious, explaining that today marked the real beginning of their training trip. This was not a game, they were not just there to roast marshmallows. Each team would be assigned a tracking and survival mission designed to test their teamwork, leadership, and decision-making skills. Several students straightened up at the mention of a mission. Irika raised a hand to continue, informing them that they would each receive a sealed scroll containing the location of an objective hidden deep in the forest. It could be a rare herb, a message cache, or something else entirely. They were to retrieve it and return before sundown, as failure would mean 0 marks and extra training. The students echoed their understanding in varying tones of excitement, dread, or sleepy resignation. Team assignments were announced, with Team Kakashi consisting of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi casually handed Sasuke the scroll, explaining that their task was to retrieve a rare red glow herb found near the river cliffs 2 kilometers northeast. However, they were not the only team headed that way, so they needed to remain vigilant of their surroundings and each other. Sasuke dismissed the challenge with a scoff, while Sakura expressed eagerness to not let Aiko's team beat them. Naruto remained silent, his king's eyes flickering as he glanced at Sasuke, feeling a wave of doubt and anxiety beneath his pride. He adjusted his grip on the katana, heart steady. In Team Kushina, Aiko, Renjiro, and Ino listened intently as Kushina explained their more challenging double objective: to find a lost item from a previous genin team and a healing root known as Night's Breath, which only bloomed under deep shade. Aiko nodded, Renjiro cracked his knuckles with a grin, and Ino tightened her hair, smirking confidently. Asuma briefed his team in a more relaxed manner, advising them to avoid boredom while retrieving an old scroll hidden in a hollow tree grove. Shikamaru grumbled about the task, while Kiba expressed excitement, eager to set off with Akamaru. Kurenai's team received a mysterious task to track a scent trail left by Anbu, testing their sensory abilities. Shino's bugs hummed quietly as he accepted the challenge. Back with Team Kakashi, as they gathered their gear, Sasuke briefly glanced at Naruto, reminding him not to fall behind. Naruto calmly replied that Sasuke should worry about himself. Their rivalry simmered just beneath the surface, unspoken but mutual. Yet, behind Sasuke's eyes, Naruto caught a glimpse of something else: jealousy. As they took their first steps into the trees, the path ahead wound deeper into the forest, tangled and shaded, with whispers of challenge already in the air. Naruto's system chimed silently within him, indicating a new objective had been added, with a mission success bonus condition to protect his team without them knowing. His fingers twitched, and he smiled slightly, feeling a rush of excitement. Kurama muttered from within, suggesting that Naruto was enjoying this too much, to which Naruto simply acknowledged that maybe he was. The trees closed in around Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura as they moved swiftly through the undergrowth. Leaves rustled underfoot while the early morning light filtered through the canopy in scattered gold. Their destination was clear the river cliffs, where the rare red glow herb was said to grow. Sakura held a small map Kakashi had sketched for them, indicating their route. They needed to cut east by the ridge and then head down to the cliffs. Sasuke took point, while Naruto followed closely behind, his senses heightened. He scanned the terrain around him, noting edible plants, potential hiding spots for enemies, and disturbances in chakra. Naruto noticed Sasuke's conflicted emotions: irritation and doubt. Sakura's feelings were a mix of pride, nervousness, and admiration towards Sasuke. Concerned, Naruto thought that Sasuke was getting too wound up. As they reached the edge of the cliff trail, Sasuke raised a fist to signal a halt and crouched near the ground. He pointed out a wire trap and a pressure seal, indicating that someone else had been there. Sakura wondered if it was another team, while Naruto speculated that it could be worse, suggesting that this might not be a test just for them. Kneeling beside Sasuke, Naruto carefully triggered the seal using a stick. The resulting explosion was minor, a flare type meant as a warning rather than a weapon. A system prompt alerted them to the presence of a tracking party nearby, and Naruto's eyes narrowed with determination. He quietly announced that he would scout ahead, but Sasuke, irritated, warned him not to play the hero. With a smirk, Naruto vanished into the trees using Veil Slip, becoming nearly invisible against the forest shadows. Moving silently, Naruto spotted the glint of a forehead protector. It wasn't another team. Instead, it was 2 older rogue genin, scrappy and scarred, not from Konoha. They were likely hired to add real pressure to this training exercise. One held a crude blade while the other began weaving a basic Earth-style jutsu to mask their presence. Naruto realized that this was a real test. He returned to the group just as the rogues made their move. Rocks exploded around them as the rogue ninja burst from the trees, demanding they hand over the scroll. Sasuke quickly pulled Sakura behind him and launched a fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Naruto leapt in to deflect a kunai aimed at Sasuke with his katana, calmly suggesting that Sasuke take the one on the left while he handled the larger opponent. Sasuke, with a dismissive sound, warned Naruto not to slow him down. The battle was sharp and sudden. Sasuke weaved through strikes like a blur, delivering a precise kick to one enemy's chest. Sakura supported from the rear, using smoke bombs and basic clone tricks to distract the second attacker. Naruto moved like a shadow, calm and calculating, displaying more experience than a student should possess. When the larger rogue charged, Naruto pivoted low, his blade flashing in a wide arc. The rogue collapsed, groaning in defeat. The second rogue, seeing his partner fall, expressed his fear and confusion about Naruto's abilities. With a cold gaze, Naruto warned him to run, stating that next time, they would lose more than just their breath. After the confrontation, Sasuke stood over the fallen scroll near the cliff's edge, breathing hard. He acknowledged Naruto's performance, saying he wasn't bad. Naruto responded that Sasuke wasn't terrible either. They locked eyes for a moment, neither enemies nor friends, but something in between. Sakura smiled, realizing they had actually worked like a real team. Naruto, however, remained focused on the forest where the rogues had fled. A system notification confirmed that their mission was complete, and he had achieved a bonus objective, unlocking a new passive skill called Instinctive Guard. Naruto's updated status revealed his progress. He was now level 16, with attributes that showcased his growth and abilities. The forest was hushed. While the others slept near the dying embers of their campfire, Naruto sat alone beneath a tree, his katana resting across his lap. The golden light of the moon spilled down on him like silver tears. The night was cool, the sky open and endless, but his thoughts were anything but calm. He shut his eyes and slipped inside. Inner world the cage. Dripping water echoed as Naruto's mind entered the endless, darkened corridor. The huge iron bars of the seal loomed ahead, and behind them, like a red mountain of hate and history, sat Kurama the nine-tailed fox. His glowing eyes opened slowly, like twin suns behind clouds. Kurama acknowledged Naruto with a scoff, noting that he didn't expect to talk after their last encounter. Kurama only spoke when there was something worth discussing, and tonight, he sensed a change in Naruto. "You've changed. That blade. That kill. You're not the same little brat I saw crying in the dark," Kurama remarked, leaning forward, chains clinking but with less hostility in his tone. Naruto explained that he had to fight to survive, not just for himself but for his teammates. Kurama observed him closely, recognizing his growth. "You're learning. Surviving. Even without them," Kurama said, his voice a low growl. "Your strength. It's your own. But don't get cocky. You've tasted blood, not war." Naruto nodded, acknowledging the truth in Kurama's words. He was determined to be ready for whatever came next. Kurama's expression turned serious as he warned Naruto that something else resided within him, a power deeper than Kurama's own, something ancient that was awakening. Naruto blinked in surprise, asking if it was the king's eyes. Kurama's response was a low, almost pained growl, revealing that it was something else entirely. Azura. Naruto was his echo, his vessel, burdened with too many spirits inside him. Chapter End. The storm's awakening. The night sky was torn apart by flashes of lightning. A distant rumble shook the earth beneath the sleeping camp as heavy winds howled through the trees. It was unlike any storm the students had ever seen. The air felt charged, alive with something ancient and restless. Naruto lay in his tent, restless sleep gripped by an uneasy sensation. He tossed and turned, unable to ignore the weight in the air, the pull of something unknown yet familiar. He was used to the silence of the night, but this felt different, dangerous. Kurama's voice rumbled in the back of his mind, deep like thunder, urging him to pay attention. Naruto bolted upright in his tent, eyes wide as the storm intensified, the wind tearing through the forest, and the trees groaning as if something powerful was awakening. Outside, chaos reigned as tents flapped violently, and the crackling of fire was drowned by the storm's roar. Shouts echoed from the other students, but no one seemed to grasp the force of this storm. Unable to ignore it any longer, Naruto grabbed his katana, feeling a strange pull guiding him through the storm. Without hesitation, he left the camp, his bare feet slapping against the muddy earth, focused solely on the call that beckoned him. The sealed chamber Ryujin's awakening. Naruto ran through the forest, the wind howling louder in his ears, but all he could focus on was the feeling that something ancient was calling him. The familiar thrum in his chest grew stronger as he approached the old shrine hidden deep within the forest, shrouded in the storm's fury. A forgotten temple, its stones worn by centuries of neglect, stood like a silent sentinel at the heart of the storm. Naruto's feet found their way to the steps leading into the stone structure, each step feeling heavier and more purposeful. The sensation in his chest intensified as he entered the temple's depths. In the center of the chamber, beneath the floorboards, a glowing seal pulsed like a heartbeat. The air crackled with energy, and the seal itself seemed to strain against something powerful that wanted to break free. Kneeling before the seal, Naruto felt his heart pound in his chest. The king's eyes flared brightly for the first time, and he experienced a surge of power, as if a veil was lifting. As he stared at the seal, stage 2 of his ability activated. He could see the emotions embedded in the seal, ancient, desperate, and filled with a hunger unlike anything he had ever felt. The chakra was immeasurable, stronger than the 9 tails, darker. Kurama warned him not to approach it, explaining that this was not just any power, it was something sealed away long before Kurama's time. But Naruto's curiosity and need to understand were overwhelming. He reached out to touch the seal. The ground trembled violently. The storm outside screamed. The seal shattered. Ryujin, the ancient dragon spirit. The explosion of chakra was overwhelming, as if the storm itself had come to life, twisting around Naruto's form. In an instant, a massive shape materialized before him, a giant, ethereal dragon, its scales glowing with an ancient, sapphire blue light. Its presence was immense, yet there was a strange calm within it. Naruto froze, feeling the overwhelming aura of the creature flood into his body. The dragon's eyes locked onto him, its form rippling through the chamber like liquid light. The dragon spoke to him, its voice smooth and ancient, revealing that he was the chosen vessel who had freed it after centuries of being sealed away. Naruto struggled to find his voice, overwhelmed by the flood of emotion and chakra from the ancient being. The dragon explained that Naruto possessed the spirit of Asura and that it was his fate to wield this power. As the dragon's presence surged through him, Naruto felt the power of the ocean and the boundless force of nature itself crashing against him. He grasped his katana tightly. Then, a flash of light occurred as the power condensed into his blade. Naruto's new power, Ryujin's seal. The storm outside began to die down, and the energy in the temple settled. However, Naruto felt different. The energy of the dragon had merged with his katana, which now pulsed with an ancient, terrifying force. He stared at his weapon, realizing it was no longer just a tool, it was a vessel, a conduit for the power within him. Kurama acknowledged the change, noting that Naruto now possessed Ryujin's chakra. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the profound transformation within him, embracing the power and the chakra that coursed through his veins. The weight of it all. Naruto's updated status. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Titles, The Forgotten Vessel, Reincarnation of Asura, Hidden, Blade of Konoha, Unofficial, Ryujin's Vessel. Level, 16. Chakra, Infinity, Undetectable. Attributes, Strength, 16. Speed 80. Intelligence, 15. Stamina, 17. Chakra Control, 14. Luck, 11. Known skills. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Veil Slip. King's Eyes, Stage 2. Emotion Perception, Chakra Sight. Flowing Step, Katana. Instinctive Guard, Passive, reduces reaction time. Ryujin's Blessing, New. It shows us the power of the ancient dragon for elemental control and increased physical strength. Dragon's Wrath knew. Unleash a burst of draconic energy to overwhelm opponents in close proximity. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with the same golden light as his katana. The air around him seemed to hum with power. This was no longer just about survival, it was something far greater. The final night of the survival trip had arrived. Camp was quiet under the faint glow of moonlight, the crackling of campfires the only sound among the scattered tents. Most students were asleep after the exhausting trials of the day. But not Naruto. He sat at the edge of the encampment, sharpening his katana with practiced motions. His gaze was focused yet distant, King's eyes faintly glowing gold, watching the chakra threads of his companions in the distance, glowing like embers in the dark. Then he felt it. Movement. Intent. A sense of danger. 10 chakra signatures, unfamiliar, cold, and masked in hostility, rushed through the trees like wolves. An alert sounded in his mind, confirming the presence of hostile forces. Naruto whispered to himself that they were here. He moved before anyone else could react. Without warning, explosions rocked the outer perimeter. Kunai laced with explosive tags tore through tents and trees. The night was shattered by screams as students scrambled awake in confusion. Irika yelled for everyone to take arms and protect the students. Kakashi blurred through the air, intercepting 2 attackers mid-leap with precise, lethal movements. 1 blow each and both fell. But more poured in from the darkness. A rogue shinobi broke through the lines, heading straight for a cluster of stunned students, his blade gleaming with malice. He was stopped by a streak of silver and gold. Naruto's katana met the enemy's throat in a flash, a perfect draw slash. The man dropped, lifeless before he hit the ground. Gasps echoed behind him. Another rogue charged from the side. Naruto turned, calm, activating flowing step. He was behind the man in an instant, delivering a reverse grip slash across the back, silent and clean. The second attacker fell. No jutsu. No wasted motion. Just pure, honed steel. Sasuke, fighting alongside Kakashi, paused for a split second, watching Naruto stand with his blade glistening. The moonlight caught the faint glow of Ryujin's sealed presence in the steel. Even with his Sharingan, Sasuke had not seen the full movement. He thought to himself that Naruto was faster than before. The remaining 7 attackers were no match for the teachers. Kakashi and Irika made short work of them with mid-level elemental jutsu. But whispers began spreading through the stunned group of students, even as the threat was eliminated. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he wondered if Naruto had just killed 2 of them without using any jutsu. Choji noted that Naruto hadn't even needed to use techniques. Hinata quietly remarked that the blade moved like light. Sasuke, watching Naruto, realized he was not what they had thought. As the bodies were checked and the camp resecured, Irika approached Naruto, who was quietly cleaning his blade away from the others. Irika asked where Naruto had learned to move like that. Naruto didn't answer immediately, softly stating that someone had shown him how to survive. Kakashi joined them, noting that what Naruto had done was not mere survival, it was trained precision. These were not just thugs, they were real shinobi. Naruto simply looked up, his king's eyes glowing faintly, and said that maybe he was finally becoming one. Kakashi gave him a long look and nodded, indicating they would talk when they returned to the village. That night, few slept well. The teachers whispered among themselves about a boy with no chakra on record, who had taken down rogue shinobi with the calm of a veteran. Among the students, something shifted. Naruto was no longer just the weird quiet one, he was now someone to watch. The journey back to Konoha was a quiet one, with only the occasional murmurs among the students as they processed the events of the past days. Some were more shaken by the night's attack than others, struggling to understand how Naruto of all people had single-handedly fended off rogue shinobi with nothing more than a katana. It was a long, tense ride as their teams traveled in carriages toward the village gates. Naruto sat quietly in his carriage, staring out the window, the faint glow of his king's eyes flickering whenever he let his guard down. Ryujin's presence still lingered, his katana now a vessel of an ancient power sealed away. Irika and Kakashi kept a careful watch over the students, but there was a certain weight in their glances, especially when they looked at Naruto. They knew something the others didn't, and their concern extended beyond the safety of the students. There were larger matters at play, requiring careful handling. As the village gates loomed ahead, the familiar sight of Konoha's towering walls signaled the return of the class. Tired, battle-worn students slowly descended from their carriages, greeted by the sight of their loved ones and fellow villagers. Among the crowd, Kushina and Minato stood waiting for their children. However, Naruto's arrival felt different. His siblings, Aiko and Renjiro, were quickly surrounded by well-wishers, their accomplishments and growth as ninjas evident in the way others greeted them. But Naruto stood to the side, unnoticed, just another face in the crowd. He wasn't looking for attention, but it was still painful. As the day of the students' return concluded, an official meeting took place in the 4th Hokage's office, where Irika and Kakashi briefed Minato on the events of the trip. The Hokage listened carefully, his brow furrowed in concern as Irika spoke. They had encountered rogue shinobi, and while the students had been in danger, they had acted quickly. However, Irika indicated that there was something requiring Minato's attention. Kakashi added that Naruto had displayed extraordinary skill, far beyond their expectations. Minato leaned forward, his gaze sharp. Naruto was his son, but it had been a long time since he had truly understood what his son was capable of. Irika continued, explaining that during the attack, Naruto had taken down 2 rogue shinobi not with jutsu, but with his katana. His speed and precision were unnerving, as if he had been trained for years despite lacking formal training. Kakashi nodded, affirming that Naruto handled those men like a seasoned shinobi, showing no hesitation or fear. Minato remained silent, processing the information. Naruto's abilities had always been a mystery, but this new side of him, calm and deadly, was different. It was more than just training with Itachi, there was something else. Irika exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi, both aware that they couldn't reveal everything. Irika mentioned that Naruto had an unusual connection with his katana, the blade seeming almost alive in his hands. After the attack, Naruto had been different, quieter and more distant, with chakra that felt more potent yet undetectable, as if it had been hidden away. Kakashi remarked that there was something within Naruto they didn't fully understand yet, suggesting that he had become something more. Minato's expression hardened. Naruto had always been a mystery, but now even more so. The Hokage's instincts told him there was something important that the others were missing. As Irika and Kakashi left, Minato sat in his chair, contemplating everything they had said. The power of Ryujin had awakened, yet its existence remained unknown to all, including him. He turned his gaze to the sealed scroll on his desk, containing ancient legends of spirits and dragons sealed long before the era of the tailed beasts. No one knew that Ryujin had once been sealed before the tailed beasts were even born. Later that evening, Naruto walked back to the Uzumaki household, passing by his parents, who were busy attending to Aiko and Renjiro. They were animatedly discussing the details of the trip, but Naruto walked past, unnoticed. As he reached his room, Naruto closed the door softly behind him and moved to the window, looking out over the village, the bright lights of Konoha below. In a hidden room within the Namikaze residence, the walls were lined with faded seals and scrolls, the air heavy with incense and old chakra. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows over 4 figures seated inside, their faces serious and voices low. Jiraiya leaned forward, elbows on his knees, stating that the Elder Toad had foretold that the Child of Prophecy would either save the world or destroy it. Tsunade crossed her arms, her golden eyes focused on Minato, suggesting that the twins carried the chakra of the 9 tails, making it plausible that one of them was the one the prophecy spoke of. Kushina, hands tightly folded in her lap, nodded, acknowledging that Renjiro's control was unstable and Aiko was intense, but both had potential that needed proper guidance. Minato's expression remained calm, but his blue eyes carried a burden only Hokage knew. He resolved that they would train the twins themselves, knowing that Jiraiya and Tsunade were best equipped to handle Jinchuriki. If the time came, they needed to be ready to face whatever fate awaited them. Tsunade bluntly asked if that meant they might have to fight one another, and a heavy silence followed. Jiraiya broke it, assuring that if it came to that, they would ensure the twins were strong enough to choose the right path. None of them noticed the faint presence behind the door, no louder than the rustling wind. Outside in the hallway, Naruto stood frozen, his back pressed against the wall, fists clenched at his sides. His heart pounded not from fear, but from something deeper. A prophecy? Training? Renjiro? Again? He had only come downstairs for a drink of water, but instead he found confirmation of what he had always felt in his bones. He wasn't included, he wasn't even considered. Naruto turned away, the candlelight flickering behind him. Deep within his chest, a silent storm began to stir, not just from Kurama or Ryujin, but from something older and deeper. A will to prove them all wrong. Later that night, in a hidden clearing deep within the forest, the moonlight barely broke through the thick canopy above. Naruto stood in the clearing, shirt soaked with sweat, fists trembling at his sides. The trees around him bore the scars of his frustration, splintered trunks and cracked bark from his katana. He breathed hard, head lowered, muttering to himself that they had never even said his name, not once. The cold wind rustled the leaves like whispers, and a deep, rumbling voice from within him responded, acknowledging the truth he had just begun to confront. Naruto was told he was never meant to be part of their prophecy. His eyes flared gold as he focused on the presence of Kurama, the massive fox looming behind the bars of his mind. Kurama reminded him that he was always seen as the vessel they ignored, the backup, the mistake. Naruto accepted this without argument, staring ahead as he breathed and thought. Then, another presence stirred within him, quiet at first, like a shift in the air. A cold breeze swept through the clearing, and in his mindscape, a pale dragon coiled above Kurama, its glimmering azure eyes piercing. Its scales shimmered like ancient starlight, timeless and silent. Ryujin, the ancient spirit, spoke, revealing that Naruto held more than others could comprehend. The world walked blind while he awakened. Naruto, with tired but defiant eyes, questioned what he was supposed to do while others grew stronger and gained answers he lacked. Kurama grunted, asserting that true strength did not come from being chosen but from survival. Ryujin's gaze met Naruto's, urging him to forge his path not in the light of others but in the shadow of their doubt, allowing them to turn away so he could rise unshackled. Kurama smirked from behind his cage, acknowledging Naruto's potential. The storm inside Naruto transformed from rage into purpose, quiet, steady, and burning. The next morning, deep in the forest training grounds, the sun had yet to rise, but the clearing was alive with motion. Naruto moved with a focused intensity, his shirt discarded, sweat glistening on his growing muscles. His katana gleamed in the dawn light, slicing through the air with fluid grace and unrelenting precision. Each swing was filled with purpose, not anger. He executed a series of movements, vanishing and reappearing in a flash, leaving a clean cut on a tree trunk behind him. With steady breath, he formed a seal and summoned two shadow clones. They attacked in sync, but Naruto was not merely reacting, he was predicting their movements. His golden eyes flickered with the glow of the king's eyes, stage 2, as he observed their chakra and intent. Ryujin's voice guided him just before a clone struck, and Naruto was already in motion, parrying with his katana. He landed gracefully, blade pointed forward as the clones vanished. Standing alone, calm and focused, he sheathed his blade with a quiet click and walked toward a small pile of training scrolls and water, devoid of celebration. The day of the Genin exam arrived, and excitement filled the atmosphere in Konoha. Several clan heirs, including Naruto, Sasuke, Aiko, Renjiro, and Sasuke, were competing for the chance to become official Genin. The Hokage's office bustled with preparations for the event, finalizing the challenges. As the academy students gathered in the training grounds, Team 7 Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood near the entrance, waiting for the exam to begin. Naruto, grinning, nudged Sasuke, teasing him about losing. Sasuke, maintaining his calm demeanor, reminded Naruto not to get too cocky, revealing his own goals for the day. Sasuke, standing beside him, observed quietly, her calm exterior hiding her internal tension. Aiko and Renjiro stood together, contrasting the other groups. While Renjiro focused intently, Aiko expressed her excitement about showcasing her skills. As the Hokage, Irika, and other instructors gathered to oversee the exam, They prepared to observe the students who would soon become the new generation of genin. The first portion of the genin exam was a written test. The students took their seats at long tables, pencils and papers in hand. A hush fell over the room as Irika explained the rules, emphasizing the importance of intelligence and problem-solving skills. He warned that cheating would result in immediate failure. Naruto, initially grinning, quickly turned serious as the test began. Sasuke remained unfazed, his focus unwavering, while Aiko appeared nervous and Renjiro scanned the questions carefully. Sasuke seemed indifferent, already scribbling her answers. As Naruto struggled with some of the more challenging questions, he sensed the emotions of his classmates' nervousness, focus, and even an undercurrent of fear from Sasuke, which made Naruto smirk, realizing that even Sasuke had his weaknesses. After an hour, the test concluded and everyone submitted their papers. As expected, Naruto barely passed, while Sasuke and Sasuke ranked among the top scorers. Aiko and Renjiro also performed well, though not without effort. Following a brief break, the second part of the genin exam commenced, the survival test. The students were sent into the forest of death, tasked with retrieving a scroll from another team. The first team to succeed would pass. Divided into teams of 3 or 4, Naruto found himself paired with Sasuke, Sakura, and Sasuke, while Aiko and Renjiro joined other students. As they entered the forest, the intensity of the challenge became apparent. Sasuke whispered to Naruto, urging him to keep up, while Naruto grinned back, confident in his abilities. The competition was on. The teams began navigating through the thick underbrush, their eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Irika observed them through the intercom, reminding them that this was a test of their teamwork and tactical ability, urging them not to underestimate the dangers of the forest. As they ventured deeper, Naruto's king's eyes proved invaluable. He sensed the emotions of his teammates. Some were anxious, while others remained calm and determined. He noticed Sasuke's focus sharpen when they encountered another team, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Reaching the heart of the forest, Naruto and Sasuke found themselves face-to-face with a group of Chunin and their genin teammates, who were guarding a scroll. Sasuke instructed Naruto to stay back, wanting to handle the situation himself. Naruto, with a grin, assured Sasuke he would be careful. Sasuke charged forward, his Sharingan activated, confronting the enemy directly. The clash quickly evolved into a test of strength and strategy. Sasuke, though quiet, displayed her calm and precise fire techniques, while Sakura provided support from the rear, ensuring their safety. Naruto, however, was biding his time. As Sasuke engaged the enemy, he sensed their fear, uncertainty about the power they faced. Seizing the moment, he prepared to act. With determination, he called out to finish the fight. Unleashing a shadow clone technique, Naruto overwhelmed their opponents with sheer numbers. Sasuke's eyes widened as he witnessed the clones swarm the enemies, only for one real Naruto to emerge and deliver the final blow. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, a slight smile forming on her lips, acknowledging his effort. With the enemy team defeated, Naruto secured the scroll, earning a nod of approval from Sasuke. With the scroll in hand, the teams returned to the exam area, where the Hokage and other instructors awaited them. Standing before their mentors, Irika proudly announced that everyone had passed the genin exam, welcoming them to the next chapter of their journey as genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. The students exchanged glances, Naruto's face beaming with pride, while Sasuke, though pleased, remained focused on the future. Filled with excitement, Naruto celebrated their achievement, knowing that their real journey was just beginning. Team Aiko, Instructor Kushina. Members: Aiko Uzumaki, Renjiro Uzumaki, Ino Yamanaka. Task: retrieve a medicinal plant from the marshlands while avoiding chakra-sensitive wildlife. Aiko stood confidently at the front, her bright chakra flaring with intensity. Kushina observed from a distance, allowing them to lead. Renjiro was quiet but focused, while Ino kept pace easily, offering tactical suggestions. They moved with coordination, a result of Kushina's prior training. However, halfway through, the marsh beasts became agitated. Aiko decided to draw them off, instructing her teammates to secure the plants. Renjiro expressed concern for her safety. The beasts charged, swift and gray-scaled, sensitive to chakra, with Aiko's radiant energy acting as bait. Ino signaled to Renjiro, and they quickly collected the herbs, regrouping with a few scratches but ultimately successful. Kushina smiled faintly, acknowledging their teamwork but noting that Aiko's chakra control needed refinement. They had not failed, but it wasn't flawless. Team Sasuke, Instructor Kurinai. Members, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka. Task, track a marked fox through dense terrain using nonverbal teamwork. This team was surprisingly quiet. Sasuke, sharp and cool-headed like her brother, occasionally spun her red-tinted Sharingan but refrained from using it too early. Hinata, though shy, demonstrated excellent sensory skills, while Kiba's keen nose and Akamaru proved invaluable. They easily found the fox's trail, but Kiba rushed in without signaling, startling the creature. Sasuke reprimanded him for needing it alive, while Kiba insisted he almost had it. Hinata, speaking softly, suggested they redirect the fox. They adapted their strategy. Hinata lured the fox with bait while Sasuke used clone illusions to corral it. Kurinai observed thoughtfully, noting their potential but emphasizing that patience would be their greatest ally. Team Shikamaru, Instructor Asuma. Members, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Shino Aburame. Task, locate and disarm a hidden trap field without setting anything off. This team was the most methodical. Shikamaru scanned the field lazily, recognizing that all traps were shadow-triggered. He suggested a diagonal zigzag approach. Choji nervously followed his instructions, while Shino sent his bugs to locate tripwires. They disarmed everything without triggering a single trap. Asuma, lighting a cigarette, grinned at their efficiency, remarking that it was boring but clean, just as Shikamaru preferred. Shikamaru found the situation troublesome but continued to work. They finished early, achieving a quiet, clean win. Scene transition, return to camp. As the sun dipped low, orange embers lit the sky, and the teams began to return, tired but talkative. Team Aiko arrived first, soaked and mud-covered but proud, receiving pats on their shoulders from Kushina. Team Sasuke followed, bringing the fox with them, while Kurinai offered only a quiet nod. Team Shikamaru came next, untouched and unbothered, as if they had walked through a park. Then came Team Kakashi. Naruto had light bruising on his cheek, Sasuke bore a scrape across his arm, and Sakura appeared winded, but their scroll was glowing red. Irika questioned whether they had engaged hostiles. Kakashi arrived behind them, hands in pockets and expression unreadable, explaining that they had encountered a rogue duo not part of the test, with Naruto spotting them and the team handling it well. Gasps spread across the camp. Renjiro furrowed his brows, while Aiko looked toward Naruto, quietly puzzled. Sasuke narrowed her eyes. Ino whispered in disbelief about Naruto defeating real rogue ninjas. Sasuke's father, present to oversee briefly, glared, questioning if his son had been saved by Naruto. Naruto said nothing, sitting by the fire with his eyes on the sky, as if none of it mattered. Yet, deep down, something did. Later that night around the fire, teams gathered to eat, with Sasuke sitting silently beside Naruto. He did not thank him, but he also did not move away. Choji handed Naruto a rice ball, acknowledging his efforts. Shikamaru sat nearby, curious about how Naruto had spotted the rogues. Naruto smiled faintly, attributing it to good instincts. Across the fire, Kushina observed her son from a distance, the one she had not trained, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Kakashi quietly passed Naruto a note. 1 week later, team assignments. The Genin exam was behind them, and the long-awaited team assignments had arrived. A week had passed since the exam, and now the students gathered in the Hokage's office, anxious for the news. They stood before the Hokage, their sensei, and the room buzzed with a quiet, anticipatory energy. The Hokage's voice was warm yet firm as he announced the results. It was time to reveal their teams, and they would begin their official training and missions immediately. The students leaned forward, the uncertainty hanging in the air like a mist. They were eager to see where their paths would lead next. Team assignments. Team 7. Instructor, Kakashi Hatake. Students, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Team 8. Instructor, Kurinai Yuhi. Students, Kiba Inazuka, Akamaru, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame. Team 10. Instructor, Asuma Sarutobi. Students, Shikamaru na Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi. Team 11. Instructor, Kushina Uzumaki. Students, Renjiro Uzumaki, Aiko Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto stood still as his team was called, showing no excitement or visible expression of surprise. His heart beat calmly as he heard his name alongside Sasuke and Sakura. Team 7 was a team with a lot of potential, but he chose not to reveal that just yet. Not to them. Not to anyone. Inwardly, Naruto resolved to prove himself, even if he had to do it alone. It was no longer about others. Sasuke barely reacted, his face a stoic mask. His deep eyes reflected quiet resolve as the announcement echoed in his mind. Team 7 was as he had expected. His path would remain unchanged. Whether with these people or without them, he would grow and surpass every expectation. Thoughtfully, Sasuke acknowledged Team 7 but remained indifferent. He was there to get stronger, nothing more. Aiko smiled gently, her expression purposeful. The opportunity to train with her mother, Kushina, was a gift she valued. She was focused on proving herself, just as she always had. Renjiro, ever the optimist, grinned with quiet confidence. Together, they would showcase their family's strength and their own. With energy, Renjiro declared his intent to make his mother proud, vowing to prove themselves as the strongest. Aiko nodded with determination, affirming their commitment to succeed together. Sasuke stood in stoic silence, her eyes sharp with resolve. She had one mission: to surpass the expectations of those who doubted her. Firmly, she stated that they would be the best and urged her teammates not to slow her down. The next morning, Team 7 gathered at their assigned training ground, where Kakashi awaited. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his usual laid-back demeanor giving him an almost lazy appearance, though a sharpness in his eyes hinted at his experience as a ninja. Kakashi grinned beneath his mask and informed the trio that they would start with something simple. He instructed them to be there at 7 a.m. the next day and warned them not to be late, adding that he wouldn't go easy on them. Naruto responded with a barely noticeable tilt of his head. Sasuke offered a faint nod, while Sakura hesitated, her nervousness betraying her usual calm. All three understood what lay ahead: hard training and challenging missions. They were no longer academy students. They were now official genin, and every step forward would be more demanding than the last. A system notification announced a new mission: begin training under Kakashi Hatake. The objective was to successfully complete Kakashi's test, with the reward being increased growth potential and unlocked skills. As Naruto stood still, staring forward, the voice of Kurama echoed within his mind, familiar and steady. Kurama calmly reminded him that he would need to work harder to catch up to Sasuke. Naruto, maintaining his inner calm, affirmed that he was not worried about Sasuke. He had his own goals. In the depths of Naruto's mind, Ryujin stirred. The dragon's presence had been dormant since their encounter, but now the immense power was awakening just beneath the surface. Ryujin's ancient power pulsed through Naruto's veins, warning him that he was on the edge of something much larger than he realized. However, the dragon cautioned him not to mistake power for strength, as he had yet to fully understand his true potential. Naruto remained silent, his focus unyielding. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it head-on, with the cold determination he had embraced. The time for weakness was long gone. The next day, early in the morning, Team 7 gathered at the designated training ground. It was a familiar setting, but the atmosphere felt different now that they were officially genin. The mission ahead was unknown, but the stakes were clear. Their new teacher, Kakashi Hatake, was about to put them through a test that would push their limits. Naruto stood with a focused expression, hands in his pockets. His eyes revealed a sharpness, always assessing the situation. Sasuke stood beside him, his usual aloof demeanor intact, glancing at Naruto briefly before returning his gaze to the horizon. Sakura, on the other hand, looked uneasy but tried to maintain her composure, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Kakashi arrived with his usual relaxed attitude, the bell tied to his waist swaying slightly with each step. He greeted them with a grin under his mask, announcing that they would be doing a test known as the bell test. Naruto's gaze sharpened. He had heard about this test from older students. It was a challenge of teamwork and resourcefulness, with the objective being to take the bells from Kakashi. However, there was more to it than that. Kakashi held up 2 bells and explained that they had until noon to take them from him. If they failed to secure a bell, they would miss lunch and the team with the least success would be sent back to the academy. Sakura expressed her concern, questioning the fairness of the test. Kakashi interrupted her, emphasizing that it was not about fairness but about their ability to work together as a unit. As ninjas, they needed to collaborate or face failure together. Naruto's calm eyes locked onto the bells, sensing Kakashi's hidden skill. Despite Kakashi's relaxed demeanor, the pressure was palpable. He was far more than just a laid-back teacher. As the mission notification appeared in Naruto's mind, he reflected on the importance of teamwork. He knew that Sasuke would likely act independently, and Sakura might panic. He resolved to guide them whether they liked it or not. Sasuke declared his intention to handle things on his own, but Naruto calmly pointed out that such an approach would lead to failure. It was about the team, not just one individual. The test began with Kakashi suddenly disappearing in a blur of motion, leaving Naruto scanning the area for any sign of him. Sakura gasped, bewildered by Kakashi's speed. Naruto reassured her that they would find him. Recalling their training, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, reminding him not to be too hasty and that the test required them to read Kakashi's moves and work together. Taking a deep breath, Naruto centered himself and turned to Sasuke and Sakura, urging them to stay close and support each other. They split up, each trying to locate Kakashi. Naruto moved quickly, using his speed and intelligence to remain alert. He activated his king's eyes, allowing him to detect not just Kakashi's chakra but also his emotions. Kakashi's calm demeanor masked a sense of amusement mixed with impatience. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared above them, flipping from the trees. He had been watching, waiting for them to make the first move. He acknowledged Naruto's speed but reminded him that they would need more than that to succeed. Kakashi darted back into the forest, disappearing just as quickly as he had appeared. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, attempting to track Kakashi's chakra, but the teacher's speed made it difficult. Meanwhile, Sakura felt left behind, unsure of how to contribute. Naruto quietly instructed Sasuke to hold Kakashi off for a moment while Sakura used her distraction jutsu. Sasuke, though hesitant, agreed, and Naruto seized the opportunity. He darted forward, katana drawn, ready to intercept Kakashi from an angle. He utilized flowing step to close the distance with precision. Kakashi, still amused, appeared in front of Naruto, only to find himself faced with the sharp edge of Naruto's blade. Naruto's blade stopped just inches from Kakashi's face, but Kakashi vanished again, leaping backward into the trees. The test continued with Sasuke and Sakura trying to work together under Naruto's guidance. Each move Kakashi made pushed them to evolve, and Naruto's analytical mind began to see the bigger picture. Teamwork was not just about fighting together, it was about leveraging each other's strengths and covering weaknesses. Sasuke's raw power, Sakura's potential, and Naruto's strategic thinking began to align. As the battle raged on, Naruto's calm and collected approach guided the way. He was not just fighting to win, he was demonstrating the true value of collaboration, even if his teammates did not yet fully understand it. Kakashi, impressed by their development, was already preparing for the next phase of the test. Kakashi's playful grin faded slightly as he began to notice that Naruto's team was starting to adapt. The test wasn't just about catching them off guard or overwhelming them, it was about pushing them to exceed their limits and evolve as a team. Kakashi thought to himself that it was interesting to see their progress. They weren't quite there yet, but they were beginning to understand the essence of teamwork. Naruto, in particular, was proving to be more than just a loudmouth. There was depth to him that was beginning to surface. As Naruto moved silently through the trees, his demeanor shifted to one of cold calculation. He recognized that this test was about more than simply outsmarting Kakashi, it was also about outthinking him. When Kakashi reappeared to evade Naruto's latest attack, Naruto took a moment to assess the situation. It wasn't solely about speed or strength. Kakashi was waiting for them to make mistakes, to toy with them. Naruto reached into his pocket, activating a hidden scroll he had prepared earlier. It was a simple distraction jutsu, but it was enough. He had Sakura use her skills to create a smokescreen. Kakashi, momentarily distracted by the sudden burst of smoke, revealed himself for a brief moment. This was their opportunity. Naruto instructed Sasuke to take action. Sensing the opening, Sasuke dashed forward with remarkable speed, his Sharingan activated to track Kakashi's movements. With his enhanced vision, Sasuke launched a series of well-timed kunai, forcing Kakashi into a defensive stance. Kakashi appeared again, grinning as he acknowledged their efforts. However, he vanished once more, leaving the team in uncertainty. Sakura, finally grasping the situation, began to scan her surroundings, anticipating Kakashi's next move. Naruto's eyes were sharp, assessing every possible outcome. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, urging him not to limit himself to a single approach and to utilize the environment as the key to their success. Naruto's calm, analytical expression remained unchanged as he adjusted his tactics. Sasuke was focused, yet he still needed to fully understand how to work together as a team. Sakura, though nervous, was showing signs of improvement, learning to apply her skills for the benefit of the group. With determination, Naruto instructed Sasuke to keep Kakashi occupied while Sakura provided support. Sasuke nodded, realizing the importance of the moment, and moved to intercept Kakashi again, his Sharingan glowing brightly. Meanwhile, Naruto positioned himself strategically, ready to corner Kakashi if he attempted to escape. Kakashi reappeared, his eyes narrowed as he acknowledged their potential. He then charged towards Sasuke, but Naruto was already there. Utilizing his training, he executed a swift maneuver, aiming for Kakashi's vulnerable side. At the last moment, Kakashi dodged, but it was too late. Naruto's attack had forced him into a position where he could no longer defend himself completely. Kakashi paused, looking at Naruto for a moment before nodding in approval. With a smile, Kakashi commended Naruto for his growth, noting that he was no longer the same person he once knew. Naruto responded with calm gratitude, acknowledging Kakashi's words. In the end, Kakashi allowed the team to pass, recognizing the progress they had made through the test. Although they weren't perfect yet, they had begun to understand the significance of teamwork and trust. As Naruto reflected on his teammates, he realized that this was just the beginning. He was determined to ensure that their team would grow stronger together. As they returned to the village, tired but triumphant, the day's lesson was clear. Teamwork was not merely about skill, it was about trust, respect, and knowing when to rely on one another. They had passed the test, but their true journey was only just beginning. Later that evening, after the Hokage's meeting and the bell test debriefing, Kushina and Minato found themselves alone in the quiet of their home, sitting side by side on the couch. The house was peaceful, but an air of unease lingered as the couple processed the unexpected events of the day. They were stunned to discover that their son, Naruto, had shown an ability to use chakra, a revelation they had never anticipated. They had always believed that Naruto lacked chakra entirely, given the circumstances surrounding his birth and the neglect he faced from the village. For years, they thought his only challenge was the cruel isolation that came with being treated as an outcast. But now, they faced a truth they hadn't seen coming. Kushina sat with her hands folded in her lap, her expression troubled as she stared out the window into the night. She softly questioned how Naruto had acquired chakra, recalling that they had always thought he was without it. Minato turned toward her, his face reflecting the same confusion and concern. He had been certain that Naruto was completely without chakra, isolated in a world that had been unkind to him. But now, they were confronted with a reality that challenged everything they believed. Minato quietly expressed his bewilderment, noting that Naruto's performance during the test demonstrated that he was not just relying on physical strength, he was using chakra, and it wasn't from the Nine Tails. Kushina shook her head, regret evident in her voice as she reflected on her misconceptions. She had focused so much on the idea that Naruto was different from everyone else that she had failed to see his true potential. Minato placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, speaking softly yet firmly. He reassured her that they had acted with the best intentions, protecting Naruto from the world due to his heritage. The village's treatment of him had made sense at the time, but now they needed to reconsider everything, their approach and how they guided him. He acknowledged that Naruto had grown significantly, far beyond what they had assumed. Kushina let out a deep sigh, her heart heavy with guilt. She had believed that Naruto's struggles stemmed from his lack of chakra and thought that her love and attention could fill that void. However, she realized that it was her own misconceptions that had held Naruto back. She had been blinded by her protective instincts. Kushina felt a tremor in her voice as she reflected on her past actions. She had treated Naruto as if he were fragile, as if he couldn't handle anything. But now, she realized that he was much stronger than she had ever given him credit for. How had she missed it? All this time, she had acted as though he needed to be sheltered, and now she understood that he possessed a power she had never known about. Minato leaned in closer, sharing in her realization. They had both overlooked Naruto's growth. He had been quietly developing his strength, and they had failed to provide him with the support he needed. Yet, despite this, he had managed to become something more than they had imagined. Minato's mind raced with a mix of frustration and understanding. He questioned how he had missed the signs and why he had been so focused on his own guilt and the village's judgment of Naruto. The fear of the Nine Tails' influence had clouded his judgment, and now he felt he had let his son down in ways he couldn't comprehend. He had thought that because of the Nine Tails, Naruto would be dangerous and unpredictable. He had believed that keeping him at a distance would prevent him from becoming something uncontrollable. But what had happened today changed everything. He needed to trust Naruto more and allow him to be himself. Kushina nodded, her voice soft but firm. She recognized that she also needed to trust him. They had to start seeing him for who he was now, rather than the image of the broken child they had once known. As the night wore on, Kushina and Minato sat in silence, reflecting on the realization that their son was no longer the child they had kept at arm's length. He had transformed into someone they had never truly understood. Kushina's heart swelled with both pride and sorrow. She had been so focused on protecting him from the world that she had forgotten to trust him. Now, she was determined to make up for that lost time. Kushina spoke with resolve, expressing the need for them to do better. They had to help Naruto now and guide him in the right direction. They couldn't let him fight alone anymore. He was their son, and he possessed something powerful within him. They needed to ensure he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Minato looked at her with renewed determination. They had failed him in many ways, but they could change that. They couldn't hide behind their fears any longer. It was time for them to be the parents Naruto deserved. They shared a quiet moment, both understanding the weight of the responsibility ahead of them. One thing was clear: they wouldn't let their son face the challenges of the future alone. Not anymore. After this moment of reflection, it became evident that Naruto's path forward was filled with questions and revelations. The truth about his chakra abilities would continue to unfold, but one thing was certain. With the support of his parents and his own willpower, Naruto's future would be one of strength, growth, and understanding. As the sun barely rose, Team 7 gathered at the village gates. Kakashi arrived precisely on time, surprising everyone but Naruto. Tazuna looked slightly weary, nursing a small bottle of water, his eyes scanning the genin with caution, especially avoiding Naruto's piercing gaze. Kakashi smiled lazily as he addressed the team, reminding them that they wouldn't be turning back once they crossed the border. Sasuke expressed his impatience, while Sakura eagerly affirmed her readiness. Naruto simply nodded, and they set off. The early part of their journey was uneventful. Birds chirped, and the wind blew softly. However, Naruto remained alert, his eyes glowing faintly beneath his hood as he scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, a notification alerted him to concealed chakra signatures nearby. Calmly, he informed Kakashi about the two enemies, both at the Chunin level and camouflaged. Kakashi's eye narrowed in response, and he instructed the team to stay close and prepare themselves. In an instant, a massive chain whip tore through the underbrush as the two figures lunged at Tazuna. But Naruto moved first, vanishing in a blur enhanced by his flowing step technique. He reappeared directly between the enemies and Tazuna. With a flick of his wrist, chakra chains burst from his back, coiling around both enemies with precision. They thrashed, but the bindings held firm. Naruto coldly stated that they had attacked the wrong team. With a squeeze, the chains restrained one enemy while driving the other into the ground. Sasuke moved in to finish the job, while Sakura stood protectively near Tazuna, trembling but steady. Kakashi, impressed, noted that Naruto had handled the situation without needing his assistance. Naruto simply remarked that Kakashi would have interfered, prompting a quiet chuckle from Kakashi as he began to realize just how formidable Naruto truly was. Later that night, the team set up camp beside a quiet stream. A small fire crackled as Tazuna grimly explained the truth about their mission. He admitted that it was not just an escort mission. A man named Gato wanted him dead and had hired mercenaries. The team was in more danger than they had been led to believe. Sakura looked terrified, and Sasuke clenched his fists, while Naruto remained calm, his eyes glowing slightly as he declared that if Gato came for them, he would not survive. Kakashi sighed, acknowledging that the mission had escalated to a B rank. He offered the team a chance to turn back, but no one chose to leave. Even Sakura, despite her fear, remained silent. Something about Naruto's unwavering calm anchored them all. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Minato sat in his office, deep in thought as he reviewed a report from Kakashi detailing the ambush. He murmured to himself, reflecting on how quickly Naruto had dispatched Chunin-level enemies. Kushina stood silently behind him, her fists clenched in frustration as she quietly questioned how they had missed Naruto's growth and how they had abandoned him. No answer came. The weight of silence and regret hung heavily in the air. The system update confirmed the completion of the first mission, Escort to the Land of Waves. The phase of bandit elimination was marked as complete, and the new phase, the Mist Approaches, was initiated with a threat level classified as A rank. Kurama growled low, sensing the presence of a formidable foe. He warned that the demon of the mist, Zabuza, was near. Ryujin's voice was dark and steady as he urged Naruto to prepare for the impending confrontation, questioning whether he would falter or rise to the challenge. Naruto's status was updated, revealing his identity as Naruto Uzumaki, known by several titles: the Forgotten Vessel, Blade of Konoha, Conqueror of Shadows, Awakening of the Bloodline, and the Reincarnation of Azura. His level stood at 27, with an undetectable chakra level. His attributes included strength at 29, speed at 31, intelligence at 25, stamina at 28, chakra control at 25, and luck at his skills were impressive, featuring a mastered chakra chain, an elemental adaptation-enabled flowing step, and King's Eyes at stage 3, showcasing his mastery over emotion and chakra. He also possessed the hidden art, Silent Rend, and had unlocked a new skill, Hunter's Pulse, a passive chakra radar capable of detecting intent and bloodlust within a wide radius. The boat glided silently across the darkened waters, the oarsmen murmuring quiet prayers to the sea as Team 7 sat cloaked in tense silence. The sky above was shrouded in heavy clouds, casting the water in a steel-gray hue. Land began to emerge in the distance, a lonely, shadowy outline. Tazuna clutched his coat tighter, expressing his unease about the waters that had become too dangerous since Gato's arrival. Naruto remained motionless, his golden eyes narrowed beneath his hood. The king's eyes shimmered faintly, flickering with golden light. Chakra signatures blinked in and out on his mental radar: fish, birds, insects, but no threats were present. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Kurama's voice growled low in his soul's cape, the great fox's eyes glowing dimly in the misty void, warning him that the silence felt too perfect, like a predator poised to strike. Acknowledging the message, Naruto subtly moved his hand to his blade, Ryujin, resting across his back in a seal tag sheath. The night was still, a veil of fog drifting lazily through the trees as moonlight shimmered on the dew-slick grass. Crickets chirped in the distance, the only sound accompanying the gentle rustle of the leaves. Naruto lay against the base of an old tree, arms folded behind his head, his breathing even. He had fallen asleep without meaning to, worn down by emotions he rarely allowed himself to feel. A shadow moved, light footsteps brushing over the ground. A girl dressed in soft green and cream robes, with a basket of herbs slung over her arm, emerged from the forest path. Her chestnut brown hair was tied neatly, and the hunter-nine mask she had worn earlier hung loosely at her hip. It was Haku. She paused when she saw the boy sleeping beneath the tree, the moonlight casting silver outlines across his face. Seeing him, Haku expressed concern about his choice to sleep outside, suggesting he might catch a cold. Naruto stirred, his golden gaze rising to meet hers, initially confused but then focused. He acknowledged that she was not from the village. Haku explained that she was collecting herbs nearby and hadn't meant to wake him. She tilted her head, examining him with a mixture of curiosity and kindness, advising him against sleeping under the open sky in damp weather. Naruto sat up slowly, brushing grass from his hair, and remarked that he had experienced worse. Haku frowned faintly, sensing an emptiness wrapped in steel in his voice. She took a seat a short distance away, careful not to invade his space, and noted that he spoke like someone accustomed to pain. Naruto took a moment before quietly admitting that he indeed was. Haku rested her basket on the ground and pulled her knees to her chest, gently stating that he shouldn't have to bear such burdens at his age. A peaceful silence enveloped them, and Haku asked for his name. After a brief hesitation, Naruto introduced himself as Uzumaki Naruto. Haku smiled warmly, her eyes soft, and shared her name in return, noting that it was nice to meet him. Naruto complimented her name, and though he didn't smile, something in his expression shifted a small thawing. Haku observed that he was different from others, possessing the eyes of someone who carried too much but hid it well. This startled Naruto not because it hurt, but because it was true. Most people looked at him, but few ever looked into him. Haku had seen him, and it struck a chord within him he didn't know existed. Curious about her kindness, Naruto asked why she was being so nice to him. Haku looked down at the herbs in her hands, explaining that she understood what it was like to be alone and unwanted. Sometimes, all it took was one person to truly see you. Naruto stared at her calm and nurturing voice reminiscent of tsunamis but gentler. Her perception made him feel seen, not as a burden or a monster, but as someone worthy of kindness. In a whisper he expressed his gratitude. Their eyes met again, and for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt a warmth rise in his chest, not from Kurama, power, fury, or pain, but something small and quiet that was undeniably there. Within the seal, Kurama stirred, his tails coiling behind the bars. He grumbled about Naruto's feelings for a girl who might betray him, finding it poetic. Ryujin, the blade, remarked that even weapons long for the warmth of a hand that doesn't wield them in hatred. Kurama dismissed the notion, calling Naruto a fool, but paused to consider that perhaps a fool with hope was less pitiful than a god without it. Morning light shimmered over the waves as the mist began to retreat toward the woods. The village of the Land of Waves stirred to life slowly. Wooden shutters creaked open, fishermen prepared their nets, and the scent of grilled rice cakes drifted on the damp wind. Naruto stood alone near the cliffside path overlooking the sea. The breeze tugged at his cloak as his eyes lingered on the forest's edge where Haku had disappeared just hours before. There was a strange weight in his chest, one he couldn't quite describe. Warmth, curiosity, confusion, and perhaps affection. He clenched his hand around a small blue flower she had left behind, plucked from her basket and silently placed beside him while he had nodded off. At Tazuna's house, Kakashi sipped his tea at the table, his face mostly hidden behind his book, though one lazy eye tracked Naruto's return. Sakura and Sasuke were eating silently, still recovering from their harsh tree-walking training the day before. Their chakra reserves were battered, and their pride perhaps even more so. The gates of Konoha loomed ahead, tall and familiar, flanked by the ever-watchful Chunin guards. The journey back had been quiet and subdued, a stark contrast to the chaotic days of battle behind them. The Land of Waves had left its mark, not just in scars or titles, but in something deeper, intangible. Team 7 walked silently, the wind rustling through their cloaks. Kakashi led the group with his usual slouch, though his visible eye was uncharacteristically alert. Sasuke followed behind him, gaze cold and distant, still simmering in the silence of his own thoughts. Sakura was pensive, casting glances at Naruto and the cloaked figure beside him, Haku. Naruto walked calmly, Haku just half a step behind him, her head low beneath her hood. She hadn't spoken much since Zabuza's death, but her eyes no longer held despair. Something else flickered there, something Naruto understood well. A will to keep going, no matter how empty one felt. The guards paused as they noticed the extra figure. One of them asked if she was with them, hand twitching near his kunai. Kakashi smoothly assured them that she was under his responsibility. The gatekeepers shared a look, but no one questioned Kakashi Hatake. They passed through. Hours later, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood behind his desk, arms crossed, expression unreadable. His spiky blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and the Hokage cloak rippled faintly as he turned to look out the window. Kushina stood at the far end of the room, having just been informed that Naruto was alive, not just alive, but he had fought alongside his team, used chakra, and returned stronger than she had ever imagined. The door opened, and Kakashi entered first, followed by his genin. Minato's gaze briefly passed over Sakura and Sasuke, then froze on the calm blonde boy at the rear, Naruto. Minato's heart skipped. Kushina drew in a breath, her hand tightening into a fist. For years she had believed he was chakra-less, powerless. They had focused all their love and hope on Renjiro and Aiko, the children who could use chakra. But the boy before her now stood taller, colder, and unknowable. Kakashi reported that Team 7 had returned from a C-rank mission to the Land of Waves, which had escalated into a high-level conflict. They had encountered Zabuza Momochi of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Minato's eyes narrowed at the mention of the dangerous missing nin. Kakashi confirmed that it was only through the combined effort of the team and especially Naruto that they survived. Minato blinked in disbelief, meeting Naruto's level, unreadable stare. There was no anger, no recognition, just cold indifference. Minato then inquired about Haku, and Kakashi explained that she was a defector from the Hidden Mist, Zabuza's former subordinate. He had assessed her skills and loyalty, assuring them that she posed no threat. Kushina stepped forward, her voice low as she asked Naruto if he could use chakra. Naruto did not blink as he replied that he had always been able to use chakra, no one had ever asked. The silence that followed was heavy. Minato lowered himself into the Hokage's chair, shaken more than he let on, and suggested they discuss this further. Naruto turned to leave, muttering that he would wait outside. Haku silently followed him, and the doors clicked shut behind them. Outside the tower, the wind was cool against Naruto's face. He stood beneath a tree, arms crossed, with the Hokage tower looming behind him and all of Konoha stretching before his gaze, unchanged, unaware. Kurama rumbled in his mind that their regret came too late. Naruto's fingers twitched as he replied that he didn't need their regret, just the space to breathe. Haku spoke gently from his side, noting that while he was strong, that strength felt lonely. He looked at her soft brown eyes, uncertain and kind. He simply stated that he was used to it. Yet, the truth was, as she stood beside him, hand brushing just close enough to his own, he realized he wasn't completely alone anymore. The trees whispered with a familiar wind as Naruto stepped into the training ground that had become his second home, the dense forest where shadows lingered like silent watchers and the light barely touched the moss-covered ground. The scent of damp earth, crushed leaves, and cool air brought him solace. Here, there were no judging eyes, no family to ignore him, and no village to pretend he didn't exist. Just him. And now, she walked beside him, her steps soft and graceful, her eyes wandering the forest curiously. She asked if he had trained here alone all this time. Naruto nodded, revealing that he had been coming here since he was 5. Haku brushed her hand against the bark of a tree, noting the quiet and peaceful atmosphere, but also the loneliness it held. Naruto paused, looking back at her, a flicker of emotion touching his eyes as he remarked that loneliness was peace and noise was pain. Haku smiled softly, acknowledging that even peace could ache. He stepped forward into a small clearing ahead, where the grass was worn in patches and the ground bore scars from years of his training. A battered training post stood crooked to one side. The hallway leading to the Chunin exams was packed. Genin from every corner of the elemental nations gathered like storm clouds over a battlefield. The air was thick with tension, ambition, and pride. Some wore confident grins, while others had sharp eyes, focused and ready. In the center of it all stood Naruto, silent. His posture was calm, his expression unreadable, yet his golden eyes shimmered faintly, tracking chakra signatures and emotions alike. A system notification announced the initiation of the Chunin exam, detailing the objectives and rewards. Naruto's king's eyes activated, engaging threat level detection. He analyzed the crowd, noting the threat levels of various participants. Sabaku no Gaara was marked as a potential threat, while others like Kimimaro and Fu were classified with high threat levels. Uchiha Sasuke was noted as a moderate threat, but Naruto's own classification remained unreadable. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, laced with amusement as he observed the gathering. He noted that the others were like moths to a flame, eager to prove themselves, yet unaware of the true danger beside them. Naruto acknowledged this, stating they didn't need to know yet. Ryujin added that while Naruto was still sharpening his skills, he was nearly ready. Naruto's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on familiar faces. Aiko, clad in sleek combat gear, smirked at an arrogant Sound Genin, while Renjiro stood with folded arms, exuding quiet tension. Sasuke Uchiha caught Naruto's eye, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The Sand siblings were also present, with Kankuro already picking a fight with Kiba, Temari watching with a sly smile, and Gaara, silent and empty-eyed, yet the sand around his gourd trembled with restrained hunger. When Gaara's gaze met Naruto's, a deeper tension lingered between them, suggesting a connection beyond mere competition. A sharp voice broke the tension as Killer Bee strolled down the hallway with his entourage. He greeted the gathered genin with enthusiasm, noting their fierce determination. Samui glanced at Naruto, her eyes narrowing slightly as she remarked on her inability to read his chakra. Darui expressed boredom at the unusual participants this year. More chakra signatures flared as the sound teams arrived, with Kimimaro's elegance contrasting Tayuya's brashness and Jirobo's bulk. Kabuto approached Naruto casually, commenting on his demeanor, but Naruto remained silent, his eyes flicking toward him as a system alert rang in his mind, warning of Kabuto's unknown affiliation. The tension in the air was palpable, yet none dared to draw their blades. Not here, not yet. A booming voice echoed down the corridor, calling all participants to report to room 301 for the first exam. The heavy steel door marked room 301 loomed before them, a daunting threshold. Beneath the flickering ceiling lights, genin from every hidden village gathered, a mix of bravado and quiet dread filling the air. Murmurs bounced off the narrow hallway walls as Naruto stood still, hands in his pockets, scanning the room. Sakura shifted nervously beside him, while Sasuke stood slightly ahead, arms crossed and gaze fixed on the door. Kakashi had already left after handing them the Chunin exam forms earlier that week. Team 7 waited in silence. Weeks had passed since Naruto returned from the Land of Waves, and even longer since he had truly spoken more than a few words at a time. His silence was not empty, it was the silence of someone who had seen too much. Sakura broke the quiet, muttering about the impending exam. Naruto offered no reply. Sasuke urged them not to overthink it, reminding them that they were there to crush the exam, not make friends. A warm yet firm voice interrupted them. Renjiro arrived, followed by Aiko and Sasuke, all exuding confidence in their crisp uniforms and polished weapons. Aiko nodded at Naruto, asking how he had been. He replied flatly that he had been training. Sasuke observed him closely, noting that he looked different, stronger. The glow of the system faded, but the change within Naruto remained. He stood beneath the trees, the wind whispering through the leaves in reverent silence. A faint halo of spirit motes shimmered around him, vanishing slowly into the air. He exhaled, feeling calm and steady, transformed. Then, a pulse resonated within him, not of chakra, but something deeper. A low growl rumbled from within, an internal echo. His surroundings warped, the forest dissolving into black mist as the ground beneath him turned to rippling red chakra. He stood at the threshold of the cage again, but this time, it was not sealed tightly shut. The bars had cracked, and behind them, Kurama, the Nine Tails, loomed like a beast of war. Yet, this time, his eyes were not filled with pure hate. They were calculating and observant. Kurama acknowledged Naruto's change, noting that the light surrounding him was different now. Naruto approached, feeling the heat of Kurama's chakra, and calmly stated that he hadn't needed the beast's power before, but if they were to survive what was coming, that might change. Naruto urged Kurama to stop watching and start choosing. Kurama narrowed his crimson eyes and questioned why he would help the one they had abandoned. Naruto's eyes shimmered with conviction as he declared that he was not like the others, he was the one who had lived alone, abandoned, yet still chose to move forward. The cage shook, and a silence enveloped them. Kurama's grin widened, fierce rather than mocking, as he acknowledged Naruto's difference. A ripple of chakra surged through the air, and Kurama leaned forward, eyes blazing, demanding Naruto to prove himself the next time he called his name. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes snapped open as chaos erupted around him. Trees exploded, and a torrent of kunai and wind shuriken shredded the clearing. Sakura screamed, throwing herself over Sasuke as a hail of steel slammed into the dirt. Luna growled, positioning herself protectively between Naruto and the chaos, her ears pinned back. From the shadows emerged the sound trio. Zaku Abumi, his arms raised and humming with sonic pulses, Kin Suchi, poised with sunban laced with genjutsu chimes, and Dosu Kinyuta, the cloaked leader with a speaker box over his arm. Dosu sneered, claiming they had been told Naruto would be a fun test subject, but his expression changed when he locked eyes on Naruto, questioning who he was. Naruto stepped forward slowly, unafraid, with the air shimmering faintly around him. Ryujin hummed at his side as he quietly declared himself the one who would bury them if they touched his team again. The battle began as Kin moved first, throwing her chime needles in a spinning arc at Sakura, unleashing genjutsu. Without hesitation, Naruto activated Ethereal Step, blurring and reappearing behind Sakura. With one upward sweep of his glowing blade, he clashed with the Senbon, splitting them cleanly in midair. Dosu's eyes widened in surprise at Naruto's extraordinary movement technique. Zaku roared and unleashed a powerful attack, but Naruto whispered that it was too slow. He executed Spirit Slash, sending a wave of violet light from Ryujin that cut through Zaku's sonic wave effortlessly, sending him crashing into a tree. Dosu growled, realizing they needed to focus on the Uchiha, but he froze when he saw Sasuke standing, trembling but with his Sharingan activated. Sasuke murmured about the power he had sensed earlier, recognizing it as Naruto's. Naruto instructed him to stay back, insisting he would handle it, but Sasuke stepped forward, determined to face the challenge together. Sakura joined them, kunai drawn, and Luna barked in agreement. Kin gritted her teeth, realizing they were regrouping, but it was too late. Naruto stepped forward again, extending Ryujin in front of him. The blade shimmered as spiritual orbs manifested in a halo behind him, pulsing with wind, lightning, and ether in harmony. He declared the Spirit Blade technique, Radiant Severance, unleashing a ripple of spiritual energy that surged outward. The trees recoiled as his blade exploded in light, cutting through the air in a diagonal arc, striking at chakra rather than flesh. Dosu staggered back, blood dripping from his mouth as his arm crackled with fractured spiritual interference, questioning what Naruto was. With faint golden eyes, Naruto declared himself their worst fear and pointed Ryujin at the trio, proclaiming himself their judgment. System notification. Spirit Blade combat initiation complete. Battle data sync in progress. Chapter end. Match 7. Naruto Uzumaki vs Temari of the Sand. The crowd was still buzzing with excitement from Aiko's victory when the screen shifted, introducing a new tension in the stadium. Match 7. Naruto Uzumaki vs Temari of Sunagakure. Whispers rippled through the stands, recognizing the names of two formidable competitors. Temari, a rising star of the sand, wielded a deadly fan and had mastery over wind chakra. Naruto, the eldest Uzumaki triplet, cloaked in mystery and shadow, had transformed from being dismissed to standing among Konoha's elite. Observers like Kakashi, Itachi, and even Minato understood that this match would not be straightforward. From the far end, Temari stepped forward, her large war fan strapped to her back, a confident smirk on her face as she walked with an air of calm superiority. In contrast, Naruto emerged slowly from the opposite gate, met with silence and curiosity rather than cheers. His cold, calm eyes scanned the arena, emotionless, and his movements were quiet and graceful. The only notable feature was the faint shimmer of glowing king's eyes beneath his lids, suppressed yet ready. A slight wind picked up, bringing an unnatural chill across the field, prompting Gaara in the stands to narrow his eyes and murmur, "Temari, don't underestimate him." Kakashi exhaled, his eye half-lidded, noting the match's potential interest. Kushina frowned deeply, urging her son silently to maintain control. Minato's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, unreadable, but he firmly believed in his son's abilities. Hey, Gecko raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. Match 7 begin. Temari moved first, unfurling her giant iron fan with a swift motion that revealed 2 red circles painted like stylized moons. With a sharp gesture, she unleashed a powerful wind attack. Wind style, cutting wind scythe. A fierce current sliced across the arena, uprooting earth and tile in its path. Naruto remained unfazed, stepping into the strike's dead zone, analyzing the angle and rhythm, allowing the attack to pass by him narrowly. Temari's eyes widened in surprise, realizing he had not used any jutsu to block her attack. Naruto raised a hand, stating that she relied too much on distance before vanishing from her sight. He reappeared in front of her, fist arcing upward. She blocked with her fan but stumbled back from the sheer force of his strike, dust exploding beneath them. In the crowd, Shikamaru leaned forward, noting that Naruto was faster than before, much faster. Temari gritted her teeth, recognizing his strategy. He was testing her, just as Gaara did. She flipped backward, landing lightly and revealing a 3rd red circle on her fan. Determined, she stabbed the fan into the ground, summoning a powerful wind jutsu. Wind style, summoning Cyclone Weasel. A twister erupted from the fan, carrying slicing wind chakra that transformed the air into a chaotic storm. The weasel spirit, Kimatari, spiraled within it, amplifying its speed. Naruto stood still, closing his eyes as a brief flash illuminated his vision. With the activation of his king's eyes, everything slowed. He perceived Temari's chakra control elegant yet scattered. The wind jutsu was powerful but inefficient, and he sensed her emotional tension, revealing her fear of his approach. He raised his hand, executing a counterattack. Wind style, spiral severance. A thin ring of rotating wind chakra sliced forward, cutting through the twister and dispersing it into harmless bursts, sending Kamatari back to the spirit realm with a poof. Gasps echoed throughout the Colosseum as Temari blinked in disbelief, realizing he had countered her attack. Naruto advanced, each step deliberate and devoid of wasted movement or emotion. Frustrated, Temari swung her fan low in an attempt to sweep his feet. Naruto jumped, landing on the edge of her fan, and launched forward with a powerful kick. Temari barely managed to block, but this time, her defense faltered. He spun, his katana appearing in an instant, stopping just inches from her cheek. She froze, meeting his cold gaze as he declared that she should yield. He acknowledged her strength but revealed that he had already read her rhythm 2 moves prior. Temari scowled, her chest heaving as she recognized the reality of her situation. Her chakra reserves were dwindling, and her long-range tactics had been neutralized. After a moment of silence, she dropped her fan and raised her hand in surrender. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd erupted in shock and applause, whispers circulating through the stands. In the Kage box, the disguised Orochimaru Kazekage tapped his fingers against the armrest, studying Naruto with an unnerving smile, remarking on his cold precision so unlike his parents. Minato remained silent, but Kakashi leaned over to him, suggesting that Minato did not see the truth. When Minato turned his head, Kakashi explained that Naruto was not like him or Kushina. He was something else entirely, seeing too clearly and becoming a predator in a world of hunters. Minato's brow furrowed in concern. Naruto walked back toward the waiting area, ignoring the stares. The night sky above Konoha shimmered with the promise of celebration. After weeks of intense combat and heart-pounding duels, the village was alive with music, lights, and the warm hum of festivity. Lanterns bobbed in the wind as stalls lined the streets, their colorful awnings overflowing with food, games, and laughter. This was Konoha's festival, a celebration of unity and youth, and a moment of peace before the second round of the Chunin exam preliminaries. But for some genin, it was far more than a celebration, it was a turning point. Naruto wandered through the bustling streets, hands tucked in his cloak pockets, his amber eyes scanning the glowing crowds. His posture was relaxed, but there was tension in the air around him, a quiet storm beneath his calm exterior. Beside him, Haku wore a soft smile, dressed in a light blue yuka. Her long hair shimmered under the lantern lights. She kept close, occasionally brushing Naruto's hand with hers, not by accident. Behind them bounded Luna, now a little larger, her snowy white fur dazzling, her tail wagging as children pointed and smiled. Naruto's eyes softened slightly as he glanced toward the wolf pup, then back to Haku. He expressed that he didn't think he would enjoy this, to which Haku replied warmly, saying she knew he would and that he just needed the right company. After a moment of reflection, he quietly admitted that maybe she was right. From the edge of the festival grounds, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki watched Naruto from a distance. Kushina's fists were clenched as she had tried to approach him twice that day, only to be met with cold politeness and averted eyes. Minato sighed, reassuring her that Naruto didn't hate them. Kushina questioned why it felt like he didn't care, to which Minato quietly admitted that it was because they hadn't cared when it mattered. They both watched their eldest son actually laugh when Luna jumped and liked his face, and Kushina wondered if they even deserved to be called his parents. Minato had no answer. Elsewhere in the festival, Yujito Ni stood near a grilled skewer stand, watching Naruto and Haku from a distance. Her cat-like eyes narrowed as she observed that he moved like someone older than he was. Fu flitted beside her, munching happily on a dango stick, commenting on how cool Naruto was and how he fought Temari with control and style that was unlike any academy training. Yujito noted that Itachi Uchiha had trained him, which explained the sword. Fu tilted her head and mentioned how the chakra around him felt like it hummed wild, but caged. Yujito wondered if he was a Jinchuriki like them, and Fu whispered that he was hiding something, just like they did. Not far from the Hokage monument, the Uchiha twins sat on a rooftop, their feet dangling over the edge. Between them sat Renjiro, sipping tea from a paper cup. Sasuke admitted to almost losing to Sasuke, but Sasuke reassured her that almost didn't matter, as she fought with heart. Renjiro chuckled, noting that both of them were scary, but Naruto was even scarier. The way he moved and read people made it seem like he was seeing something they couldn't. Sasuke nodded, expressing his desire to know what that was. Down in the festival's heart, Sakura and Hinata shared a quiet moment beside a glowing koi pond. Sakura reflected on how she never thought she would get this far, and Hinata softly replied that she was strong and wished she had Sakura's courage. Sakura wished she had Hinata's kindness, and they smiled at each other, sharing a brief but meaningful connection. As the night deepened, Naruto and Haku found themselves in a quieter part of the village. Paper lanterns floated in a stream, and music played gently from a distant shamisen. Haku turned to him, her eyes gentle, and remarked that he seemed at peace there. Naruto looked at her, really looked, and brushed a loose strand of hair from her face. He expressed that it was because she was there, and as he leaned closer, forehead touching hers, he shared that after fighting for so long and surviving so much, he felt human when he was with her. Luna lay at their feet, tail curled, her ears twitching gently in contentment. The festival slowly wound down. Fireworks burst over the village in a blaze of blue and gold. People clapped and children laughed. Beneath it all, 11 genin watched the sky, knowing their trials were far from over. But for one night, just one night, they lived as children, not weapons, as dreamers, not soldiers. And somewhere in that stillness, Naruto smiled. 1 week to the second preliminaries. The sun had barely risen above the Hokage monument, casting long golden shadows across Konoha's rooftops as the village slowly returned to its usual rhythm after the vibrant chaos of the festival. For the young genin selected to advance to the second round, celebration had faded into preparation. Whispers of the upcoming tournament danced like wind over the rooftops. Names were being remembered, power gauged, and rivalries quietly igniting. Among them, Naruto Uzumaki moved like a ghost. Minato's voice, warm but tinged with something hollow, broke the silence of the forest training field. Kushina stood beside him, visibly nervous, her eyes flickering with unshed emotion. The boy they had overlooked for most of his life stood across from them, his face unreadable, Golden King's eyes dormant yet piercing. His black-bladed katana hung by his side, chakra vibrating faintly in the air around him. Kushina took a tentative step forward, expressing their pride in what he had accomplished during the preliminaries. Naruto's voice interrupted her gently but without emotion, revealing his discontent. He reminded them that they had not been there for him when he needed them most. Minato's jaw clenched as he acknowledged their mistakes and offered to train him, emphasizing that the next round would not be easy. Naruto regarded him for a long moment before turning away and vanishing in a swirl of leaves, leaving behind a silence that spoke volumes. The scent of morning dew mixed with steel greeted Naruto in the clearing beyond the Uchiha district, where Itachi Uchiha waited beneath a sakura tree, katana resting across his knees. Itachi noted that Naruto had not said goodbye to the festival, to which Naruto replied that he had not been celebrating but had come to train. Itachi challenged him to draw his sword, and steel sang as they clashed, Naruto's chakra-enhanced speed testing even Itachi's legendary reflexes. Their swords danced across the clearing, echoing with the grace of silent predators. In between their exchanges, Itachi remarked on Naruto's colder demeanor. Naruto, parrying a strike with his chakra chains, acknowledged that he could not afford to be anything else. Itachi pointed out that despite his coldness, warmth still lingered around Haku. This observation caused Naruto to freeze momentarily, allowing Itachi to disarm him gently. Itachi continued, suggesting that while Naruto felt betrayed, he also longed for connection and should not let pain blind him to valuable bonds. Naruto glanced down, brows furrowing as the system interface shimmered silently in the corner of his vision, updating him on his growth and new skills acquired. Meanwhile, near the village outskirts, Yujito Ni and Fu sat by a small river, their feet dipped in cool water as villagers lit floating lanterns for the festival's closing. Fu noted that Naruto was strange, as she could not feel his chakra at all. Yujito agreed, pondering that something within him was sealed too deeply. Fu expressed a desire to talk to him, but Yujito cautioned her not to push too hard, comparing Naruto to a kunai drawn too long, sharp and silent, with broken things capable of cutting the deepest. Elsewhere, away from the crowd, Naruto found peace. Luna, his white wolf companion, lay curled by the fire while Haku smiled quietly beside him, their hands brushing together as they folded paper lanterns. Haku observed that Naruto seemed calmer that night, to which Naruto reflected that perhaps it was because he was not alone. Haku reassured him that he had never truly been alone, he just hadn't realized it. Luna stirred, as if in agreement, and Naruto closed his eyes, allowing the hum of chakra, the whisper of the wind, and the hidden system within him to quiet in that moment. Peace was fleeting, but sometimes, even for the vessel of the fox and sword, it was enough. Elsewhere, in the darkness of the Kage viewing chambers, the Kazekage, his identity masked as Orochimaru, smiled beneath his veil, contemplating the many talents ripe for the taking. Beside him, the Raikage sat with arms folded, noting that Naruto did not register on their sensory grid. The Mizukage narrowed her eyes, suggesting that he was either a ghost or a god. Orochimaru's grin widened, confident that Naruto would serve his purpose. As dawn broke on the final day before battle resumed, each remaining genin stood beneath the sky in their own corners of Konoha, training, reflecting, and preparing. Sasuke felt thunder coursing through his fists. Aiko had flames dancing along her palms. Renjiro refined his dual blades under the pressure of a waterfall. Fu and Yujito trained together in perfect synchronicity. Shino calculated battle strategies in solitude. Tenten drilled weapons with mechanical precision. Niji stared at the heavens, seeking his destiny. And Naruto stood alone on the edge of the Hokage monument, the wind tugging at his cloak. The king's eyes shimmered faintly as his hand rested on his katana. Behind him, A shadow approached Itachi once more. Naruto acknowledged his presence, stating that he walked alone but no longer in darkness. The air inside the stadium was thick not with heat or chakra, but with expectation. Sunlight spilled over the high stone walls of the Chunin exam arena, casting long shadows across the battleground floor. The crowd gathered in the elevated spectator stands, murmuring with barely contained excitement. Lords, clan leaders, and Kage from distant lands took their places in the shaded viewing boxes, their eyes turned downward with interest and calculation. This was more than just a tournament, it was a glimpse into the future of the shinobi world. 11 genin stood lined in formation on the stadium floor. Naruto Uzumaki, arms folded, katana strapped to his back, had eyes half-lidded and unreadable behind the faint golden glow of the dormant king's eyes. Sasuke Uchiha appeared calm and confident, lightning chakra humming beneath the surface like a brewing storm. Aiko Namikaze had her twin tails braided and tightly bound, her chakra quiet but potent, a flickering inferno in human form. Renjiro Namikaze wore a cool and calculating expression, twin blades gleaming at his sides. Gaara remained silent and still as death, the gourd on his back dripping tiny traces of red sand. Niji Hyuga stood with hands behind his back, Byakugan not yet activated, but his vision was already piercing the future. Shino Aburame was stoic and withdrawn, his Kikaichu buzzing quietly beneath his cloak. Sakura Haruno clenched her fists, her heart pounding with determination despite her nerves. Tenten, with her scroll case slung across her back, scanned the others like tools on a bench measured and precise. Fu bounced slightly on her toes, her green hair fluttering in the breeze, eyes curious and eager. Yujito Ni, arms folded, calmly swept her feline gaze over the group, every breath measured and composed. At the head of the arena stood the proctors, Heir Gecko, flanked by 2 ANBU. His cough was muffled as he raised a clipboard and announced that due to the odd number of participants, one would be randomly selected to advance directly to the quarterfinals, while the remaining 10 would battle in one-on-one matches. He gestured to a chakra-sealed lottery box shimmering with rotating orbs, each bearing the name of a competitor. Each participant would step forward one at a time and place their hand on the box. The orb that glowed blue would indicate automatic advancement. The tension in the air intensified, and even Naruto leaned slightly forward, curious despite himself. The first to step forward was Tenten. Her hand touched the glass, and the orb spun before one glowed faint green. Not her. Next was Shino, then Niji, Renjiro, Fu, Yujito, Gaara, Aiko, and Sakura. Each time, the orb lit green, no advancement. Finally, Naruto stepped forward. His fingers brushed the surface, causing the orbs to tremble, and a pulse of chakra ran through the air green. He stepped back without a word. Only Sasuke remained. He walked up slowly, confidence radiating from him like heat from a flame. He placed his hand on the orb, and the moment he did, a sudden flash of blue burst from the sphere. The crowd murmured in surprise, and even the Reikage raised an eyebrow. Heir announced that Uchiha Sasuke would advance directly to the quarterfinals. Sasuke smirked faintly, hands sliding into his pockets. Naruto turned his head slightly, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Heir's clipboard glowed briefly with sealing chakra before 6 matchups appeared in the air, scrawled in glowing kanji. The preliminary matches were set: Sakura Haruno vs. Fu, Yujito Ni vs. Tenten, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Renjiro Namikaze, Shino Aburame vs. Aiko Namikaze, Niji Hyuga vs. Gaara, and Sasuke Uchiha automatically advanced. The crowd stirred again, excitement palpable. Some cheered, while others murmured anxiously. Each fighter now stared at their matchup, the implications sinking in. Naruto's gaze locked with Renjiro's, both calm but unyielding. Aiko smiled slightly at Shino, her warmth tempered with silent intensity. Sakura faced Fu, swallowing her nerves. Yujito nodded once at Tenten, already calculating. Gaara simply stood there, unperturbed. Inside Naruto's mind, shadows pulsed gently, the chains long since dormant. Kurama observed with amusement, noting that Naruto would finally face his little brother. He was curious to see how their golden boy would fare against his vessel. Naruto remained silent, but the corners of his lips twitched faintly. Heir cleared his throat and raised his voice, announcing the first match, Sakura Haruno vs. Fu. The other genin stepped back toward the walls as the two kunoichi moved forward. Fu bounced with eager energy, while Sakura took a deep breath to center herself. The crowd quieted, and the second round began. As Sakura stepped forward, fists clenched, a storm of thoughts raced in her head. She acknowledged her limitations but reminded herself of the hard work she had put in. Across from her, Fu grinned playfully, radiating green chakra as she bounced lightly on her feet. Up in the stands, Ino leaned forward, worry etched on her face, urging Sakura not to be overwhelmed. Heir raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. Sakura burst forward first, enhancing her legs with chakra. Although she wasn't as physically dominant as Naruto or Sasuke, she was smart and knew how to fight. Fu met her halfway, her fingers flickering with chakra-enhanced speed. Their fists clashed in a flurry of fast, furious, and precise blows. Sakura ducked under a spinning kick and retaliated with a powerful punch. Fu flipped back midair, landing smoothly and grinning wider, impressed by Sakura's spirit. Fu's chakra flared green as wings of Chomei energy formed faintly behind her, signaling that she was ready to escalate the fight. Sakura recognized Fu's speed and strength but saw an opportunity if she could exploit any underestimation. She backed away, weaving hand seals and slamming her palms into the earth, invoking her technique. The ground beneath Fu softened, causing her to begin sinking. That moment of imbalance was all Sakura needed. She leapt in, chakra concentrated in her palm, delivering a powerful punch straight to Fu's chest. The impact echoed through the arena, sending Fu crashing against the far wall. The crowd gasped in surprise, and even Yujito narrowed her eyes, acknowledging Sakura's solid hit. However, as the smoke cleared, Fu emerged, scrapes on her arms but her eyes shining with excitement. She declared that Sakura was more fun than she had anticipated. Fu's chakra flared again, a faint green shroud coating her limbs as she prepared to unleash her speed. In an instant, she blurred across the arena, delivering a barrage of palm strikes to Sakura's midsection. Sakura was sent tumbling backward, struggling to regain her footing. Fu appeared behind her in a flicker, executing a spinning heel strike that connected with Sakura's back. Coughing and bruised, Sakura pushed herself to her feet, blood at the corner of her mouth, but her determination remained unbroken. She reached for her strongest burst of chakra control, feeling the energy surge within her. With a fierce roar, she slammed both fists into the ground, unleashing a seismic wave that tore cracks into the earth and sent debris flying. Fu's eyes widened, but her wings flared just in time as she soared upward, flipping in the air before releasing her final move, a sphere of green wind that exploded from her palms, targeting the field below. Sakura, still recovering from her last move, was caught in the blast. Dust and rocks surged through the arena, and when it cleared, Sakura lay on the ground, unconscious but with a smile on her face. Heir coughed and raised his hand, declaring Fu the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, some showing respect for Fu's strength while others honored Sakura's brave stand. As medics rushed forward, Fu landed lightly and approached Sakura's form, kneeling beside her. She acknowledged Sakura's impressive performance, noting how tough the leaf ninja were. In the stands, Naruto watched silently, arms crossed and expression unreadable. Deep within his thoughts, the system pinged, indicating an increase in respect for Fu and a moderate potential for soul bond compatibility. As the dust settled, conversations stirred among the watchers Genin, Jonin, and Kara alike. Ino clutched the railing, eyes wide in disbelief at Sakura's resilience. Choji nodded solemnly, recognizing Sakura's strength. Shikamaru, who had been lounging, straightened with a thoughtful hum, noting Sakura's strategic use of pressure. Sasuke observed quietly, arms folded, but his fingers twitched slightly, acknowledging Sakura's growth. Naruto's golden eyes remained fixed on the arena, calm yet focused. The system pulsed softly, indicating his tactical awareness had increased. He nodded once, proud of Sakura's performance. In the Kage's box, Tsunade leaned forward, her eyes glinting with approval as she praised. Sakura's heart. The fourth Reikage huffed, dismissing the outcome, but Tsunade countered that Sakura had held her own against a Jinchuriki, a feat beyond what most Chunin could achieve. Minato remained silent, observing his former student's daughter, while Kushina's grip on the railing relaxed slightly, acknowledging Sakura's growth but remembering her true purpose. On Fu's side, she sat beside Yujito on the observation ledge, swinging her legs and commenting on the pain from Sakura's punch. Yujito smirked, reminding her not to get too confident as the matches were far from over. The next match was announced: Yujito Ni of Kumogakure vs Tenten of Kanahigakure. The arena buzzed with anticipation for this unique matchup between a well-trained kunoichi known for her precise taijutsu and her connection to the two tails, and a weapons prodigy with an unpredictable arsenal. Both kunoichi stepped into the ring, one exuding calm, cat-like grace, while the other radiated fierce confidence, her scroll already in hand. Tenten unfurled her scroll in a dramatic arc, revealing hundreds of seals swirling across its surface. She instructed Yujito not to blink. Yujito remained unfazed, her feline-like eyes glowing faintly with Bakeneko energy. Tenten's confidence was met with Yujito's challenge that she would need more than tricks. Heir raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. With a quick seal, Tenten launched her barrage. Hundreds of weapons surged through the air: kunai, shuriken, spiked chains, windmill blades, all flying with pinpoint accuracy. Yujito slid into a low crouch and sprang into action. With fluid grace, she twisted through the storm, her arms sweeping like whips as she redirected, dodged, and deflected the incoming projectiles. The sounds of clashing metal echoed as she moved like a phantom through the chaos. Yujito acknowledged Tenten's aim but pointed out that she was revealing her strikes. She leapt off a deflected spear and hurtled toward Tenten, who swung a meteor hammer embedded with explosive tags. Yujito spun and dodged, landing just beside her. Their taijutsu clashed, hands meeting steel, kicks sweeping low, and knees striking hard. Yujito's strikes were elegant yet lethal, reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey. She noted that Fu would have fallen for Tenten's trap, narrowly avoiding a weighted bola. Tenten rolled away, activating a second scroll to summon a circular shield that absorbed Yujito's next palm strike. She recognized that Yujito was adapting to her tactics. Tenten backed away, panting, and expressed surprise that Yujito was not using weapons. Yujito's eyes flashed with eerie blue fire as she coldly declared herself a weapon. Blue chakra burst from her back, forming two jagged tails of energy, like wisps of ghostly flame. Her fingernails extended into glowing claws, causing Tenten to freeze in realization Yujito was a Jinchuriki with two tails. In an instant, Yujito vanished, her speed amplified by Matatabi's chakra. Tenten barely had time to raise a barrier seal before Yujito crashed through it like a missile, delivering a powerful knee strike to Tenten's gut. The impact sent Tenten spiraling through the air. Even as she fell, Tenten activated a final scroll, unleashing a dazzling wave of kunai that detonated midair. Yujito charged through the chaos, her tails acting as shields, slicing through the incoming projectiles as she leapt high, preparing her final strike. With a fierce attack, she unleashed the feral Fang style, Flame Spiral Claw. Tenten hit the arena floor hard, coughing and bruised, her scrolls scattered around her. Yujito landed in a crouch, her chakra tails vanishing as Heir raised his hand after a brief pause, declaring Yujito Ni of Kumogakure the winner. Team Guy rushed to Tenten's side, with Lee helping her up. He praised her performance, noting her youthful spirit, to which Tenten groaned in response, acknowledging that youth could be painful. On the viewing platform, Fu commented on how intimidating Yujito became when serious. Naruto, observing with a narrowed gaze, reflected on her efficiency and cold demeanor, but noted that she was not cruel. The atmosphere shifted as the next match was announced, drawing the crowd's attention into a heavy silence. The announcer declared the upcoming battle between Naruto Uzumaki of Kanahigakure and Renjiro Uzumaki of Kanahigakure. The arena trembled with anticipation as the two brothers entered the ring, one calm and silent, the other filled with cold determination. Minato leaned forward, anxiety etched on his face, while Kushina clasped her hands tightly. The match began with Renjiro dashing forward, a blur of orange chakra pulsing from his back. He executed the Crimson Fox Barrage, a high-speed taijutsu technique enhanced by chakra tail extensions. Naruto stood still, calm and collected, and activated his flowing step technique. In an instant, he vanished, narrowly avoiding Renjiro's spinning kick that cracked the ground beneath it. Appearing just behind his brother, Naruto whispered that Renjiro was too slow. Unsheathing Ryujin, his blade hummed with wind chakra. With a flick, he unleashed a razor-thin gust that grazed Renjiro's side, surprising him with its finesse. Renjiro scowled and quickly formed seals, unleashing the fire-style Flame Vortex Javelin. A spinning spiral of fire took shape, shooting across the ring. Naruto responded by summoning a massive tide with his water-style Azure Break Wall, clashing with the flames and sending steam exploding into the sky. Out of the mist, Naruto charged forward, his blade now coated in lightning chakra. He executed the Chidori Flow, a modified technique that infused lightning through his weapon to paralyze on impact. He slashed downward, but Renjiro blocked with a glowing red chakra chain, yanked from his back. The chain sparked and cracked but held firm against Naruto's strike. Naruto slid backward, hands sealing once more. He performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and 5 copies burst forth. All 6 Narutos surrounded Renjiro in a ring, leaping and spinning. They initiated the Elemental Ring, Crimson Cyclone Formation, each clone launching a unique jutsu: Wind Style, Gale Cutter, Water Style, Aqua Slash, Lightning Style, Thunder Pulse Shot, Fire Style, Ember Scorch Barrage and Earth Style, Stone Spike Bloom. Renjiro found himself encased in a 5-elemental storm, but he stood firm, lifting his head with eyes glowing crimson. He proclaimed that he carried powerful blood as well, and a tail of burning orange chakra erupted. Behind him then 2, then 3. With the partial-tailed beast cloak activated, Kurama's chakra flowed through him in a controlled state. He unleashed an omnidirectional pulse of chakra, shattering 4 clones, leaving only one and the real Naruto. The clone threw Ryujin, and Naruto caught it mid-spin, expressing gratitude to himself. Naruto advanced now with no jutsu, only swordsmanship. He executed flowing step, pulse slash, and reverse draw, employing the fox step, stage 3, technique, which combined unpredictable footwork with emotion sensing and chakra flow for absolute precision. Ryujin shimmered with a fusion of water and lightning as he danced like a predator. Renjiro attempted to block and counter with his chains, launching them like whips, but Naruto twisted midair, flipped over them, and landed behind him. He made a shallow cut across Renjiro's back, causing chakra to leak. Naruto noted that Renjiro's chakra was overflowing and warned him that he was burning out. Renjiro growled, creating a fox-shaped flame from his hand and unleashing the Crimson Hull technique. A focused chakra explosion shaped like a fox head detonated on impact. Naruto countered with Silent Rend, his sword sweeping through the air in a spinning arc that split the attack and sent a vacuum shockwave through the arena. Both combatants were panting and bleeding, locked in a tense stare. Naruto's system chimed silently, indicating that a high-intensity duel had been reached. Renjiro raised one final hand seal, summoning the Kurama Flame Cloak, 3-tail Fox Fang. The chakra molded into a massive beastly fox head, lunging like a summoned demon. Naruto stood still, invoking the Soul Echo, with Kurama's soul shimmering faintly within him. He whispered an apology to his brother as a single clone appeared behind him, preparing for the final form, Blade Burial Lunar Cross. This technique combined wind, lightning, and water with kenjutsu, creating a multi-angle phantom slash that erased chakra flow on impact. The clone Naruto struck from above while the real Naruto surged from below, resulting in a massive cross-shaped explosion that lit the arena. When the dust settled, Renjiro lay unconscious, breath shallow, and the cloak dissipated. Naruto stood with his blade returned to his back, breathing evenly. Heir stepped forward, stunned, and declared Naruto the winner. Silence enveloped the arena before the stands erupted with excitement. Shikamaru sat slack-jawed, bewildered by the display. Tsunade blinked in disbelief, recognizing the high-level Jonin skills exhibited by a genin. Minato and Kushina watched in shock, with Kushina whispering that Naruto was no longer the boy they had left behind. As Naruto walked off the field, his eyes distant and calm, the arena remained in stunned silence, the air thick with the remnants of chakra explosions and crackling energy. The audience struggled to process the intense spectacle they had just witnessed. This battle had revealed the true depth of Naruto's abilities, the wild power that had taken everyone by surprise. Minato Namikaze, the Hokage, remained eerily quiet, his gaze fixed on the arena as he processed the events. He understood that his son was more than he had previously acknowledged, but witnessing Naruto wield such overwhelming power surpassing even his own expectations was both unsettling and awe-inspiring. His thoughts were jumbled, torn between love for his son and the undeniable truth that Naruto was no longer just a boy seeking attention. He had become a formidable force. Yet, Minato couldn't help but wonder where this newfound strength truly originated. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, wore a calculated smile, concealing his true thoughts behind a mask. He observed Naruto with intrigue, sensing something extraordinary about the boy and the fox spirit within him. His eyes narrowed as he schemed, recognizing that this battle was merely a glimpse of Naruto's full potential. The other Kage shared similar sentiments, their thoughts ranging from admiration to cautious curiosity. Itachi Uchiha stood beside Sasuke, silently assessing Naruto. The fight between Naruto and Renjiro had revealed a level of combat mastery that even he had not anticipated. Itachi acknowledged to Sasuke that Naruto had grown far more powerful than expected. Sasuke, filled with a mix of awe and envy, nodded in agreement. He understood that his older brother was always calculating, but even he had to admit that Naruto was now a formidable force, igniting a competitive fire within him. Kakashi Hatake watched from the sidelines, adjusting his mask while keeping his visible eye trained on the arena. He felt a mix of pride and concern, realizing that Naruto had surpassed his expectations. Kakashi regretted not being able to guide Naruto more closely during his formative years, but he could not deny the boy's growth into a powerful shinobi. Sakura Haruno, still in shock from the fight, clutched her hands together as her mind raced with the overwhelming events. She glanced nervously at Sasuke, who was also processing the magnitude of the match. Sakura had always known Naruto was strong, but witnessing his immense power made her realize how much she had underestimated him. She reflected on how much he had changed, recognizing that he was no longer the same person she once knew. Renjiro lay on the ground, exhausted but filled with respect and regret. He had given his all in the battle, and though it had not been enough to defeat Naruto, he felt no shame in his defeat. He struggled to sit up, admiration growing within him as he acknowledged that he still had much to learn from Naruto. As the arena was cleared for the next match, Naruto stood off to the side, his breathing heavy from the battle. The weight of his newfound strength felt like a heavy cloak. He reflected on his journey, realizing he had hidden his true self for so long, fighting to avoid being seen as a monster. But now, he questioned if he was becoming what everyone feared. The admiration of his peers felt distant, and even his friends, Sasuke and Sakura, seemed far away in their awe. He wondered if this was the path he was meant to walk alone. A soft rustle of leaves interrupted his thoughts, drawing his attention back to the present. Haku approached with a gentle smile, her presence a comforting reminder of someone who understood him deeply. She praised Naruto for his performance, offering quiet solidarity amidst the chaos. Naruto smiled faintly, though a deep melancholy lingered in his eyes. He expressed his uncertainty about whether he was making the right choices and shared his fear of losing himself in the process of fighting. Haku reassured him, reminding him that he was still himself, regardless of how much he changed. People would see his strength, but they would also recognize his heart. Naruto turned to her, a small smile forming as he acknowledged her words. Before they could continue their conversation, the announcer's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing the next match between Shino Aburame and Aiko Uzumaki. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Naruto, still shaken from his own fight, shifted his focus to the field. He found this matchup intriguing, as one of his teammates faced off against a member of the Uzumaki clan. Shino's mysterious fighting style always captivated Naruto. On one side, Shino Aburame stood with his usual stoic posture, adjusting his glasses. His calm demeanor hinted at the immense control he held over his abilities, relying on tactics and careful planning to win battles. On the other side, Aiko stood confidently, reflecting the strength she had gained from years of training. Though she was from the Uzumaki clan, she was not as ruthless as her older brother, Naruto, but the power of her lineage was undeniable. The announcer's voice rang out again, signaling the start of the match. Shino's first move was subtle. With a flick of his wrist, a swarm of insects emerged from beneath his coat, surrounding Aiko in an instant. The air hummed with their presence, a silent but effective strategy. Aiko sensed the movement of the insects and quickly formed hand signs for a fire-style technique. A massive fireball shot toward the swarm, engulfing them in flames. However, Shino was prepared. He activated his insect clone technique, and as the fireball consumed the area, a series of insect clones emerged from the flames, scattering and evading the attack. Aiko narrowed her eyes, scanning the battlefield for Shino. Impressed, Aiko decided to use a simple but effective genjutsu. Shino's body froze momentarily as the illusion took effect, but his expression remained calm. The insects that served as his eyes relayed information, breaking the illusion before it could fully take hold. He whispered the insect jutsu, sensory perception, extending his chakra to detect Aiko's every movement. With his strategy in place, the battle between Shino and Aiko began to intensify. The battle between Shino and Aiko was an intense clash of tactical precision versus raw power, with both shinobi pushing their abilities to the limits. The arena was thick with tension as each tested the other's strength, searching for an opening for a decisive blow. Shino remained calm, having anticipated Aiko's use of her enhanced eyes. As the Tsukuyomi Genjutsu began to take hold, he deployed his insects to break free. The tiny creatures served not only as a shield but also as his eyes, relaying visual data directly to him and bypassing the limitations of human sight. The bugs swarmed around him, forming a silent yet powerful army that provided a constant overview of the battlefield. Aiko, her eyes glowing brighter, quickly dismissed the genjutsu, realizing it had failed. She needed to change tactics. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a sharp gust of wind, unleashing a powerful attack. The massive gust roared toward Shino, scattering his insects in all directions. However, Shino was prepared. He summoned a layer of insect cocoons to form around him, creating a protective barrier. The wind crashed against the shield, but the insects absorbed most of the force, allowing Shino to remain unharmed. Seizing the opportunity, Aiko closed the distance between them, drawing on the Uchiha bloodline's natural speed. Her eyes flashed with the power of the Kurama chakra as she moved in to strike, her kunai poised for a decisive blow. Just as she moved forward, aiming for Shino's chest, a mass of insects burst forth from his pupa shield, swarming around her and halting her attack. The bugs crawled over her arms and legs, their tiny bodies creating a moment of distraction. Aiko quickly adapted, unleashing a barrage of flames. The small flames flickered and crackled, forcing the insects to scatter, but Shino's insects were more resourceful than she had anticipated. They spread out in a defensive web-like formation around her, making it difficult for her to move freely. Realizing she was being overwhelmed by Shino's relentless assault, Aiko needed to create space. Once more, she summoned a massive dragon-shaped fireball that shot toward Shino with devastating speed. Shino, with his insects acting as his senses, immediately recognized the danger. He didn't hesitate and commanded his insects to surge forward, gathering into a massive cloud that intercepted the fireball midair. The bugs took the brunt of the impact, but their sheer number wasn't enough to stop the fireball completely. Shino's shield of insects was blasted back, and some of his creatures were scorched, but the core of the swarm remained intact. Aiko leaped into the air, positioning herself above Shino. She launched another colossal fireball, this one much larger and more intense than her previous attacks. The heat radiated outward, scorching everything in its path. Shino could feel the heat rising, but he knew what he had to do. He commanded his insects to form a thick barrier around him, absorbing the intense flames. The insects within the wall took the damage, but Shino remained protected as the fireball was deflected by the cloud of insects. Insect Jutsu, Destruction of the Hive. Shino called forth his most daring technique with a steady voice. The insects surrounding him vibrated at a frequency that interfered with the chakra flow of the Amaterasu flames. This technique was the result of years spent perfecting his connection to his insects. He wasn't merely controlling them, he was syncing his chakra with theirs to create a disruptive pulse. The insects, synchronized in a way never seen before, formed a perfect circle around the black flames, causing them to gradually lose their strength. Aiko's eyes widened in disbelief as the flames seemed to waver, their destructive force weakening under Shino's command. However, Aiko had a strategy of her own. She knew Shino's insects were versatile, but her enhanced vision, aided by Kurama's chakra, could provide her the edge she needed. With a final move, she combined her chakra into a powerful technique. With her speed amplified by Kurama's chakra, Aiko rushed toward Shino, leaving afterimages in her wake as she moved like lightning. She moved her technique forward, aiming directly at Shino's chest, the energy charged with immense speed and power. Shino's eyes remained calm, but his heart raced. He couldn't afford to let this strike land. In a last-ditch effort, he commanded his insects to form an impenetrable barrier in front of him. As Aiko's attack collided with the wall of insects, they sacrificed themselves in a massive burst of energy. The lightning surged through the insects, but their sheer volume slowed the impact enough for Shino to evade the full force of the attack. Aiko's technique dissipated with the explosion, leaving a cloud of smoke. Shino, though breathing heavily, remained standing. His insects had absorbed the worst of it, giving him just enough time to dodge the brunt of the blow. Both fighters stood there, exhausted. Aiko's Sharingan flickered, and Shino's insect swarm had significantly diminished. They were both at their limits. Aiko, her voice strained but defiant, questioned if this was the end. Shino nodded respectfully, acknowledging her strength and stating that he believed the fight was over. In the silence of the arena, the announcer's voice rang out, declaring Aiko the winner. The crowd erupted into applause, filled with a sense of respect. Aiko had triumphed, but it was evident that Shino had pushed her to her limits. His unorthodox style and mastery of insects had proven to be a formidable challenge even for someone as skilled as Aiko. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, felt a growing respect for his teammates. Shino's calm, tactical approach had been impressive, and Aiko had demonstrated why the Uchiha clan was so feared. He thought to himself that they were all incredibly strong, but he couldn't afford to lose not now. Sasuke, standing next to Naruto, observed the match with quiet intensity. His eyes shifted from Shino to Aiko, contemplating that Aiko had been too slow to land the final blow and that she needed to push herself further. Sasuke was learning just as much from the others as they were from him, though he would never admit it. Itachi, nearby, watched the match with an analytical eye, wondering how Naruto would respond when it was his turn to face his greatest challenge. The final match of the second round was about to begin. A thick, tense silence enveloped the arena as everyone eagerly awaited the clash between the last two competitors, Gaara of the Sand and Niji Hyuga of the Hidden Leaf. Both were prodigies, each with a reputation that had preceded them. Gaara, known for his formidable sand abilities, and Niji, recognized for his unparalleled mastery of the Byakugan and the gentle fist style. The sun hung high in the sky, casting an intense light over the battlefield, amplifying the pressure that weighed down upon everyone watching. The ground felt heavy beneath their feet, and the spectators were aware that this final match would likely be one of the most intense of the entire tournament. The announcer stepped forward, breaking the silence. He declared that the next match, the final match of the second round, was between Gaara of the Sand and Niji Hyuga of the Leaf Village. Both competitors stood in their respective corners, their eyes locked onto each other. Gaara's expression was unreadable as usual, but his sand swirled around him, anticipating the fight. Niji was calm yet confident, his Byakugan activated and his stance firm. The air hummed with tension, and even the crowd held their breath in anticipation. When the referee shouted for the match to begin, the ground seemed to shake as the two combatants moved. Gaara, with his usual eerie calm, immediately raised his hand and muttered, "Sand coffin." His sand surged forward, crawling like a sentient creature, aiming to engulf Niji in its grip. The sand rushed at him with the speed and precision of a striking snake. Niji's Byakugan allowed him to see the sand coming, but even that wasn't enough to stop the sheer volume and force of Gaara's attack. He thought to himself that Gaara was fast as he leapt backward, narrowly dodging the sand that shot toward him like a missile. He landed with incredible speed, flowing effortlessly into a defensive stance. Gaara's eyes narrowed as the sand retracted back to him. He acknowledged Niji's quickness and challenged him to see how he would handle the next move. Niji, not waiting for Gaara to act, activated his Byakugan. He could see the slightest change in the flow of chakra, the smallest shift in the environment. He dashed forward, his hands a blur of motion as he unleashed the fast, precise strikes of the gentle fist. Each of Niji's strikes targeted the chakra points of Gaara's sand shield, intending to disrupt the flow of chakra and weaken his defenses. However, as Niji's palms met the sand, he found that it absorbed his strikes without yielding. Gaara's sand was not only a shield but also had a life of its own, moving and shifting with the will of its master. Gaara's eyes were cold, his expression unwavering as he unleashed a flurry of sand. Hundreds of tiny, razor-sharp grains shot toward Niji, who quickly activated his chakra control, forming a thin but sturdy shield around him. The crowd murmured in awe, recognizing Niji's impeccable chakra control as the sand bounced off his barrier, though it was clear that even he was being pushed to his limits. Just when Niji thought he had weathered the worst, the ground beneath him shifted dramatically. Gaara called forth a massive wave of sand that surged toward Niji, crashing against his shield with overwhelming force. Niji stumbled as his chakra shield began to crack under the pressure. Determined, he gritted his teeth and rapidly formed hand signs, unleashing a fierce vortex of chakra that deflected the sand away. However, it was evident to everyone that the battle was far from over. Gaara's voice remained eerily calm as he declared that he would not stop until Niji was buried beneath the sand. Panting slightly, Niji ceased his retreat. His Byakugan flared brightly, locking onto Gaara with fierce determination. He had reached his limit and was ready to take the fight to Gaara himself. With a powerful technique, he blurred into motion, striking with precision at key chakra points on Gaara's body, aiming to disrupt his concentration and halt the flow of chakra to the sand. But Gaara was prepared. His sand formed an impenetrable barrier, deflecting Niji's strikes effortlessly. Niji's attacks were absorbed, and the shield held firm, showcasing Gaara's absolute control. Gaara coldly stated that Niji still did not understand who he truly was. The sand swirled around him like a living armor, and with a commanding gesture, it wrapped around Niji's limbs, restricting his movement. Niji struggled against the tightening grip of the sand, his muscles straining as he fought to break free. Despite his efforts, the sand only tightened further, and he growled in frustration, refusing to accept defeat. He knew this was his last chance. His chakra was running low, and Gaara's hold was becoming increasingly unyielding. With a sudden surge of energy, Niji channeled chakra into his palms, activating a powerful technique that sent a shockwave through the ground, shaking the arena and rattling Gaara's control over the sand. For a brief moment, Gaara's grip faltered, and that was all Niji needed. Summoning the last of his strength, he executed a final desperate move, striking at the source of Gaara's chakra, the seal hidden in his gourd. It was a risky gamble, but he had no choice. The strike landed, and for an instant, it seemed as though Gaara might lose his control. The sand around him wavered, and Niji's blows struck true. However, Gaara grinned for the first time during the fight and remarked that Niji had done well, but victory was still out of reach. In an instant, Gaara's sand surged upward like an avalanche, enveloping Niji completely. Despite his struggles, Gaara's sand had grown increasingly powerful throughout the battle. The referee declared Gaara the winner. The audience fell into stunned silence for a moment. Gaara, as always, exuded an aura of cold, emotionless victory. As his sand settled back around him, he turned to leave, ignoring Niji's valiant efforts. Although defeated, Niji held his head high, having earned the respect of the crowd. His final move had been bold, but Gaara's overwhelming power had proven too much. From the stands, Naruto watched intently, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He vowed to himself that Gaara was not invincible and that he would win, not just for himself, but for everyone watching and for the village. He refused to let someone like Gaara define what strength truly meant. As Gaara exited the arena, Itachi and Sasuke exchanged glances, both analyzing Gaara's techniques and strengths. Sasuke muttered that Gaara's power was dangerous, but there was more to him than just his sand. Itachi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the arena, deep in thought. Gaara's chakra control reminded him of Naruto's, but there was something darker lurking beneath the surface. The audience began to stir, murmuring about the results. Neji, though exhausted, maintained his pride. He had fought with honor, and that was something no one could take away from him. The atmosphere in the arena buzzed with anticipation, the crowd's chatter echoing through the stands as the aftermath of the last match between Gaara and Neji settled. Despite the fierce clashes, it was evident that the intensity of the tournament had only just begun. The competitors, though weary, were already mentally preparing for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the murmurs and hum of excited spectators. Hey, Gecko, the proctor, stood in the center of the arena once more, a recognizable figure to all the genin who had participated. His calm voice carried an air of authority that stilled the crowd, drawing their attention toward him. His one visible eye scanned the competitors as he began to speak. He announced that the second round of the Chunin exams was officially complete. However, the quarter-final matches would not take place immediately. There would be a 1-month break to allow the competitors time to recover, train, and prepare for what would undoubtedly be a more intense and challenging battle. The announcement elicited mixed reactions from the genin in the stands. Some appeared relieved at the chance to rest, while others, like Naruto, felt impatience simmering beneath the surface. The tournament had barely begun, and they were already on the cusp of something even bigger. Heir continued, raising his hands slightly to signal for quiet as the crowd's chatter began to swell again. He emphasized that during the month-long break, they were expected to improve their skills, refine their strategies, and continue training. The next set of matches would be unlike anything they had faced so far. This would be a test of their true abilities, and only those with the determination and strength to push past their limits would make it to the final round. His words were sharp and clear, each sentence a challenge to the genin standing before him. He paused, allowing the weight of his statement to sink in, his gaze lingering over the competitors Naruto, Sasuke, Aiko, Shino, Yujito, Renjiro, Gaara, Tenten, Neji, Fu, and Sakura before he continued. He warned them that the matches would resume in exactly 1 month and advised them to use this time wisely. They needed to get stronger and prepare for what was to come. Most importantly, he reminded them that the title of Chunin was not simply awarded to the strongest. It was for the one who proved they were ready to lead and protect. Only the most worthy would emerge victorious. With a final look at the competitors, Heir stepped back, bowing his head slightly as his duty as proctor concluded for the day. He raised his hand once more to signal the end of the event, declaring that the first phase of the Chunin exams was now over and that they were dismissed. As the announcement echoed in Naruto's ears, he leaned back in his seat, his expression unreadable. A month felt too long, but perhaps it was what he needed to push further and perfect his jutsu. The thought lingered, quickly replaced by his usual determination. Sasuke remained stoic, but a sharp glint shone in his eyes as he acknowledged the month-long break. He was not one to back down from a challenge, and this pause only fueled his resolve. His rivalry with Naruto had intensified, and he knew the next round would be a defining moment. Aiko, sitting near Naruto, stood up with a determined expression, brushing off her clothes. She saw this as a good opportunity and resolved not to waste it. She exchanged a brief look with Naruto and smiled, assuring him that she would be ready. Renjiro sat quietly, contemplating the matches so far. He recognized the need to work on his timing and strategy, vowing not to hesitate next time. Tenten, still catching her breath after her match with Yujito, looked at the others with a determined frown. She tightened her grip on her weapons, promising herself that she would be ready for whatever came next. Meanwhile, Gaara stood motionless in the corner of the arena, his face expressionless. The 1-month break meant little to him, he was already more than prepared. However, he found it interesting to see who would rise to challenge him. Fu and Yujito, still recovering from their respective fights, exchanged glances. Fu remarked that a month was a long time but also a chance for them to know each other better. Yujito agreed, seeing it as an opportunity for everyone to grow stronger, including themselves. She noted that Naruto would be someone worth watching closely, sensing that he was not as weak as he let on. As the crowd began to disperse and the competitors made their way out of the arena, the true weight of the announcement settled in. Each genin approached this time differently. Some took it as a chance to rest and recuperate, while others viewed it as a precious opportunity to train and grow stronger. Naruto did not go home immediately. Instead, he sought a quiet, secluded part of the village where he could think without distraction. His mind raced through different training methods and jutsu he had yet to master. He resolved to become faster, stronger, and smarter, determined not to let anyone catch up to him. He gritted his teeth, thinking of Sasuke, the relentless rival who always seemed ahead in raw talent. But with his hidden power, Naruto believed he could surpass him. Just 1 month, he thought, and he would show them all. Back at the Uzumaki compound, Kushina and Minato discussed Naruto's progress. Concerned about their son's seeming detachment, they recognized that his distance stemmed from years of neglect. Still, they felt compelled to reach out, to train him together as a family. Minato expressed regret over Naruto not responding to them, emphasizing the need to take action. He acknowledged that Naruto had grown significantly but believed there was still much more he could learn. Kushina sighed, her gaze softening as she lamented their failures. Minato shook his head, insisting that they still had time to make things right, but he knew Naruto had to let them in. As the evening sky began to darken, Naruto continued to train under the moonlight. He performed katas with his katana, his form graceful and precise, a stark contrast to the wild boy he had once been. Each swing of the blade brought him closer to the mastery he sought. Yet, something stirred within him, a whisper of a deeper power, something beyond mere training and jutsu. He could sense Kurama's presence within him, a feeling he had yet to fully comprehend. The strange system guiding him seemed to hum with quiet energy, as if waiting for something significant. Kurama's voice echoed faintly in his mind, acknowledging Naruto's growth, though the connection remained distant. Naruto's determination shone through as he gritted his teeth, vowing to surpass everyone and become stronger than anyone else. The upcoming month would be a time for reflection, growth, and unlocking more of his potential. The next phase of the Chunin exams would serve as the true test of his strength, and he promised himself that he would not lose again. In the aftermath of the preliminary matches of the Chunin exams, Konoha buzzed with excitement. From the council to the elite jonin, from the other Kage to the civilian onlookers, everyone spoke of Naruto Uzumaki not as the boy once overlooked, but as the warrior who had faced Renjiro and emerged victorious in a battle that left a lasting impression on all present. While the village whispered and strategized, Naruto remained silent, walking alone. The announcement of a 1-month break until the quarterfinals was met with enthusiasm by many, but for Naruto, it was a time to grow even stronger. Konoha's training fields were bustling with activity, yet Naruto chose the far outskirts of the village, where ancient woods met scarred rocks and hidden springs. It was in this secluded place that he trained with shadows, memories, and steel. In the cold silence, the forgotten vessel honed his blade, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Aiko and Renjiro's visit. The gentle rustle of leaves broke the silence as 2 figures emerged into the clearing. Naruto stood still, eyes closed, katana in hand, the tip pointed downward as faint currents of wind chakra circled it like serpents. Aiko hesitated, her hands clenched. She wore a simple training gi, her red hair tied back in a braid. Renjiro stood beside her, looking more tense than usual. Neither had approached Naruto in years with the intent of speaking. Today was different. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, the golden irises of the king's eyes catching the emotional tension between them before either could speak. He sighed, asking what they wanted. Aiko flinched, expressing a desire to talk and acknowledge their past mistakes. Naruto remained silent. Renjiro stepped forward, revealing that he had believed Naruto to be weak due to a lack of chakra, but had witnessed his strength and growth. They had failed to protect him in the past, but now they wanted to make amends. Naruto turned back toward his training post, slicing through a thick log in a single silent strike. Wind exploded from the impact, and he did not look back, stating it was too late. His words were calm and final. Renjiro opened his mouth but found no voice. Aiko took a step forward but was met by a firm pulse of chakra, a barrier that prevented her from advancing. They left without another word. Later that evening, under a waxing moon, the sound of sandals crunching gravel echoed through the empty forest. An older man in flamboyant robes, with wild white hair and a giant scroll on his back, stepped into the moonlight. Naruto recognized him as Jiraiya, who had heard about Naruto's recent victory over Renjiro and had come to see the boy everyone had forgotten. Naruto questioned Jiraiya's intentions, wondering if he was there to train him. Jiraiya grinned, stating he wanted to pass on some techniques, recognizing Naruto's potential. Naruto's grip on his blade tightened as he questioned why Jiraiya had not come to help him before. Jiraiya admitted that they should have been there but expressed his desire to help now and see what Naruto could become. Naruto stepped closer, chakra subtly flaring, declaring he did not need Jiraiya's help or guidance, having made it this far on his own while others had watched him suffer. Lightning flickered in the sky as Jiraiya asked what Naruto truly wanted. Naruto shook his head slowly, expressing a desire for power enough to never be forgotten again and to protect those he chose to protect. Jiraiya remained silent as Naruto turned away, disappearing into the trees. Naruto and Itachi's training begins. A stillness fell upon the forest clearing, the kind of quiet that exists between two warriors who understand pain, purpose, and the weight of unseen burdens. Birds did not sing, and even the wind hushed itself as Itachi raised his hand in a simple gesture. Naruto tightened his grip on his katana, having expected Itachi's arrival. Without a word, Itachi activated his Sharingan, acknowledging Naruto's growth. Naruto stepped forward, moving with the elegance of a blade drawn mid-battle, activating flowing step and launching forward with a slash. Itachi blocked with a kunai, their chakra clashing. Naruto revealed his use of wind chakra, stating his intention to master all of his affinities. Itachi smiled subtly, urging them not to waste time. Their spar turned intense, with Naruto's wind-enhanced strikes forcing Itachi to deflect and evade. Genjutsu illusions shimmered around Naruto, distorting reality, but he countered with chakra pulses from Hunter's Pulse, detecting the real Itachi. For every feint, Naruto responded with calculated force, unleashing water release, Serpent Torrent, which spiraled around him and shot forward. Itachi evaded but found Naruto already behind him, katana humming with lightning chakra, executing lightning edge fang. The blade grazed Itachi's vest before he flickered out of reach, acknowledging Naruto's progress in using his elements in tandem. Days passed like hours. Under Itachi's guidance, Naruto's techniques grew refined, and his elemental manipulation became more precise. He trained in fire, molding chakra into jets of flame, and in earth, learning to anchor his movements and use the terrain as a weapon. He combined water and wind, forming blades of condensed air pressure with razor precision. Throughout it all, Itachi observed, offered insight, and rarely interfered, respecting Naruto's journey. Hidden meeting room beneath the Kage box, dawn, day of the finals. The air in the underground chamber was cold, still, and heavy with tension. A series of masked shinobi stood at attention, kneeling before a stone table lit by a flickering lantern. At the head of the table stood Danzo Shimura, wrapped in shadow, his single visible eye narrowing as he reviewed a scroll sealed with Orochimaru's personal sigil. He muttered that the boy was accelerating too quickly, as was the Uchiha, and it wouldn't be long before they surpassed the designs set for them. A root operative shifted, seeking orders. Danzo commanded continued surveillance without engagement unless directly ordered, noting Orochimaru's plans for Sasuke while emphasizing the need to secure Naruto's value, as he remained undefined. Another operative inquired about the Hyuga, to which Danzo replied they should handle their own clan wars, asserting that the real threat lay in whatever had awakened inside Naruto Uzumaki. He looked to a carved map of Konoha, dotted with red pins, and declared they would watch and wait for the village to falter before striking. Location: hidden room within the Kage observation tower, same time. The Kazekage sat in silence beside the Hokage, flanked by two masked Suna shinobi. In truth, the man under the Kazekage's hat was not Raza at all, but Orochimaru in disguise, his golden eyes barely contained beneath the veil. As the sun began to rise, he whispered to himself about the many pawns placed carefully, knowing only one would be chosen. A soft chuckle escaped him as he anticipated the village's suffering, declaring that they would first give them a show. The ceremonial beginning of the finals. Location: Chunin Arena, high noon. The stands were filled with spectators from across the 5 great nations. Daimyo, nobles, merchants, civilians, and shinobi all gathered for this momentous day. Bright sunlight bathed the arena in gold, and the banners of each hidden village snapped in the breeze, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. A massive drum sounded once deep and thunderous. From a balcony above, the third Hokage stepped forward in full regalia, flanked by the Kazekage and other visiting dignitaries. Hiruzen Sarutobi welcomed everyone to the final stage of the Chunin selection exams. The crowd erupted in cheers. He continued, speaking of the strength of the next generation and the spirit of unity, resilience, and will that defines the shinobi world. Below, the finalists were ushered into the arena. Naruto stood with his arms folded, his eyes scanning the crowd without emotion. Sasuke adjusted his glove, his Sharingan swirling briefly before fading. Neji, Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Hinata took their places, each bearing the weight of their clans, nations, and choices. The proctor for the finals, Genma Shiranui, stepped forward, sunban in mouth, his expression unreadable. He declared that this was their final test, urging them to fight as they were and to hold nothing back. Victory was earned, surrender accepted, and death was not encouraged. A silent ripple went through the genin. Then the drum sounded again, and the vast blue sky above watched as fate began to unfold. The final exam begins, Match 1, Yujito Ni vs Aiko Uzumaki. The roaring crowd settled into a hush as Genma Shiranui raised his hand. He announced the first match, Yujito Ni of Kumogakure vs Aiko Uzumaki of Konohagakure. Aiko stepped forward, her crimson braids swinging behind her, her violet eyes glowing faintly with restrained chakra. Across the field, Yujito walked with feline grace, her piercing golden gaze sizing Aiko up without expression. From the stands, Minato and Kushina observed silently, with Kushina's hands clenched tightly in her lap and Minato's gaze fixed on Aiko's face. The arena trembled with tension as the proctor dropped his hand, signaling the start of the match. Yujito moved first, a blur of speed amplified by her lightning release chakra mode. This technique, unique to high-level Kumo ninja, enveloped her in a layer of electrically charged chakra, enhancing her reflexes, speed, and attack power. Aiko was forced to leap backward, narrowly dodging a flurry of clawed strikes enhanced by the Nibi's chakra, as Yujito's nails shimmered blue with crackling energy. She launched a 2-phase assault, each strike enhanced by Raiton chakra, cutting through conventional defenses. The second strike homed in on Aiko's reaction from the first. Raised her arms and, with a sharp hand seal, her chakra flared red and gold. From her arms burst spectral chains of pure sealing chakra, long, flowing tendrils that cracked like whips through the air. This unique version of the adamantine sealing chains allowed Aiko to simultaneously attack and defend, creating 8 independently moving chakra limbs that could ensnare, block, or strike with great force. The chains clashed with Yujito's claws, causing sparks to erupt in all directions. The two girls flew apart, both unharmed but now wary. Yujito circled slowly, her movements precise and cat-like, remarking on Aiko's speed but suggesting she was unaccustomed to real kill intent. Aiko narrowed her eyes, ready for the challenge. Yujito formed a single-hand seal, declaring that Aiko had asked for it. Blue fire erupted from her mouth, not normal flames but the spectral ghost fire of the Nibi blue-black and cold. Aiko leapt, forming a spiral of chains below her. The ghost fire, a unique bijou technique, burned through chakra constructs and lingered unnaturally, making it particularly devastating to sealing jutsu. Aiko was not retreating, she was accelerating. Her chains spiraled into a dome, not to block but to funnel her chakra. With a yell, she slammed her palm into the ground, activating a reactive fuinjutsu that absorbed chakra from incoming attacks and released it as a shockwave. The flames collided with the dome, sizzling and being absorbed. The resulting explosion blasted outward, throwing Yujito across the arena floor. Aiko dropped to one knee, breathing hard, her body trembling from the backlash. Yujito stood slowly, a small burn across her shoulder, her eyes no longer calm but glowing with deep blue flames. She whispered something before growling, and behind her, the spectral outline of the two tails Matatabi surged to life. From the observation balcony, Tsunade leaned forward, recognizing that Yujito was entering partial transformation. Matatabi's chakra erupted, forming a cloak of ghostly flame around Yujito, her eyes now slitted, and her nails transformed into monstrous claws. Aiko gritted her teeth and slammed her hands into the earth, activating a high-tier defensive seal that formed a full dome of interlocking chakra kanji, designed to hold even Bija-level chakra at bay for short PRDs. Matatabi's claws struck the dome, and while they were initially repelled, each blow cracked the cage further. Aiko's fingers bled, and her chakra was thinning. She whispered an incantation and burst into motion, weaving rapidly through 128 hand signs. This desperate technique converted her remaining chakra into a self-sustaining storm of sealing chains that erupted outward in a massive radius. The cage shattered, and Yujito lunged forward, only to be engulfed in a massive explosion of gold and red chains that spiraled like a cyclone. The audience watched in awe as the center of the arena became a storm of fuinjutsu light. When the glow faded, both Kunoichi lay unconscious, Yujito wrapped in chains. Aiko collapsed in the center, pale and unmoving. Gunma moved in, kneeling by both and raising a hand to declare Aiko Uzumaki the winner by sealing incapacitation. The crowd erupted in disbelief and applause as medics rushed in. From the kage box, Kushina wept in silence while Minato exhaled slowly. In the waiting hall, Naruto looked up once, acknowledging Aiko's choice not to hold back. Sasuke cracked his knuckles, determined to follow suit. The moment the dust settled from the clash between Yujito Ni, the two tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, and Aiko Uzumaki, the talented Kunoichi daughter of the Yellow Flash, the entire stadium seemed to pause. A heavy silence washed over the crowd before it erupted into noise. In the kage box, the fourth Reikage, arms folded, let out a gruff snort, but the flicker of pride in his eyes was unmistakable. He acknowledged Yujito's performance, noting her efficiency and precision. She was ready to represent Kumogakure on the battlefield. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, nodded slowly, though his gaze remained fixed on his daughter. His expression was unreadable, reflecting neither joy nor disappointment. He recognized her growth. Tsunade, seated beside Minato as a returning Sannin and observer, crossed her arms and remarked on Aiko's power, though she noted a hint of recklessness in her techniques, which rivaled those of a Jonin. The Mizukage, observing closely, pointed out Aiko's control in flaring her tailed beast chakra without fully transforming, acknowledging the danger of her volatile style. From the shadows near the balcony, Kakashi Hatake pulled down his headband slightly and reflected on Aiko's motivations, understanding that she fought not just to win but to prove herself to her brother, her father, and perhaps to herself. Behind the viewing platform, Kushina stood with clenched fists, trembling as she sensed Aiko's restraint. Aiko had held back, wanting to prove her capabilities without relying on the other seal. Kurenai Yuhi, one hand on the railing, exhaled slowly, recognizing the lethal nature of Yujito while also acknowledging Aiko's stormy potential. Asuma Sartobi lit a cigarette and commented on the intensity of the fight, noting that both combatants fought with the skill of Chunin, while Aiko danced with the power of thunder. In the Genin gallery, Renjiro, fists clenched, had not blinked once throughout the match, filled with awe and quiet guilt over Aiko's strength. Sasuke Uchiha, seated beside him, closed her eyes briefly, realizing that if the match had continued longer, Aiko might have emerged victorious. Hinata watched with silent admiration, captivated by Aiko's graceful and strong movements. Kiba, with teeth gritted, expressed his reluctance to face either fighter in a dark alley. Shikamaru, arms crossed, noted that Aiko was finding a balance between instinct and strategy, making her a formidable opponent. Choji, munching nervously, admitted he struggled to follow the fight but found it amazing. Tenten analyzed Yujito's fighting style, impressed by her chakra control, while Niji acknowledged both fighters as true shinobi, with Yujito's D'Espelin contrasting Aiko's legacy-driven movements. Sakura, almost breathless, felt a sense of distance from Aiko's newfound strength, while Sasuke, leaning against the wall in the waiting area, respected Aiko's impact despite her loss. Naruto, silent in the upper box, observed the arena with an unreadable expression, recognizing Aiko's choice to forge her own path as a true display of threat. Chatter spread like wildfire through the stands as spectators discussed the match. They marveled at the lightning technique and speculated about the combatants' backgrounds, acknowledging the significance of what they had just witnessed. Hey Gecko, the proctor, cleared his throat and addressed the crowd through the microphone. He declared the first match over, announcing Yujito Ni as the winner while emphasizing that both combatants displayed abilities far beyond their rank. This was the essence of the Chunin exam's not just strength, but potential. He paused before announcing the next match, Fu of Takigakure versus Sasuke Uchiha of Konohagakure. As the crowd erupted in excitement once more, the two combatants stood and began their descent to the battlefield. The Chunin exam arena buzzed with electric anticipation. After Aiko Uzumaki's stunning performance against Yujito Ni, the crowd was eager for the next match, Fu versus Sasuke Uchiha. Fu, the prodigy of the hidden village of the waterfall, stepped into the arena with a quiet, focused demeanor. The wind seemed to swirl around her, reflecting the storm of emotions within. Her calm exterior belied the intensity in her calculating gaze. On the opposite side stood Sasuke Uchiha, the lone heir of his clan, wearing a grim expression that masked a whirlwind of thoughts about surpassing his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Each battle brought him closer to his goal, and in this arena, his Sharingan would awaken once more. Kakashi, a silent observer, stood slightly as the competitors took their places. He had witnessed Fu's unorthodox yet deadly techniques before, while Sasuke had grown significantly since his last fight. This battle was about more than skill, it was a test of resolve. The proctor's voice rang out, breaking the charged silence that enveloped the audience as he declared the match to begin. Without hesitation, Sasuke shot forward, his speed a blur as he aimed to close the distance between himself and Fu. His body moved with the precision honed from years of training, every muscle coiling like a spring before snapping into action. In the blink of an eye, he was upon her, his hand drawn back as if to strike. Fu's eyes flicked up to meet Sasuke's, her body instinctively responding before her mind had even processed the movement. With a small twist of her wrist, a gust of wind sent a shuriken flying into the air, forcing Sasuke to dodge. He was already calculating his next move, turning midair with a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He landed on his feet with fluid precision, his eyes never leaving Fu. His Sharingan flared to life, dissecting her every movement, her every breath, as he analyzed the situation in mere seconds. He didn't just fight with his body, he fought with his mind. Fu, however, wasn't someone easily cornered. Fu stood her ground, analyzing Sasuke's movements with equal precision. Her calmness was almost unnerving in the face of his lightning-fast assault. Often underestimated because of her quiet nature, it was her tactics that made her a dangerous foe. With a slight tilt of her head, Fu raised one hand. The wind began to gather around her, swirling into a vortex, condensing into a concentrated sphere of air that hummed with energy. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. He had seen this technique before, but not to this degree. With a swift motion, Fu moved her hand forward, unleashing the wind sphere toward Sasuke. The blast of air sent dust flying, obscuring his vision. Sasuke leapt into the air, twisting his body as he narrowly avoided the attack. But Fu was already on the move, her legs a blur as she dashed forward, her feet barely touching the ground as she used the wind to propel herself. Sasuke's instincts kicked in. He adjusted his trajectory mid-air, landing on the ground and skidding to a stop just in time to see Fu coming at him with a series of rapid strikes. She was faster than he had anticipated, but Sasuke was no slouch either. He began to counter, his Sharingan tracking her every move, anticipating where she would strike next. Yet, Fu's attacks were unpredictable. She was a fluid combatant, shifting between offense and defense with ease, making it difficult for Sasuke to land a clean blow. Each strike from Fu came with the precision of a trained warrior, and each gust of wind pushed Sasuke further out of his comfort zone. His Sharingan had never been more useful, allowing him to predict her movements, but even with its power, Sasuke found himself constantly on the defensive. It was clear now that this was no ordinary match. Sasuke had been pushing Fu back, but she was only just beginning to show her true potential. The wind around her began to grow more intense, swirling violently as though answering her call. With a single movement, Fu raised both of her arms, and a massive gust of wind erupted from her body, scattering dust and debris across the arena. But that wasn't all. Her chakra flared to an intense level, and in a brilliant display of power, two massive wings of wind materialized behind her, flapping once to send a shockwave through the arena. The crowd gasped. Fu had activated her wind style, tailed power technique, a transformation she had perfected over years of practice. Her wings were not merely ornamental, they were an extension of her very chakra, capable of devastating attacks. The power they exuded was palpable, creating an invisible pressure that seemed to weigh on Sasuke's very body. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to its next level, but he was visibly taken aback. He had underestimated Fu's power. He had trained with Itachi and fought many powerful foes, but this was different. The sheer control Fu had over the wind, how it flowed with her movements, was unlike anything he had faced. With a single flap of her wings, Fu launched herself into the air, leaving Sasuke below, scrambling to keep up with her movements. The wind seemed to obey her every command as she swirled in the air, preparing for her next attack. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he felt the growing pressure. Fu was no longer just an opponent, she had become a force of nature. Sasuke Uchiha had never been one to back down from a challenge, and his will to win was stronger than ever. He silently vowed that he would not lose. Drawing on the fire that burned within him, Sasuke channeled chakra into his hands, forming Chidori, the lightning-fast technique that had become synonymous with his power. He moved his hand forward, the electrifying energy crackling with intent. Fu was already in the air, her wings flapping, to send a powerful gust straight toward Sasuke. He barely had time to react. Chidori met the wind head-on, and for a moment, it seemed as though the two powers would clash to a standstill. But Sasuke wasn't finished. With a growl, he poured more chakra into his Chidori, unleashing Chidori Stream, a more concentrated version of the technique. The lightning roared as it surged through the air, forcing the wind to part as Sasuke pushed forward. Fu's wings shifted, the wind growing more intense in an attempt to counter the lightning. The arena shook with the force of their clash. The arena vibrated with energy as the Chidori Stream collided with the powerful winds emanating from Fu's wings. The two forces, one lightning, one air, met in a turbulent clash, each struggling for dominance. Sasuke's eyes burned with intensity, his body coiled like a spring, ready to unleash even more power. Fu was not just fighting with her chakra, she was fighting with her very soul, her will to protect the ones she loved. As the lightning cracked and thunder roared above them, Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to his brother, Itachi Uchiha. His desire to surpass him, his thirst for power, had led him to this moment. Every fight, every battle, was a step toward confronting the dark legacy that haunted him. Pain had shaped him, driven him to the edge. He had experienced loss, betrayal, and anguish, but in those moments of suffering, Sasuke had found his resolve. Fu, on the other hand, was fighting not out of revenge or a desire for power, but out of the need to protect her people, her village, and those she cared about. The pain she had endured was not for vengeance, but for survival. She had learned to channel her grief into something greater, a force that could protect what was important to her. For a brief moment, Sasuke could see the sorrow in her eyes, hidden beneath her calm exterior. It reminded him of the pain he carried with him, the loneliness that consumed him. But there was something different about Fu. She was calm, focused, and determined in a way that made Sasuke question his own path. The Chidori stream faltered for a moment as Sasuke's resolve wavered, and that brief hesitation was all Fu needed. In the blink of an eye, she took to the air once more, her wings beating with a force that sent a wave of wind crashing into Sasuke. The force sent him stumbling backward, struggling to maintain his balance. Sasuke's Sharingan flared, but the wind was already upon him, moving faster than he could react. Fu unleashed a powerful technique as gusts of wind swirled into a concentrated vortex around her, spiraling with unrelenting force. The wind tore at the earth beneath her feet, sending debris flying as she propelled herself towards Sasuke. It was as if she had become one with the wind itself, her every movement a deadly extension of the storm she had created. Sasuke barely had time to react. He moved his hands into the earth, Chidori crackling to life as he drew on his fire and lightning chakra. He wasn't about to back down. He unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles aimed straight at Fu. But the wind twisted around her, creating a protective barrier that absorbed the fire jutsu, the flames dissipating like mist in the face of the hurricane-like gusts. Fu's wings beat once more, sending a wave of wind that deflected the remaining flames. Sasuke's eyes burned with the intensity of his desire to win, and he pushed forward, using Chidori once more, his arm extended, ready to strike. Fu twisted her body midair, narrowly avoiding the electric spear. But Sasuke was relentless. With a single motion, he shifted his weight and swung his other arm toward her, aiming to strike her down with his lightning-infused hand. As Sasuke's lightning-infused strike neared, Fu's wings flared wide, creating a barrier of wind that forced him to slow his movements. Her chakra surged as she focused her power into her wings, and in that moment, Sasuke understood the true extent of her abilities. Fu wasn't just a skilled fighter, she was a natural force like the wind itself, unpredictable and relentless. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed as he observed the flow of Fu's chakra. It wasn't just the power of wind she controlled, there was something more, something deeper. He had heard of the tailed power technique, but seeing it in action was something else entirely. The wind around Fu seemed to resonate with her emotions, amplifying her strength. It was as if her chakra had a life of its own, responding to her will. Fu's wings flapped once more, sending a powerful gust of wind straight towards Sasuke. But he was ready. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed Chidori Nagashi, a more defensive version of his Chidori, creating an electric field around him that repelled the wind. The wind and lightning clashed in a storm of chakra, both forces struggling for control. Sasuke's movements were precise and calculated, each strike a reflection of his training and determination. But Fu's movements were fluid, her control over the wind so perfect that it seemed as though she had become one with the very air around her. Every time Sasuke closed the distance, Fu would retreat, her wings propelling her effortlessly through the air, her attacks coming in quick, overwhelming bursts of wind. Sasuke had the speed, but Fu had the control. It was a battle of precision versus overwhelming power, and neither was willing to give an inch. Sasuke recognized that the battle had reached its climax. His chakra reserves were running low, and Fu's relentless wind attacks had taken a toll on him. He needed something decisive. As Fu approached again, her wings flapping rhythmically, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with determination. He concentrated all his chakra into his hands, forming the shape of the Chidori Fong, a more advanced version of his Chidori. The crackling energy of the lightning intensified, the air around him sizzling with power. He declared that it would end now. With a fierce roar, Sasuke lunged forward, his hand extended. The Chidori Fong pulsed with energy as it sliced through the air, a spear of pure lightning aimed directly at Fu. The force of the attack was overwhelming, and the arena darkened as the crackling energy filled the space between them. Fu's eyes widened as the lightning approached, but she remained unafraid. With a final, determined flap of her wings, she propelled herself upward, twisting her body as she activated her ultimate wind technique. Her wings spiraled into a powerful vortex, a cyclone of energy that roared to life around her. The attacks collided in midair with an explosive force, the lightning and wind tearing through the arena. The ground trembled beneath them, and the air was thick with the sound of their powers clashing. For a moment, it felt as if the world had paused. Then a massive shockwave erupted, sending both competitors flying backward, their bodies crashing into the arena walls with tremendous force. As the dust began to settle, the arena was silent, the aftermath of their battle hanging in the air. Sasuke lay on the ground, bruised and with singed clothes from the explosive exchange. Fu, too, was kneeling, her wings slowly dissipating as the wind around her faded. Exhausted, she still held a quiet strength in her eyes. Both fighters struggled to their feet, breathing heavily from the exertion. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered and then dimmed as he regained his composure. His eyes met Fu's, and for a brief moment, they shared a look of mutual respect. Neither had emerged from this battle unscathed. Fu spoke first, her voice soft but resolute, acknowledging Sasuke's strength. He reciprocated, recognizing her power and resolve. There was a shift in Sasuke's eyes. Perhaps this battle had taught him that true strength lay not just in power, but in determination. Fu's resolve was as formidable as any weapon. The proctor, who had been observing with great interest, announced that the match ended in a draw, noting the extraordinary abilities displayed by both competitors. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing across the stadium. Sasuke and Fu shared one last glance, acknowledging the battle they had fought and the respect they had earned from each other. The arena fell silent as the next names were called. The crowd, still buzzing from the previous matches, awaited the final showdown. On one side stood Naruto Uzumaki, a boy with hidden potential who had been quietly growing in strength since his early days as a genin. On the other side was Gaara of the Sand, a quiet yet menacing force whose mere presence sent shivers down many spines. Naruto's eyes locked onto Gaara, his usual confident smirk replaced with a focused, serious expression. Today was not about proving himself to others. It was about proving to himself that he could stand on his own, without relying on Kurama or any external power. His mind was clear, the weight of his previous battles heavy, but he knew this was his moment. He would fight with his own abilities and will. Gaara stood motionless, his eyes cold, his body encased in a shell of sand. There was an eerie stillness about him, as if he was waiting for the world to bend to his will. His aura was dark, suffused with the chakra of the one-tail, chakra. But today, he seemed different, calm, unnervingly so. His gaze flicked toward Naruto, a flicker of curiosity or disdain crossing his face. The proctor's voice broke the tension, signaling the start of the match. Without hesitation, Gaara lifted his hand, and his sand responded. It whipped up in a violent gust, shooting toward Naruto like a storm of needles. The speed and power of the sand attack were formidable, but Naruto was quicker. He leaped into the air with fluidity, his stealth movement allowing him to twist and turn through the air, evading the sand projectiles with ease. As he descended, he reached into his pouch for a kunai, ready to strike. Gaara's eyes tracked him with the precision of a predator, but Naruto's silent rend caught him off guard. With the grace of a shadow, Naruto vanished, moving so quickly that he was nearly invisible. By the time Gaara's sand retracted, Naruto had already appeared behind him, his kunai aimed at a weak spot in Gaara's defense. However, Gaara was not as vulnerable as he seemed. The sand reacted instantly, surrounding him like a protective barrier, stopping Naruto's kunai midair with its thick, nearly impenetrable shield. Naruto grimaced but quickly adjusted, twisting his body to avoid a second wave of sand shooting from the ground beneath him. His chakra sense tingled, warning him of Gaara's movements before they happened. With a burst of speed, he dodged once more, his body barely a blur. Gaara whispered in surprise at Naruto's speed. The ground trembled as Gaara's hand shot out again. This time, the sand was not merely a weapon, it was a living extension of his will. The sand swirled around Gaara, forming an enormous, shifting dome, towering above the arena like a fortress. Naruto narrowed his eyes, knowing he couldn't let the battle become one of attrition. Gaara's sand defense was formidable, but Naruto had something Gaara didn't: speed, adaptability, and an indomitable spirit. Determined, Naruto clenched his fists, realizing he had to break through. With a sudden burst of chakra, he activated Fox Step, a movement style that made him nearly imperceptible. He moved toward the sand dome, but Gaara wasn't fooled. The sand rose to meet him, the air filled with the sound of whistling winds and shifting grains. Naruto darted left and right, evading the encroaching sand as it slammed into the ground with relentless force. He had to move faster and think quicker. His chakra surged as he tapped into his natural ability chakra chains. The chains erupted from his body, snapping forward like a series of deadly whips. They wrapped around the sand and yanked, attempting to pull the massive formation apart. The sand resisted, but Naruto's pull was strong, and for a moment, he saw a crack in Gaara's defense. Determination shone in Naruto's eyes as he sprang forward, moving with incredible speed while his chains continued to tear into the sand. Just as he was about to close the distance, Gaara's sand surged up once more, forming a fist aimed directly at him. Naruto dodged just in time, feeling the rush of sand graze his cheek, leaving a shallow mark. The weight of Gaara's power pressed down on him, a reminder of the challenge he faced. Realizing that fighting Gaara head-on in his current state would only lead to exhaustion, Naruto needed a new approach, something Gaara couldn't anticipate. Then it clicked. Unseen hand. The arena around them seemed to blur, and Naruto's mind shifted into a heightened state of perception. He could feel the air, the sand, the very vibrations in the ground beneath him. Gaara's movements were fast, but Naruto could now sense the environment itself, predicting the smallest shifts in sand and motion. He raised his hands, channeling his chakra through the surroundings. He declared that he didn't need to see everything to beat Gaara. With his chakra senses fully attuned, Naruto manipulated the surrounding air currents and vibrations, sending the sand swirling uncontrollably. Gaara's face twisted in anger as his own sand seemed to turn against him, briefly losing control. This moment of distraction was all Naruto needed. He understood that this was the decisive moment. He had learned to adapt, to anticipate, and to strike where Gaara was weakest. His body surged with chakra, and his mind focused with clarity. He charged, weaving through the sand that tried to intercept him. As Gaara launched a final wave of sand, Naruto's hand shot out, and with flowing step, he blurred through the air, closing the distance between them in an instant. In a split second, Naruto used his chakra chain to wrap around Gaara's throat, pulling him closer. Gaara struggled, his sand flailing in all directions, but Naruto was relentless. His voice rang out, filled with the power of his conviction, declaring that this was his fight. With a final burst of chakra, Naruto tightened the chain around Gaara, and the sand fell away. Gaara's defense shattered, and he fell to his knees, defeated but not broken. The arena fell silent as Naruto stood over Gaara, breathing heavily, his chest heaving with exhaustion. But there was no denying it. Naruto Uzumaki had won. Naruto stood above Gaara, his hand extended, offering not just victory, but a gesture of understanding. He expressed that he no longer wished to fight Gaara, but if necessary he would do so for his friends and those he cared about. Gaara, breathing heavily, looked up at Naruto. For the first time, the sand demon within him seemed quiet. His expression softened, a rare flicker of respect passing across his face. The proctor announced Naruto as the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. However, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Gaara. There was no triumph in his eyes, only the quiet realization that he had fought not only an opponent but someone who, deep down, was much like him. Someone who understood pain but had yet to learn how to let it go. The arena trembled with the final echo of the proctor's declaration. A stunned silence swept through the stands before applause erupted. Yet, among the roaring crowd, the faces of a select few remained frozen, shocked and shaken. The man once known as the Yellow Flash sat frozen in the Kage's viewing box. His eyes were locked on the young warrior who stood breathless in the arena, surrounded by the remnants of Gaara's broken sand dome. This was the same boy whose soul had been intertwined with the Nine Tails without anyone knowing. The same boy he had watched from a distance, always too burdened by duty, guilt, and fear to be a father. He marveled at Naruto's speed and movement, questioning when he had learned such techniques. His jaw tightened as he realized he had never seen Naruto train closely, only reading reports that dismissed him as average. But this was different. This was a blade forged in darkness, sharpened by loneliness and battle. Minato's knuckles whitened as he pondered what he had done. Beside him, Kushina felt her heart in her throat. She could barely breathe or think, her crimson hair shuddering in the wind while her soul stood still, watching her son. The boy she had abandoned out of fear, believing he couldn't handle the truth of his burden. She thought silence would protect him from the pain she knew all too well. But the boy in the ring looked fierce and cold, bearing her chains but lacking the smiles they once shared. Shikamaru stood with arms crossed, eyes narrowed. He recognized that Naruto's movements were not just skill but instinct, showcasing tactical prowess that was undeniably Uzumaki clan heritage. Sakura, astonished, noted how the boy in the ring had transformed from goofy to silent, calculating and formidable. Sasuke clenched his fists, realizing Naruto had held back against him all this time, feeling a rare flicker of respect rather than jealousy. Hinata, watching from behind her hands, felt a tear fall not from sadness, but from a mix of pride and pain. As Tsunade stared down from the upper box, she noted that Naruto was not just an Uzumaki, he was something else entirely. His movements suggested an innate understanding of the battlefield. Beside her, Jiraiya acknowledged that Naruto was on a whole other path, one that had caught everyone off guard. Whispers erupted across the stands, filled with confusion and revelation about Naruto's newfound abilities. From the medical tent, Gaara sat up, eyes shadowed but alert. He clutched his chest, not from pain, but from an unfamiliar feeling. He recognized that Naruto fought with his own pain and strength, and a name burned into his memory, Naruto Uzumaki. Back in the viewing box, Minato placed a hand on the glass, his voice hollow as he realized Naruto had achieved all of this without relying on the Nine Tails. Kushina bit her lip, feeling the weight of their choices. They watched as Naruto quietly walked away from the cheering crowd, his cloak fluttering behind him silent and cold. Minato whispered that they had not been raising a sun, they had created a blade. As the final light of day filtered through the grand circular arena, painting the cracked stone tiles in hues of amber and crimson, a hush fell over the stadium. The usual roar of spectators was subdued by something heavier, deeper than excitement. It was reverence not for ceremony, but for the moment that hung on the edge of time. Thousands watched, but no one dared speak. This was more than the final battle of the Chunin exams. It was a convergence of destiny, the culmination of silent suffering and silent growth. The storm that once shattered the sky had split into two paths now circling each other, about to collide. On one side stood Naruto Uzumaki, the forgotten vessel, the blade of Konoha, the boy born beneath burden and scorn, who had clawed his way to light in silence. On the other was Aiko Uzumaki, the Crimson Thunder, daughter of legends, prodigy by name and firebrand by fate. Heir Gecko stood between them, kunai sheathed, throat tight. He announced the final match of the Chunin exams, calling both competitors to step forward. Aiko walked from the right, her red braid flicking behind her like a whip, lightning chakra dancing across her limbs. Seals pulsed on her armor handcrafted, honed, deadly. From the left, Naruto strode with the quiet of dusk. His cloak, trimmed in midnight and stitched with the Uzumaki spiral, flowed with every step. His golden eyes, king's eyes, Stage 3 gazed not at her, but through her, as if reading the storm of emotion beneath her skin. They met, inches apart, neither blinking. Aiko tightened her fists, acknowledging him as her brother. Heir raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. The instant his hand dropped, the world moved. Aiko burst forward with no hesitation or doubt. Lightning step ignited beneath her feet, and her body became a blur of violet and white, flickering between afterimages. She reappeared above Naruto, executing a spinning heel drop. Naruto responded with a single hand sign, unleashing wind release, gale palm. A concussive gust erupted from his palm, catching Aiko mid-descent and halting her attack with precision. She twisted midair, landing in a crouch and sliding back, her hands blurring as she prepared her next move. Lightning style. Flash spear manifested as a bolt of condensed lightning shaped into a javelin and hurled with deadly accuracy. Naruto stepped forward, his blade drawn not with violence, but with purpose. Flowing step, wind katana form allowed him to cut through the spear. The clash of wind and lightning rippled through the arena, sending dust into the air. But Aiko was relentless. Shadow lightning clones burst into view, flickering with charged chakra, each attacking in sync like trained wolves. Naruto countered with elegance, unleashing wind chakra arcs. Precise slashes tore through the clones, but Aiko was already moving again, her kunai flashing as she accused him of holding back. Naruto replied that she wasn't ready for full power. Aiko's hands blurred once more, and she unleashed lightning style, heavens quake. Lightning rained from the sky in brutal columns, cracking the tiles around Naruto. Yet he stood still, then vanished in a whisper of movement, appearing behind her with his blade angled for a decisive strike. Aiko twisted, parrying with a scream of metal, sparks flying as they clashed. Naruto flowed away, chakra whirling at his feet. He executed Earth Release, cracking wave, causing the ground beneath Aiko to erupt, launching her skyward. She rebounded midair and retaliated with Sky Bolt, a thunderous lance exploding downward. Naruto caught it with a swirling shield of wind chakra. It broke, but only just, and a trickle of blood slid from his lip. Aiko landed hard, panting. Naruto acknowledged her strength, noting she was stronger than before. Aiko declared that she was no longer fighting for others but to prove her existence, that she was not just his shadow. Naruto raised his hands, summoning Uzumaki chakra chains. Tier 1, mastered. Brilliant, glowing chains erupted from his palms, cutting through the air with impossible speed. Aiko dodged left and right, but one chain sliced across her shoulder, searing her armor, while another snagged her ankle, yanking her toward him. He moved silently, executing hidden art, silent rend. Aiko blocked just in time, her arm shuddering as chakra points nearly ruptured, and she screamed in frustration. In response, she unleashed Lightning Seal, Uzumaki Surge, her body exploding with radiant lightning. Her outline glowed, and every movement buzzed with power. She declared that she had trained in silence as well. Naruto smiled slightly, and then his clones appeared, infused with elements, fire, water, lightning, and the original. They attacked in perfect harmony. Aiko met them head-on, her blade crackling with energy. She destroyed 2 clones, and the fire clone exploded, redirecting its energy into her blade. She slashed toward Naruto, and they collided, blades locking. Their eyes met, and Naruto acknowledged her growth, but he asserted that he had grown as well. 3 years later, the family still searching. The seasons passed, but the ache remained. The day the lightning came and took Naruto without a trace, without a goodbye, was the day something fundamental broke inside the Uzumaki Namikaze home. It was not the walls or the furniture that suffered, but the silence that filled the air. It was loud now, deafening. Minato stood in his office late every night, leafing through scrolls, maps, and records. He hadn't slept properly in years. Dark bags had formed under his eyes, and his once pristine Hokage cloak now hung loose, wrinkled at the edges. He had replayed the scene of Naruto's disappearance 100 times in his mind. There was no chakra residue, no jutsu signature, only light, divine and ancient, and then it was gone. He had sent envoys to Suna, to Kiri, even to the land of iron. He had begged for answers from the toads of Mount Mayaboku. He had attempted time-space ninjutsu beyond the safe limits of sanity, but nothing worked. Each time someone suggested that Naruto might be dead, Minato flinched as if a blade had pierced him. He would whisper to himself that his son was out there, that he had to be. Kushina was not the woman she once was. The fierce, fire-haired Kunoichi now moved like a shadow through the house. Her hair was tied up most days, not out of habit but neglect. The vibrant passion that once fueled her had hollowed into quiet sorrow. She cooked meals every evening for 5 and still set Naruto's place at the table. She would murmur that he would come home hungry when Aiko tried to clear the unused plate. She still visited the old swing set behind the house, the one Naruto used to sit on alone, never looking up or smiling. She would sit there, staring into the trees for hours, haunted by the thought that she had passed on the fox's chakra to Aiko and Renjiro, believing it was the right thing. Deep down, a mother's instinct gnawed at her, making her question if she had made Naruto feel like he didn't belong. She remembered the prophecy and the whispers of fate, the promises of greatness but not for Naruto. She hated herself for believing it, for training the others while her son withered in silence, hiding his wounds behind cold sapphire eyes. She felt she had protected the wrong children. Aiko was different now. Stronger and sharper, she was still a rising star among her peers, but she never smiled the same way. She trained twice as hard as before, not to win but to chase a ghost. Sometimes she dreamed of Naruto, standing in the dark woods with his back turned, never speaking, just watching her. Each mission she completed, every kunai she threw, she wished he could see it not to impress him, but because she owed him. She kept a picture of them as babies in her pouch, a rare one with Naruto in the middle, still smiling at barely 2 years old. She had memorized his face, just in case they ever found him and he had forgotten who he was. Renjiro hadn't cried when Naruto vanished, but now, 3 years later, he often woke up at night in a cold sweat. He trained with a desperation that made even Jonin uneasy. His control over Kurama's chakra had surpassed expectations for his age, but none of it made him feel better. He regretted not asking Naruto to train with them, not noticing how he always sat alone, and not telling him that he admired him. He begged his father for missions to find Naruto, even those outside the Fire Country, offering to dive into ancient ruins or forbidden zones. Minato always said no. So Renjiro kept going, hoping that one day Naruto would return and see what he had become, not because he was better, but because he wanted to stand next to him, not above him. Naruto's room remained untouched. The window was left open, just in case he came back. Aiko would sometimes leave fresh flowers on his desk, and Renjiro would wipe the dust off his shelf. Minato sat there some nights, silently tracing the edge of a scroll. Kushina would kneel by his bed, running her fingers over the old blanket. They all thought the same thing. To come home, to please just come home. Yet they never knew. They didn't know that Naruto wasn't just missing, he was gone, taken far beyond this world, far beyond reach. A new force was shaping him now, a new destiny written not by prophecy but by something far more ancient and dangerous. The house by the river. The forest had changed, but the river still sang the same soft lullaby. Gentle currents lapped against the smooth stones as moonlight danced across the surface just like it had the night he vanished. The house Naruto built stood silently beneath the canopy. Moss had begun to claim the edges of the roof, and vines crawled lazily up the wooden frame, but the structure remained strong. Inside, it still felt like him. Luna lay curled on the porch, her silver fur dulled with time and wear. Her once sharp amber eyes had lost none of their fire, but they were heavy now, tired. Every day for the last 3 years, she had returned to that spot at dawn and again at sunset. She would stare into the trees, ears alert and tail still, hoping for a flicker of chakra, even though she knew Naruto had none. She didn't need chakra to feel him. She always told herself that he would come back. He had to. Some days she would whimper in her sleep, and other days she would let out a low, mournful howl that echoed into the sky, unanswered. She refused to leave the forest. She refused to abandon the home he made. Haku had grown. She now wore her hair longer, tied at the base of her neck with the same blue ribbon Naruto once admired. Her clothes had been stitched with care, patched and sewn by her own hand, and her face had matured into a quiet beauty. But her eyes were empty. Every day, she tended to the garden they had planted together, growing herbs, wild greens, and flowers that reminded him of freedom. She kept the house spotless, his bed made, his cup clean, and his cloak folded by the door. She once whispered that he would need it when he returned, as Luna nuzzled the fabric. What haunted her most were not the memories of before, but the silence after. She regretted not being able to say goodbye. She remembered the light, the sound of wind without wind, and the way his eyes turned to her for the briefest second, shocked, maybe afraid. And then he was gone. No chakra trail, no message, no explanation, just absence. They survived together. Haku hunted, and Luna protected. They shared food and trained quietly and alone, not for war or revenge, but because Naruto would have wanted them to stay strong. On some nights, Haku would sit by the river, clutching a small wooden carving Naruto had made of Luna when she was a pup. Her fingers would trace the smooth lines repeatedly, her lips trembling but silent. She once stared into the water and reflected on how he had saved her from the darkness, only for the light to take him away. She pondered the unfairness of it all. She no longer cried not because the pain had lessened, but because the tears had run dry. Behind the house, Haku had built a small shrine. A simple wooden post carved with Naruto's name served as a symbol for him, not a grave. She refused to believe he was dead. Each morning she placed one white flower there, and each night she lit a candle. Luna often sat beside it, unmoving as if guarding his memory. Haku expressed her hope that when he returned he would know they waited and never gave up on him. Though the world had seemingly forgotten Naruto, buried him in missions, duty, and regret, Haku and Luna remained. At the edge of the world, in the quiet heart of nature, they waited. Every day, every season, every moonrise, Haku whispered under her breath, brushing her fingers across the shrine, urging him to come home. In the wind, they sometimes thought they heard a voice, not words, not chakra, but a presence that felt distant, changed, and alive. The second loss. Sasuke Uchiha had left. In the dead of night, without a word to anyone, not even his sister, he vanished. He chose Orochimaru. With that choice, Konoha felt as if it had lost another son. It was a wound layered atop another. They had already lost Naruto, the one who disappeared without reason, without chakra, without goodbye. And now the boy who once stood beside him had walked into darkness willingly. It was too much. Shikamaru Nara sat beneath the shade of a tree, his eyes fixed on the clouds, his jaw tight. The calmness of his tone betrayed the rage in his eyes. His fingers were clenched, nails biting into his palms. First Naruto disappears, and now Sasuke leaves. What are we even protecting anymore? He didn't say more, but that night, he didn't sleep. He kept planning routes, search missions, options. Not because anyone asked him to, but because the hole those two left behind refused to close. Ino Yamanaka sobbed openly when she found out. Not just about Sasuke, but Naruto too. She cried into Sakura's arms, expressing her regret for not having apologized. She had been cruel to Naruto, always comparing him and ignoring him. Her voice cracked as she lamented the loss. And now Sasuke, he's gone too? Why does everyone leave us? Choji Akimichi ate less that week. Not out of despair, but heartbreak. They were supposed to all be chunin together. He stared at the empty training field where Naruto once trained alone and where Sasuke sparred in silence. It doesn't feel like home anymore. Kiba Inuzuka punched a wall, his knuckles splitting from the impact. He shouted at no one and everyone. How could Sasuke go to that snake? And Naruto, where the hell is he? Why did you leave us? Akamaru whimpered beside him. They were a team. Kiba growled through his teeth. They were supposed to watch each other's backs. Shino Aburame stood silently at the edge of the forest, removing his glasses for the first time in years. His voice was flat, but those who knew him felt the tremor beneath it. First Naruto vanished, and now Sasuke walks willingly into the hands of the man who tried to destroy us. Something is breaking in this village. Hinata Hyuga sat quietly in her room, Naruto's old scarf folded in her lap. She didn't cry this time. Sasuke must be so lost, just like Naruto was. But a fire had kindled within her. She no longer trembled when she spoke Naruto's name. I won't let them disappear. Not from our hearts. She whispered an apology for every moment she didn't speak to Naruto, for the time she wanted to reach out but let silence win. Rock Lee trained until his hands were sore, then trained more. When Guy tried to stop him, Lee turned with wild, furious eyes. He felt he had let Naruto down and allowed Sasuke to fall. I wasn't strong enough. He dropped to his knees, fists bruised and aching. Next time, I'll protect them. Next time, I won't fail. Ten threw kunai for hours in silence, each blade embedding into a wooden post with a deep, satisfying thud. Sasuke was their comrade. She swallowed hard. And Naruto mattered, even if none of them said it enough. Now they're both gone. She kept throwing harder and faster. I hate this feeling of doing nothing. Sasuke Uchiha had always been calm and collected, But the day Sasuke left, that facade shattered. She stood in the center of the Uchiha compound, gripping the scroll he left behind empty. Her brother hadn't said goodbye. He hadn't even looked back. She screamed, a sound full of rage and heartbreak that echoed across the compound, startling birds from trees and drawing tears from servants. Why, Sasuke? I stood by you, I defended you, I loved you. Why did you leave me too? That night, she sat alone in the dark of the compound, staring at an old photo of their family and Naruto. The three of them had once been so close. Now only she remained. Why does everyone I love disappear? She didn't sleep for days. From then on, she trained alone ruthlessly in silence, not to chase power, but to prevent any more loss. Team 7 no longer existed. Naruto had vanished. Sasuke had betrayed them. Sakura was left to pick up the pieces. She stood alone at the bridge where they used to meet, clutching her chest. We were supposed to grow up together. Why didn't I stop them? The will of fire still burned, but the flames had dimmed. Hope flickered, but it had not gone out. Somewhere, Naruto was still alive. Somewhere, Sasuke was still watching the path ahead. And somewhere, the day would come when they all returned. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the barren landscape. In the distance, the ruins of a once thriving village stood like forgotten monuments to time's cruelty. Dust swirled across the cracked ground, drifting in the gentle breeze as if the world itself had been abandoned by hope. A solitary figure, clad in worn, tattered clothing, sat in an old, run-down restaurant. The structure was dilapidated, with rotting wood and rusted metal. The smell of stale air and long-forgotten memories hung in the room, clinging to the walls like the stories of the past. Naruto Uzumaki leaned against the window, his sharp sapphire eyes staring out into the desolate wilderness, deep in thought. His hands rested on his katana, the blade polished and well-kept despite the weathered state of his surroundings. The flickering light from a nearby fire cast long shadows across his face, revealing the scars that marred his once youthful appearance. He had changed. A far cry from the boisterous boy Konoha had once known, Naruto now exuded a cold and deadly aura, his calm demeanor reflecting the passage of time and the weight of the world on his shoulders. His system pulsed quietly in the back of his mind, offering constant updates on his progress, abilities, and attributes. He had grown stronger over the years, far stronger. He had mastered the art of elemental jutsu, honed his swordsmanship to a deadly edge, and achieved a level of control over his chakra that most shinobi could only dream of. But none of that mattered anymore. The familiar rumble of the old man's voice echoed through the room, cutting through the thick silence. The elderly man, dressed in ragged clothes and sitting at the bar, wove a tale of the past, an era of war and peace, of victory and loss. He spoke of the invasion of Orochimaru, recalling how Konoha had united to repel the threat, but at a heavy cost. The third Hokage had sacrificed his life to stop the madman, and Konoha had never been the same since. Naruto's gaze softened, but his heart remained untouched by the words. He had long since become numb to such tales of war and heroism. Betrayed by the very village that once called him a son, he reflected on the invasion of Orochimaru and the heavy toll it had taken. Konoha had won, yes, but at what cost? Lives lost. Bonds shattered. His thoughts drifted to Kurama, who had been silent for most of these years. The bond between them had evolved. Kurama's chakra was no longer just the beast that lived within him. It was a part of Naruto now, as if they were two halves of the same soul. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, expressing that Konoha had not forgotten him, but they did not understand him, nor would they ever. Naruto remained silent, having embraced the stillness within. His thoughts then shifted to the name that haunted him the most, Sasuke Uchiha. The boy he had once called a friend, the brother he never had. Sasuke's betrayal to Orochimaru had been a blow to Naruto, not out of concern for the Uchiha, but as a reminder of his own failure to protect those he loved. Kurama's voice, softer now, conveyed a sense of resignation, reminding Naruto that sometimes it was too late to save everyone. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. He couldn't deny Kurama's words, but he refused to let despair defeat him. It was never too late, he thought, the weight of his conviction lifting the air around him. A system notification flashed across his vision, breaking his concentration for a moment. It detailed his name, titles, level, affinities, and an array of skills he had acquired over the years. Each line reflected his growth, his evolution as a shinobi, and the power he had harnessed. Leaning back in his seat, Naruto listened as the old man's voice continued in the background. He spoke of Konoha's survival and the vast consequences that followed. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the last of his clan, had disappeared, leaving behind sorrow. Many believed he had been taken by Orochimaru, his power and hatred making him easy to control. The old man speculated that Sasuke's final choice might lead to Konoha's destruction, but the future remained uncertain. Naruto's expression remained cold. The world had moved on without him, just as it had moved on without Sasuke. They had both been discarded, forgotten. But Naruto wasn't done yet. He was determined to find a way back. "I don't know how, but I will." There was no response from the beast, but the air was thick with tension as the creature loomed, its presence both daunting and mysterious. The protagonists steeled themselves, determination burning in their heart. They knew they had to confront this challenge, no matter the cost. Naruto didn't want to give up. He had faced countless challenges, each one testing his resolve and determination. With every setback, he grew stronger, fueled by the desire to protect his friends and prove himself as a worthy ninja. The village had always been his home, and he would do anything to keep it safe from harm. As he trained tirelessly, he envisioned the day he would become Hokage, the leader of his village. The thought of earning the respect of his peers and fulfilling his dreams pushed him forward. He could feel the weight of his past, the loneliness and struggles, but he refused to let them define him. Instead, they became the fire that ignited his spirit. One day, while practicing his jutsu, Naruto felt a surge of energy within him. It was as if the very essence of his determination was manifesting into something greater. He focused, channeling that energy into his training, pushing himself beyond his limits. He could almost see the path ahead, filled with challenges yet to come, but he was ready to face them all. The bonds he had formed with his friends were unbreakable, and together they would confront any obstacles that stood in their way. Naruto knew that with their support, he could overcome anything. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for everyone who believed in him. The journey ahead would be long and arduous, but he was prepared to embrace it with open arms, ready to carve his name into history. The Phantom was a mysterious figure that haunted the shadows of the city. Cloaked in darkness, he moved with an elegance that both intrigued and terrified the citizens. Rumors swirled about his origins, with some believing he was a vengeful spirit, while others thought he was a guardian of the night. One fateful evening, a young woman named Elara found herself drawn to the stories of the Phantom. She had always been fascinated by the unknown, and the tales of his exploits ignited a spark of adventure within her. Determined to uncover the truth, she ventured into the heart of the city, where the Phantom was said to roam. As Elara wandered through the dimly lit streets, she felt a chill in the air. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and she could sense that something extraordinary was about to happen. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his presence commanding and enigmatic. The Phantom stood before her, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and caution. Elara's heart raced as she took in the sight of him. He was both captivating and intimidating, a blend of danger and allure. She felt an inexplicable connection to him, as if their fates were intertwined. The Phantom regarded her silently, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. Days turned into weeks as Elara continued her quest to learn more about the Phantom. She discovered that he had a reputation for protecting the innocent, often intervening in dangerous situations to thwart those who sought to harm others. His actions were shrouded in mystery, but the impact he had on the community was undeniable. As she delved deeper into the legend, Elara found herself torn between her desire to uncover the truth and the growing bond she felt with the Phantom. She admired his bravery and the way he stood up for those who could not defend themselves. Yet, she also understood the risks that came with being involved in his world. One night, as Elara stood on a rooftop overlooking the city, she spotted the Phantom in the distance, confronting a group of menacing figures. The tension in the air was palpable as he faced them, his movements swift and precise. Though the confrontation was intense, Heir could see that he was in control, using his agility and cunning to outmaneuver his opponents. The scene unfolded like a dramatic tableau, with the Phantom gracefully dodging their advances. He fought with a fierce determination, his every move calculated and purposeful. Heir watched, her heart pounding as he dispatched the threats with a combination of skill and strategy, leaving the would-be attackers reeling. When the dust settled, the Phantom stood victorious, his silhouette framed against the moonlit sky. Heir felt a rush of admiration and concern for him. She knew that this life was fraught with danger, yet she couldn't help but be drawn to his strength and resolve. In the days that followed, Heir made it her mission to support the Phantom from the shadows. She gathered information about the city's underbelly, determined to aid him in his quest for justice. Their paths would cross again, and when they did, she hoped to reveal her true feelings and stand by his side. As the city continued to whisper tales of the Phantom, Heir prepared herself for the challenges ahead. She was ready to embrace the unknown, to forge a connection with the enigmatic figure who had captured her heart. Together, they would navigate the darkness, seeking to bring light to a world that desperately needed it. Itachi Uchiha stood atop a silent hill on the outskirts of Konoha, where the wind howled like distant cries of those lost to time. 3 years had passed and still, he felt the weight of failure pressing down on him. He had spent his life walking the line between shadow and justice, a silent guardian of the village, a protector from the darkness. Yet, even with his Mangekyo eyes that saw through illusion and truth, he had not foreseen this. Naruto was gone, and Sasuke was lost. He reflected on how he had watched over them both, feeling the sting of regret as he acknowledged that he had let them slip through his fingers. The night Sasuke left, Itachi had not screamed or panicked. He had simply stood in the silence of the abandoned Uchiha compound, staring at the training post where he once sparred with his brother. He placed a hand on it, feeling the wood splinter beneath his touch. He remembered Sasuke's desire for power and reminded himself that his brother was never alone. And then there was Naruto, the child he and Shisui had once watched in secret, the child they believed would rise without the burden of chakra to show a new kind of strength. That child had vanished into lightning, and the gods themselves had gone silent. Itachi looked to the heavens, questioning where they had taken Naruto and why it had to be him. His heart ached, not from battle or jutsu, but from the weight of failure. He vowed that if he had to walk through every dimension to find Naruto, he would. Shisui Uchiha stood in the empty clearing near Training Ground 3, the place where he first watched Naruto attempt taijutsu by kicking a tree with all the might his tiny body could muster. Now, there was only silence and ash. He reflected on how Naruto had been just a boy born without chakra, yet he stood taller than most shinobi. His voice cracked as he lamented that they had never protected him as they should have. Shisui turned his gaze to the Hokage monument in the distance, where Minato's face remained carved in stone. His voice trembled with quiet fury as he expressed that being Naruto's father had not been enough. None of them had been enough. The wound of Sasuke's departure cut even deeper. His cousin, once looking up to him, had walked willingly into the hands of the man Shisui would have gladly fought to protect Naruto from. Sasuke had left like a shadow, without farewell or remorse. With his eyes closed, the shimmer of his Mangekyo suppressed behind tightly drawn lids, Shisui acknowledged the loss. Naruto was gone, Sasuke had fallen, and Konoha was bleeding. He resolved that if there was still a path forward, he would find it, even if he had to drag them back himself. Kakashi Hatake stood before the old Team 7 bridge, which was now empty and silent. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bell, one of the two he had used during their first test. The other bell remained untouched in Naruto's room, now covered in dust since his disappearance. Kakashi felt hollow as he reflected on his students Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura and the failure he felt in not being able to protect them. He stared at the bell for a long time, his thumb brushing over the rusting surface. Naruto had never been just a kid without chakra. He had a heart that could change people and make them believe. Kakashi had seen it. Sasuke, too, had been in pain, always in pain, and Kakashi had known it but still let him fall. His fingers tightened around the bell as he thought of the ghosts that surrounded him: Obito, Rin, now Naruto, and Sasuke. He questioned how many more he would lose before he learned to protect someone. Lowering the bell, he let the wind carry his words away. He prayed that wherever Naruto was, he had not given up on them. As for Sasuke, Kakashi vowed to bring him back, even if it cost him everything. Elsewhere in the Element Nation, a figure began to remember what had happened when the light struck him and took him away. The power of the system had exploded with notifications, but in that moment he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself enveloped in total darkness. For the first time in years, Naruto felt an unsettling emptiness. It was as if existence itself had paused. The comforting aroma of aged miso and the familiar voice of the old man were absent. No wind, no gravity. Only silence. A notification echoed in his mind, announcing a dimensional rift. He experienced a tearing sensation deep within, not physical pain, but something more profound. Kurama stirred restlessly inside him, his voice filled with alarm as he questioned the nature of their predicament. This was no ordinary space-time ninjutsu. It was a place devoid of chakra, a void-born realm. Then Ryujin appeared, weaving through the darkness like a whisper of ancient power. He noted the strangeness of their situation, revealing that even he could not anchor them here. Something was overriding their presence, and he warned Naruto to brace himself for the unknown. With a sudden force, Naruto was propelled from the void, crashing onto jagged terrain that resembled obsidian. He instinctively rolled, his sword half-drawn, activating Phantom Step as afterimages flickered around him. His eyes quickly adjusted to the new environment. He found himself in a place marked as the Null Zone, a domain of forgotten realms. The warning indicated unstable time flow and a moderate risk to his memories. To stabilize his psyche, he activated his skill, King's Eyes. Above him stretched a cyclopean sky, bleeding fractured colors and pierced with pulsating rifts. It felt as though reality itself had frayed, and he stood at its seam. He muttered to himself, questioning where he had ended up. A faint, ancient hum resonated around him, and shadowy figures began to materialize, cloaked in translucent armor with faces blurred like smudged glass. One of them stepped forward, identifying him as Naruto Uzumaki and declaring that he was not meant to be there, yet somehow had been chosen. Naruto tightened his grip on his katana as a warning flashed in his mind. 4 hostile entities were nearby. The beings, not of his world, moved like phantoms but struck with immense force. One lunged at him, prompting Naruto to activate Phantom Step, evading the attack and countering with Silent Rend. His blade sliced through, yet the being reformed, laughing silently. Kurama growled, informing Naruto that these entities could not be killed and that he would need a different approach. The system updated, indicating that the conditions for escape were unknown, and he needed to survive, observe, and adapt. Naruto switched tactics, his hands moving swiftly as he unleashed an earth-style technique, causing the ground to crack and splinter. However, the creatures hovered above, unaffected. He followed up with a lightning-style attack, sending a concentrated bolt that forced one figure to dissipate momentarily. Then everything froze. A pulse resonated through the void, and from the central rift in the sky, a powerful presence descended, cloaked in golden threads of time. This figure, unlike the others, radiated a power reminiscent of the Sage of Six. Paz. The figure spoke softly, acknowledging Naruto's early arrival and hinting at his destiny as the reincarnation of Azura. A warning flashed in his mind about an unknown entity, the Architect, whose power level was indeterminate. The Architect raised a hand, not in threat, but in invitation. He had observed Naruto's journey, from a lonely child to a vessel and a blade. He explained that the world and system Naruto used were never meant for mortals, and that his path overlapped with the divine. Naruto regarded him with a calm demeanor, questioning the Architect's intentions. The Architect offered to reveal the truth about Naruto's system, Ryujin, and the cost of his growth. Behind Naruto, Ryujin's voice hissed in warning, urging him not to listen, claiming the Architect was the source of their troubles. The Architect extended his hand once more, presenting Naruto with a choice. to learn the truth or return to his broken world. He cautioned that walking away would mean never fully understanding what he was becoming. The wind around Naruto ceased, his chakra stilled, and time itself seemed to pause. Kurama reassured him that he would support him, regardless of his decision. Ryujin warned that some truths could shatter his perception of himself. With a calm yet sharp gaze, Naruto contemplated his next move. Naruto stood motionless. The void shimmered like liquid glass as he slowly raised his hand, gloved fingers brushing against the unknown. The moment his hand touched the architect's, the universe ruptured. There was no pain, only silence and a warmth that reached into the marrow of his soul, as if an ancient part of him had been waiting for this moment since before time began. His body dissolved, consciousness pulled through threads of eternity. Then came light. Not light as he knew it, sunlight, chakra light, or even the radiance of jutsu, but a primordial light. A heartbeat in the void. A beginning. Memory unlocked, when there was nothing. There was no time, no stars, no chakra, no death, no life. Only void, infinite, absolute. But even in that formless eternity, a question hung in the silence. Why? And from that silent yearning, light was born. She came not in a burst, but a breath, a gentle ripple of golden illumination blooming in the center of the abyss. Aleya hovered like a dream in the darkness, her body woven from threads of starlight and the essence of song. Her hair fell in long waves of radiant white gold, each strand like the tail of a comet. Her skin glowed softly, like the light inside a pearl. Her eyes were the first skies, deep and endless, tinted with blue and lavender, holding the memory of everything that could be. She was not merely beautiful. She was hope made form, compassion that breathed, the will of creation itself. Yet even as she stretched her hand into the void, she felt alone. And the darkness responded. It did not roar, nor strike. It listened. It remembered. And then it shaped itself. From the eternal night emerged a presence, silent and steady. He rose like a shadow given purpose, limbs formed from stilled gravity and nebula dust. As he stepped forth, the void curved around him, not in fear but recognition. Where Aleya shone with the brilliance of becoming, Kuro was the calm of being. His skin was obsidian, laced with violet fractals that pulsed like galaxies under flesh. His hair was midnight silk, crowned by a circlet of dark crystal, the first star ever to die. His eyes were eclipses, black suns glowing faintly with memory and mourning. He did not speak at first. He simply gazed at her and she at him. And in that gaze, the universe took its first breath. Creation, the dance of light and shadow, began with touch. Aleya reached forward, her fingers brushing his chest, and in that moment, sound was born. The hum of a new world rising from emptiness. Together, they danced through the void. Where she moved, stars were born pulsing with chakra light and rhythm. Where he walked, space gained form, depth, gravity, balance. She spun planets into motion. He wrapped them in the laws of time. She sang, and life heard her voice in womb and seed. He listened and gave form to soul and body. It was not gods making worlds. It was love making meaning. They were not lovers yet but soulmates in design, two halves of an eternal cycle. Creation and order. Emotion and introspection. Light and shadow. Their union gave rise to the flow what mortals would one day call chakra. Chakra was never just energy. It was memory, desire, pain, joy, fear, the sum of all things that longed to live. And they watched it flourish. Galaxies bloomed like coral reefs. Civilizations were born and died in the blink of divine eyes. And always, they remained watching, guiding, silent. In their silence, they were perfect. Until the silence was broken. The fall, the devouring force came from outside. Not the void but something beneath it. A force that had no name, because it had no intention. It did not hate. It did not hunger. It simply undid. They sensed it first as a ripple. Then a scream in the fabric of existence. Then a tear. Before Kuro could shield her, it pierced Aleya, splintering her essence like glass under a scream. She screamed, her voice shaking the stars they had made. She did not die. She shattered. Fragments of her soul were torn from her, the core of light scattered across creation like sparks on water. Her body disintegrated into the flow, and her last words, a whisper only Kuro heard, echoed like a bell tolling across time. Don't forget me. Find me again. In the next life. Kuro held her broken essence in his arms. And he wept. He had no tears. So he used creations. He brought down suns, collapsed moons, and let galaxies bleed into each other like wounds. He howled not with rage but emptiness. A black hole of grief that began to consume all. The balance unraveled. And he did not stop it. The rebirth, a last choice, stirred something inside Kuro, a memory. Aleya's smile. Her hand brushing his chest. Her voice, soft as starlight, find me again. He could not destroy her memory. He would rather destroy himself. So with the last shreds of his godhood, Kuro halted the decay. He poured what remained of his consciousness into a vessel, a self-made tool, the architect. And with his final act, he embedded the system, a recursive algorithm, into the chakra flow of every dimension it touched. It had one purpose, to find her, to find himself, to make them whole again. And then Kuro disappeared. Now, the eyes open, back in the null zone, Naruto collapsed to one knee. But he was no longer just Naruto. He breathed as Naruto, felt as Naruto. But in the deepest reaches of his soul, a second awareness stirred. Not an intruder, a return. Kuro had awakened. Kurama, silent in awe, finally acknowledged him, realizing that he was not just the boy with the demon fox, but the reason chakra existed. Ryujin lowered his great draconic head in reverence, recognizing that he was not a vessel but the origin. Naruto stood slowly. The shimmer in his cerulean eyes now held twin rings of black, rimmed with starlight, the remnants of ancient memory. His presence was calm, immense, infinite, and in his heart, a single thought pulsed like a vow carved into time. Aleya, I will find you. Even if you've forgotten me, I will protect you. Even if I must become the darkness again, I will guard your light. The system notification revealed that the reincarnation chain was complete. Naruto Uzumaki was Kuro, the true identity of the primordial balance. An Aleya fragment was detected, a 37% match with the name Haku. Fate reconnection was in progress. The void shattered. The boy stepped back into the world. But he was no longer just a boy. He was a beginning reborn. He was Naruto Uzumaki. He was Kuro. And the stars would tremble at the sound of his footsteps once more. The first trial, beneath the surface. Memory. Emotion. Echoes of the divine. The architect's voice faded like a tide withdrawing from shore, leaving silence behind. Above Naruto, the stars dimmed not out of distance, but reverence. They bowed to what was awakening within him. The void folded inward, reshaping itself. Stone walls shimmered into view, flickering like thoughts, until the world around him transformed from a chamber into a memory, reshaped by meaning, emotion, and truth. Naruto stood in darkness. And then, a brilliant white light seared across the space before him. An ancient and undeniable voice rang out. Trial 1. Origin. The Night of the Nine Tails. The wind howled. Naruto stood atop a hill of ash and shadow, barefoot and wrapped in a cloak of silence. Below him, Konoha was engulfed in chaos. Fire like the edges of rooftops, and screams split the air like lightning. In the center of it all was a beast with 9 tails, eyes filled with malice, and chakra thick as a storm front. Krama. Naruto's breath caught. He recognized this night only from whispers and scars. But then time slowed. A flicker of memory burned in golden flame below. He found himself inside the birth chamber. The screams of a woman echoed like thunder. Kushina Uzumaki, his mother, lay trembling, soaked in effort. Her red hair clung to her skin, yet her eyes, though dim, burned with unyielding love. Beside her stood Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. His face was drawn and pale, yet held the steadiness of a man who had already decided to sacrifice everything. In his arms were 3 children. Not one, but 3. One with golden hair, one with raven-dark locks, and the smallest Naruto. A medicnine whispered about their names. Minato's voice cracked yet remained resolute as he spoke their names: Naruto, Renjiro, and Aiko. A name never spoken to him. A past erased. His own. Naruto stepped forward, though the scene was but memory. He watched his mother's trembling hand reach out toward her 3 children. She whispered, "You're so beautiful. All of you." Minato leaned down and pressed his forehead to Naruto's infant brow, promising him strength. Naruto's chest tightened. Tears stung his eyes as he realized, "I never saw this. Never knew." But reality shattered. Darkness ripped across the space like claws through silk. A masked man stepped into the light, twisting the world. Chains erupted from shadows, binding Kushina. With a whispered curse, the 9 tails was ripped from her. And Naruto, silent and powerless, watched it happen. Truth in the ashes. Minato fought with fury. Kushina screamed with her final breath. The seal was prepared, but not for Naruto. Not for the child who would live alone. The fox's power split, sealed into Renjiro and Aiko, leaving Naruto untouched, unnoticed. Forgotten. The world shattered like a dropped mirror. Age 5, the forgotten scroll. The light changed. Naruto now stood in his childhood room. It felt colder than he remembered. The walls were unadorned, with a single bowl of rice, a fish, a folded towel, and a scroll. His 5-year-old self crouched near the desk, eyes filled with tears, biting the edge of the seal, trying to open it. He failed. Behind him, the door clicked shut. Minato stood there for just a moment before slipping away, unseen. Naruto's voice cracked as he realized, he left it. For me. Not neglect, but protection. The architect's voice whispered like wind in trees, "Memory reclaims truth when the soul is strong enough to carry it." Kushina, the girl with no home. So, blood. Chains. Naruto was no longer a child but an observer, drawn into the memories of the one who bore him. He saw her, a red-haired girl in a steel cage, her eyes wide with terror. Whispers of war and cursed chakra surrounded her. Her clan had been slaughtered, and her dreams drowned in duty. Her name was carried like a burden. Kushina, the Jinchuriki of a demon she never asked for. She was mocked, feared, and broken, yet smiled even as they ignored her pain. Naruto saw her scars, the silent screams, and the stubborn defiance. He whispered, "Endured it all." For the first time, he understood, he wasn't abandoned. His parents had simply been broken before he ever was. Trial 1 complete. The realm shifted. The stars realigned. A voice pure and final declared, "Emotional barrier breached, 18% awakening unlocked." Memory file recovered, a father's quiet love. Inner light, dimly stirring. Naruto exhaled, long and shaky. "I was born from war. Not neglect. And I didn't see it." His voice quivered, but no longer from sorrow. It was resolve. "I'll carry them. And walk forward." Chapter end. The architects watch in the null zone. In the boundless expanse beyond all worlds where time fractured and space folded like paper, there existed a realm untouched by light or shadow, known as the null zone. Here, the architect dwelled, an ancient being of purpose and paradox, the unseen weaver of fate's threads. His form was impossible to define, a shifting silhouette woven from shimmering geometry, eyes like endless voids, and hands that shaped realities yet unborn. From this impossible vantage, the architect's gaze pierced through the veils of dimensions, focusing on 2 points of interest: Haku, the girl who now bore the fragment of Aleya's soul, awakening beneath the quiet canopy of the forest, and Naruto, the shadow reborn, wandering the ruined lands with silent determination. He watched as Haku's spirit stirred, her eyes fluttering open to the first whispers of memory, the slow unspooling of ancient power deep within. A delicate bloom of light against the vast dark. His attention shifted to Naruto, a figure marked by solitude and silent strength, the scarred survivor whose heart carried burdens not even he fully understood. The architect's voice was a murmur, more a vibration felt across existence than sound spoken aloud. The light and shadow converge once more. The will turns as it must. The fragments awaken. The reunion draws near. His gaze lingered on Haku's small hand reaching out to the wolf Luna, the quiet bond of newfound family grounding her to the mortal world. Then, the architect's essence flickered, fracturing momentarily as if wrestling with his own nature. But the path is not yet clear. Forces beyond even their reckoning stir in the dark. The great corruption remains bound yet restless, hungry. And I am the guardian of balance, the keeper of the design. Their fate is entwined with the cosmos itself. And I will see it through. As the null zone shimmered and shifted around him, the architect extended a delicate hand, threads of glowing light weaving a tapestry of possibility, futures branching like infinite stars. Two figures, separated by distance and memory, yet destined to cross once more. The architect watched quietly, patiently. For now, Naruto and Aya finally reached the harsh and unforgiving terrain of the Land of Sand. The sun blazed down mercilessly on the endless dunes, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The wind carried dust and whispers of unrest, stirring the dry air like restless spirits. Naruto adjusted the worn cloak around his shoulders, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. Beside him, Aya moved with quiet determination, her young face set in solemn curiosity. They entered the outskirts of a small, struggling village, where signs of poverty were evident: cracked adobe walls, withered crops, and children whose eyes held too much sadness for their age. Naruto's system buzzed softly in the back of his mind, alerting him to the low chakra levels around them, signs of hardship and fear. As they moved through the village, whispers followed them. An elderly woman approached cautiously, her voice trembling with urgency. She informed them that Gaara, the Kazekage and hope of the Sand Village, had been taken by the Akatsuki in the dead of night, dragged away like a shadow in the wind. No one had seen where he had gone. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Akatsuki, a name that resonated with a cold familiarity, one that Sasuke had warned him about. Aya reached out, gripping Naruto's sleeve gently, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked who would save Gaara. The weight of responsibility pressed down on Naruto heavier than ever as he resolved to take action. They sat in silence, the elder woman's words lingering in the air long after she had left. The village had grown quiet again, too quiet. Even the wind seemed to mourn. Naruto sat cross-legged on the edge of a broken stone well, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Aya stood nearby, her small hands balled into fists, watching distant sandstorms swirl like ominous signs on the horizon. A system notification appeared, unlocking a mission titled Kazekage Retrieval, Shadows in the Sand, with the objective to locate and rescue Gaara of the Sand. The warning indicated a high threat level, confirming the presence of the Akatsuki. Naruto stared at the flickering prompt, understanding that Gaara was not just a title but someone he had fought and understood, another child forged in loneliness, shaped by rejection, and scarred by silence. Someone like him. Without hesitation, he accepted the mission. Kurama's voice echoed in his thoughts, warning him of the dangers that lay ahead. If they extracted Shikaku from Gaara, he would die. Naruto's fist clenched on his knee, vowing that he would not let that happen. Ryujin, the ancient dragon spirit bound to his soul, cautioned him about the beings cloaked in power and lies, revealing that the Akatsuki sought something far more dangerous than mere conquest. Naruto's resolve sharpened as he turned to Aya. They needed information first, and he knew where to go: the hidden oasis trade post near the dunes of Echo. If any mercenaries or trackers had seen something, it would be there. Aya nodded solemnly, her voice quivering slightly as she asked if they would hurt Gaara. Naruto knelt and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, assuring her that they would try, but he would not let them succeed. His voice was a low promise, firm and steady: no one would be left behind. That night, they camped on the edge of the desert, the stars burning bright above them. Aya sat wrapped in a thin cloak, leaning against Luna, who had taken a protective position by the fire. Naruto studied a scroll map unfurled across the sand, sketching a path with glowing chakra ink. He murmured to himself, cross-referencing with the system, which indicated the estimated presence of 2 Akatsuki members at the old Templar ruins, north of the oasis. Naruto exhaled slowly, realizing that this mission would be harder than anything he had faced before. But now, he was not just a boy seeking approval, he was Kuro, the reclaimer of balance. He carried a fragment of Aleya's light in his memory and the hope of the world in his path. Somewhere out there, Gaara's life was slipping away like sand through cracked fingers, and he would not let it fall. In the shadows of the dunes, the desert night was ink-black, its silence broken only by the mournful winds that whispered over dunes like forgotten prayers. Beneath the wavering stars, Naruto stood outside the modest inn on the outskirts of the oasis town, his hood drawn low, shadow veiling his eyes. Inside, Aya slept, curled up on the thin mattress of the room he had rented under a false name. Luna lay beside her like a guardian statue, eyes glowing faintly. Before leaving, Naruto had pressed a glowing seal onto the doorframe, activating a protective ward. He whispered through the door, though she couldn't hear him, expressing his hope for her safety and his promise to return. Then he vanished into the shifting sands. Tracking the Akatsuki, Naruto's footsteps left no trace. His chakra was suppressed to near nothing, a cloak of shadows draped around him as Ryujin's spiritual guidance whispered ancient tactics into his mind. Every movement was calculated and refined. From rooftops to alley shadows, he stalked the whispers of the Akatsuki through the trade outpost. He heard tales from traders about two cloaked figures with red clouds on their backs heading toward the abandoned Templar ruins to the north. Gaara had been seen with them unconscious and in distress. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he found remnants of chakra threads in the sand faint and twisted with malice. One signature burned with mechanical coldness, Dura, while the other radiated a monstrous chill, Sasori. He realized he needed to wait for the right moment to strike. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, cautioning him about the dangers they posed. Naruto knelt in the sand, gathering intel and crafting a silent plan in the dark. If the opportunity arose, he would attack. But he was not alone in searching for Gaara. Konoha mobilizes. Far from the desert heat, deep within the Hokage's war room, a tense silence followed Lady Tsunade's declaration that they would move immediately. Kakashi, clad in his combat gear, affirmed their mission to retrieve Gaara, no matter the cost. Beside him stood Yamato, calm and stoic, his wood-style jutsu already infused into the communication scrolls for long-range updates. Sai, ever the mystery, nodded in silence, sketching reconnaissance ravens. Sakura, now matured and hardened since the Chunin exams, clenched her fists in quiet determination, vowing not to let the Akatsuki win again. Tsunade turned to the sand emissary. Kankuro and Temari stood firm, with Temari's fan slung behind her, her eyes sharp and cold. They expressed their resolve to protect their brother, the Kazekage, and to confront their enemies with fierce determination. Together, the newly formed allied team departed Konoha at dawn, tracking through known Akatsuki escape paths, pushing with brutal speed toward the land of wind. Meanwhile, in the depths of the desert, in the echoing silence of the ruin, Gaara hung suspended in a cocoon of chakra threads, his breath shallow and his sand gourd broken at his feet. Below him, a massive ceremonial seal glowed ominously. Deidara crouched nearby, sculpting a tiny clay beetle, while Sasori remained still, shrouded in shadows. Above them, unseen from every eye, Naruto watched, waiting, breathing, and calculating. A system alert warned him of an approaching critical point, indicating a high risk of failure. He exhaled slowly, eyes glowing faintly with determination, affirming his commitment to rescue Gaara. The sun began to set over the desert horizon, casting golden and blood-red light over the ruins of the forgotten temple. Cracked pillars jutted from the sand like jagged teeth, and the scent of scorched stone filled the air. Team Kakashi and the Sand siblings crouched behind a dune, eyes fixed on the ancient structure half-swallowed by the desert. Yamato confirmed the presence of Deidara, noting the volatile chakra signature, suggesting that Sasori was likely deeper inside. Temari took the initiative to clear the front, while Kakashi insisted they move together, emphasizing the need for caution against Deidara's capabilities. Sai prepared his ink scrolls, exchanging a silent nod with Sakura, who could sense Gaara's life energy flickering. They were ready to move. Deidara's smile. Atop the ruin's highest ledge, Dara lounged, his blonde hair fluttering in the desert wind as he sculpted a bird that hissed with latent chakra. He launched the bird lazily toward the horizon, causing the ruin to tremble as it exploded mid-air, sending shockwaves of sand down upon the Konohasuna team. They ducked, scattered, and surged forward. The first clash. Temari unleashed a powerful gust of wind with her fan, scattering the smoke and dust as Sakura dashed ahead beside Sai. Yamato raised wooden shields around them, intercepting a second volley of flying clay insects. Deidara laughed, forming a quick seal and summoning a massive clay dragon lined with chakra mines. Kakashi commanded everyone to scatter, instructing Temari to use her wind to push the mines outward. Temari complied, releasing a gale that sent the mines back into the sky, resulting in a series of aerial detonations. Sakura reached the base of the ruins and struck the wall with her fist, creating an entrance. Sai launched 2 ink hawks, bombarding Deidara's position and forcing him to leap higher on his clay dragon. Deidara grinned, reveling in the chaos, and prepared for another explosive display. Kakashi countered. Kakashi vanished and reappeared mid-air, locking onto the trajectory of Deidara's bombs. He activated his special technique, erasing one of the bombs from existence. Deidara's eyes widened in realization of the threat posed by Kakashi's eye. Kakashi landed beside Sakura, urging her not to let Deidara take to the air. Sai nodded, sketching a net of inky chains that shot through the sky, wrapping around the dragon's wings. Deidara managed to cut them loose with a last-second explosion, but his altitude faltered. Below, the ruin trembles. Deeper in the temple, as the battle raged above, Naruto felt the tremors. He looked up, acknowledging the presence of his friends. He decided to move deeper toward Gaara's pulse and toward Sasori. As he ventured further, he sensed something else stirring, an ancient whisper, a memory buried in sand. The sky blazed orange as dusk settled over the desert ruins, the fading light dancing across the fragments of clay and smoke that littered the battlefield. The ancient structure trembled under the force of clashing wills. From high above, Deidara's laughter echoed, manic and rising with the wind. He believed that their teamwork was commendable, but he was eager to test its limits. With both palms pressed to the back of his clay dragon, he whispered to it like a sculptor addressing his masterpiece. The dragon bulged and burst not in flames, but into an enormous humanoid construct of clay that loomed above the battlefield like a deity of death. Its body began to crumble, dispersing into a fine mist. Kankuro's eyes widened in alarm as he warned everyone to stop breathing it in, but it was too late. The mist had already begun to seep into the lungs of everyone on the field. Temari dropped to one knee, coughing violently, struggling to comprehend the situation. Sakura scanned the air with narrowed eyes, her medical training kicking in as she identified the threat. These were nano-sized bombs embedding into cells and detonating internally. To crush it. Pill between her teeth an emergency chakra fortifier and instructed Sai and Yamato to keep Deidara at bay while she worked to purge the toxins. Yamato formed a series of seals, his arms transforming into wooden pillars that lashed forward like serpents, seizing Deidara's crumbling construct and tearing it apart before it could fully disperse. Sai, from above on one of his ink hawks, dropped explosive tags in a wide arc, detonating them to clear out sections of the mist. Deidara snarled, veering left and narrowly avoiding an inky kunai that nicked his cloak. He acknowledged their efforts but insisted they would need to do better. Temari, now on one knee, wiped the blood from her lips and forced herself to her feet. She spread her fan wide and unleashed a powerful attack, creating a spiraling wave of cutting gales that surged forward, tearing through the mist and creating a safe zone for her allies to regroup. Kankuro had summoned his puppet Salamander and Black Ant and positioned them underground, ready for action. As Temari twisted the wind current downward, she slammed Deidara to the earth just as Salamander shot from below, jaws wide. Deidara clicked his tongue, leaping away at the last second, but Kankuro's trap was designed to corner him rather than to strike. The instant Deidara landed, Kakashi was there, his Sharingan already spinning and his hand glowing with lightning. He unleashed a powerful attack that pierced through Deidara's left shoulder, sending a jolt of energy through his body. Deidara staggered back, coughing but grinning as he tore a piece of clay from his pouch and prepared for his final trick. The ground began to vibrate as dozens of clay mines pulsed from the earth around the ruins, hidden since the start and now primed for detonation. Kakashi shouted for everyone to move, and Yamato slammed his palms to the ground, summoning massive roots that erupted and twisted upward, encasing the team in a protective sphere of hardened wood. The desert was consumed by a colossal explosion, a shockwave ripping across the sands for miles. The upper half of the ruins crumbled entirely, scattering into the wind. As smoke drifted over the shattered battlefield, the wood dome cracked and smoldered but held firm. Inside, Konoha's team coughed, burned, bruised but alive. Sakura looked out through a hole in the dome's side, searching for Deidara. Sai's hawk circled back, scanning the area, but found nothing. Temari's voice was grim as she acknowledged that he had escaped, but Kankuro pointed out that he had left wounded. Kakashi's Sharingan faded as he reminded them that their mission was not over yet, as Gaara was still inside. Yamato stood and nodded once, signaling that it was time to move. The team pressed forward deeper into the ruins, toward the silence, and toward Sasori. The cavern beneath the ruins pulsed with a slow, rhythmic beat, as if the stone itself bore a heartbeat. Water dripped from the fractured ceiling above, and the air was heavy with the sense of incense, blood, and dust. Naruto stood at the entrance of the chamber, feeling the cold, oppressive atmosphere. Even without the system's notifications flashing in his vision, he sensed the danger present. A high-class threat was detected, and the target was Sasori of the Red Sand, classified as S-rank and in prime condition, with his killing intent suppressed. Across the room, suspended by threads of faintly glowing chakra, hovered the still body of Gaara, his red hair hanging limp, his sand gourd shattered, and his chakra flow faint. In between them sat Sasori, cloaked in Akatsuki red and black, his hood pulled low. He looked up slowly, his metal eyes gleaming from behind a human mask. He remarked on Naruto's arrival, noting the fox host had come alone, calling it either brave or foolish. Naruto's expression remained unchanged as he stated his purpose. He had come for Gaara. Sasori acknowledged this, his fingers twitching as a dozen chakra threads flickered to life behind him, revealing an array of worn, blood-stained puppets. He mused that everyone thinks they are a savior in the end. Naruto stepped forward, the dusty floor cracking beneath his boots. He declared that he was not there to play hero but to end the conflict. His aura began to pulse, heavy and foreboding like an oncoming tide, activating a passive skill that reduced the reaction time and focus of enemies nearby. Sasori's grin twitched at the corner, intrigued by Naruto's presence. As the puppets surged forward, each carrying poisoned blades and hidden traps, Naruto was already in motion. He weaved between them like flowing water, his chakra-enhanced perception allowing him to anticipate every move. With clean precision he struck, fingers glowing faintly with dark chakra. One puppet crumbled with a tap, and another's threads were severed mid-flight. Sasori expressed his disdain for the destruction of art without appreciation, but Naruto narrowed his eyes, countering that art should not be used to kill. Inside, Naruto felt Kurama stirring, growling faintly about the stench of decay. Another voice, soft and ancient, urged him not to waste time, as Gaara's soul was slipping away. A quest update flashed in his mind, emphasizing the urgency to retrieve Gaara's soul before it completely dissolved. With determination, Naruto launched himself forward, moving with unnatural speed and appearing behind Sasori in an instant. Sasori's mechanical body shifted, but it was not fast enough. Naruto drove his hand into the puppet's chest cavity, achieving a critical strike that disrupted Sasori's vital systems. Sasori's voice stuttered in disbelief as Naruto declared that he had faced someone who made their soul an anchor, asserting that Sasori was not special. With a pulse of black flame chakra, he crushed the core. The puppets collapsed, and Sasori's body slumped forward, lifeless. Naruto turned to Gaara, his hand hovering just above the Kazekage's chest as he searched for a connection. He found a faint thread of Gaara's consciousness, shattered but present. Activating a skill that allowed him to transmit soul energy, he placed both hands on Gaara's body and vowed not to let him die there, reminding him that he still had things to protect. A flood of dark chakra flowed from Naruto's hands, steady and balanced, not corrupt. The sand trembled, and Gaara's fingers twitched before his eyes snapped open, wild, confused, and desperate. He called out Naruto's name, and Naruto offered a rare smile, welcoming him back. Threads of light and wind. The dust of battle had not